As the time keeps on passing by, so do all the moments that we've experienced so far in BGI's The Grind. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is Johnny, and we're here to welcome you guys, the new viewers that are joining us from GeoCinema.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest opportunity yet for every single BGMI athlete in the country. This is BGIS, and right now we're in the grind where we did start off with 266 teams, and now we'll be moving forward with the final 64 that are here in the round 3 of BGIS The Grind, fighting for, as I mentioned, the biggest opportunity, yes, the biggest prize pool yet in BGMI. 2 crore rupees on the line. Whoever walks away with the trophy also gets 75 lakhs for doing so.
Exactly. So much money on the line, ladies and gentlemen. And then at the bottom, you guys see the special prizes. The MVP of the BGIS, the Rising Star, the MVP of the finals itself. Those are going to be some massive amount of money just given away to these individual lads if they're going to be able to outshine the competition in the future lines. But as you mentioned, right, we kicked things off inside the grind with 256 teams, and now we've balled down to just these top 64 teams inside the round 3. And they're here to duke it out amongst themselves and to find out who is going to be securing a better spot inside the BGIS main tournament itself.
Exactly, because the prize pool we just witnessed, we just saw, it was for the BGIS, and the journey for these teams, it's not yet done. Right now, we are in round 3 of BGIS The Grind with 64 teams, as Necro mentioned, and whoever finishes in the top 32 will get to move forward to round 3 of BGIS. The bottom 32 on the other side, they'll be moving forward to round 2 of the BGIS, and, well, it is all quite simple. The top 32 will gain an extra competitive edge against the rest of the teams in the BGIS eventually.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, a lot of teams are going to be participating inside this main tournament. So if you're going to manage to find yourself in a better spot, in a better seating in general inside the BGIs, then that would be a better thing. But ladies and gentlemen, how do you find yourself in better spots? How do you accumulate the points in the overall structure? So let's go and take a look at the point structures in itself, because as we all know, the team that gets the chicken dinner, the team that's going to be the last one standing on the entire battleground, will be getting 15 placement points in itself.
Exactly. Whoever wins the game, whoever gets the winner chicken dinner for that particular map, they walk away with 15 placement points. The team finishing on the second position walks away with 12. Team on the third position will get 10 placement points, and so on and so forth. As you guys can see the point distribution on your screens. 8 to 12 position, you only get 1 single point, and 13 to 16 position, you get none. But the most important thing, as we have come to see in our journey throughout BGIS The Grind, has been that 1 point for every single finish you secure in the game. And that means if you eliminate a player from the opposing side, you get your team a point.
Exactly, and that really just motivates these teams to go a little bit aggressive and try to go hunting on, or at least go on massive rampage inside these lobbies. As we all know, that per elimination will be giving you 1 point. That's a massive structure that gets added on to the entire factor of the game. That means if you do manage to win a chicken dinner as well, but at the same time you've got 15 elimination points in total, that's going to give you 30 points in the overall points tally.
Exactly, but today is a special day for all of us, as for the first time we are live on GeoCinema. So all the viewers tuning in on GeoCinema, welcome to this amazing broadcast. And if you guys are wondering what's happening, what is this tournament, what is BGMI The Grind, what BGMI, what is that in general? Well, that is why me and Neko are here. We're going to take you through the thick and thin of everything, but we're going to start off with the basics as to how our day is going to go about today. So we will have 7 matches happening today, all of them on different maps. We start our day off on the most basic map of the game, that is the map of Erangel. Then we move on to Miramar, which is a sort of a deserty map. Game number 3 will be played on the map of Sanhok, a tropical rainforest, and then we move on to basically the frozen tundras of Vikendi, which looks like a holiday destination. You guys will understand what I'm talking about once we actually do jump into match number 4. But then we have match number 5 again on Sanhok, match number 6 on Miramar, and the last game of the day, we go in a complete circle, will be played on Erangel.
Exactly, but just to let you guys know once again, Vikendi has been a recent addition inside the competitive pool, especially inside the grind. Now, considering it's a recent addition, teams are still trying to settle themselves down inside the map of Vikendi. They haven't really figured out the drop spots. Now, what exactly is drop spots? So when the plane flight path is going to be on the screens and when the plane's going to be hitting the skies, you will have a chance to eject out of the plane and drop on any of the prime spot that will be marked on your maps. You can drop wherever you want, but especially inside the competitive scenarios, teams tend to have those drop locations already pre-booked in the scrims itself. Now, what is exactly scrims? Scrims is something that these teams, they practice at their homes, and they make sure that they're at least getting a little bit of experience beforehand when they're actually going to be stepping inside a tournament.
Exactly. And the reason, as Necro mentioned, the teams like to go towards specific location on specific maps, majority of the times is because of the fact understanding the terrain, where you are exactly, what the surroundings look like is extremely important inside of every single game. And that is why teams do start off on their usual preferred drop locations. But who knows what's going to happen? We are in the round of top 64. And let's have a look at the matchup of game number one. We'll have the 16 teams, ladies and gentlemen, that are going to be starting our day off of this round 3 of BGIS the grind, and it is going to be an intense start because, as we mentioned, there's a very nice combination of some of the most experienced teams in the country mixed with those upcomers, the newcomers, the young faces, the undergods, as we like to call them in the gaming community, in every single lobby. And we start off with Group 3, which has Hyderabad Hydras, Lucknow Giants as few of the well-known names. And as we move on to Group 4, there's Team VST, Team Tamilas, and Revenant Esports. But Necro, along with them, amongst these group, we also have the undergods, and namely X7 Wolves is the team I'm talking about.
Exactly. But you know what, Johnny? I still feel like the new viewers that are joining us inside the broadcast, they're going to be confused about all this group system.
Oh, yeah.
So a while ago, we saw the entire format of the entire tournament of the grind, and then we also saw the schedule in front of us. So top 64 teams, considering all the 64 teams cannot duke it out inside one single battleground game, we have divided all these teams into groups. Each group will be consisting 8 teams into it. That means 2 groups per game will duke it out. Total 16 teams and 64 players.
Exactly, and that is why it is going to be an exciting journey over the next 4 days, because as Necro mentioned, only 16 teams get to play a match, and that means the combination of groups that you will see in the matches are going to be a little bit different from the match prior, and that is going to make for a lot of exciting moments, because none of these teams will have like a stable momentum. That is one thing that is going to be an added challenge for every single team that's going to be playing their matches right now. But that means for us as viewers, the matches are going to be very, very intense. Teams won't get to realize which team might come up with a drop switch in the very next game. Teams are not going to have the opportunity to plan out their executions for the next match, because their next match might be 2 matches down the line. So that is something that we'll have to see how the teams adapt to. And as Necro mentioned, and we were also talking about it during the point structure when it was visible in front of our eyes, that 1 point per finish. I want to see how will the teams make that work in their favor. But this is where the beginning of the end is going to start for a lot of these teams, specifically these 16 teams that will be jumping into game number 1. So, Necro, I have a simple question for you. Are you ready for the action to begin?
Of course I am, Johnny, considering, as I mentioned a while ago as well, now the competition has tightened up a little bit even more. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day begins in front of us. We're going to kick things off on the map of Erangel, where the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Lipovka towards the opposite side, which is the Georgia Pool Containers or the Georgia Pool City. Now, as I did mention, as the plane's going to be hitting the skies, and when we'll have the plane flat path in front of us, teams will have a chance to eject on their favorite drop locations. Now, usually inside the pro lobbies, teams have their designated drop locations, which they've already decided before the game even started.
Yeah, and so here's a little bit of a backstory, Necro, for you and for the viewers tuning in. There's a lot of drama that happens regarding these drop locations. Teams do not like it when other teams drop on their drop spots, and it is considered like a challenge, a competitive challenge, you calling out the opposition, like, we will come into your homes and we are going to take that away from you. But there are other teams that are feeling a little bit confident, and earlier during the day, I was just scrolling through social media and noticed a few of these individuals, a few of these well-known teams have in fact disclosed exactly where they are headed, and because of that, they might have a massive target on their backs today, and we're going to see how that, in fact, is actually going to play out for them. But ladies and gentlemen, with game number 1 live, and as Necro was talking about the flight path, this one is leaning heavily towards the northern side of the map, and in any situation where you have a flight path leaning towards one specific part of the map, quite obvious, it is going to be extremely difficult for you to be able to drop to the extreme opposite end. For example, right now we have a northern flight path heading towards the south is going to be a challenge for the teams that would like to do so.
Exactly, but now we have this white circle on our screens. What exactly is that? You know what? Before explaining that white circle, I need to let you guys know something beforehand. BGMI is a battle royale game. That means 100 people will be dropped on a land, and the last man standing or the last man surviving will be the winner. For example, inside the professional lobbies, we have 16 teams in total. That means 64 players. Considering it's a professional lobby, we need to give these teams a little bit of breathing room as well. If there's going to be total 100 players, it will be just chaos all across the board. That's why 16 teams is like a perfect balance inside a professional lobby. But when you guys download the game for yourself, you will be playing against 100 players in total. So that's going to make things even more interesting for you guys to find the opponents and take them down inside the game. But you guys saw the white circle in front of you a while ago. Now the game is also divided into stages of the game. For example, right now we're in stage 1. That means the circle will be the biggest in stage 1. But as the stages keep on increasing, the circle will keep on shrinking. It will force these teams to fight it out against each other.
And here we have, ladies and gentlemen, the players from the side of Signify. As we were talking about dropping onto the map, these lads, it feels like, are still looking for a place to go. As Alpha, I believe, has marked these small compounds for his team, and their team is going to start the game from them. But a few moments ago, we talked about this as well. If you land a little bit quicker, you're going to have an added edge in the game. And look at this, WSB, they have already found weapons for themselves to use against the players of Signify, and WSB now has a very, very nice advantage built up inside of the game. Signify, they have lost 2 players already, 2 players knocked out. Raiden, he's trying to get the third one as the last lad is pinned down in that corner room. Damage is out, Friction, he has nowhere left to go, and that will be the end for the first team in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Signify becomes the first team to be eliminated from this game. Now, to break down what just happened, Necro, would you like to take it over?
Exactly. So, as we a while ago saw the plane flat path on our screens as well, it was tilted to the northern side of the map. So what really happened, or what really went bad for the side of Signify, was that they were not able to drop in their designated drop location because it was a little bit far away from their drop spot. The plane flat path was a little bit far away. And considering that, they needed to at least capitalize on the fly and adapt on the fly. So they dropped inside a temporary compound around, but little did they know that WSB as well will have in similar thoughts, and they dropped in the similar compound, or at least around that similar compound, and they spotted them getting down in that compound, and WSB realized, considering they were the ones that dropped down before, they've got their hands on the better guns, and they can easily eliminate the competition out of the game, and that's what they did. They took out the likes of Signify, they eliminated out from the game, and right now, the similar thing is happening on our screens as well. VST, they had a massive advantage inside the situation because they knew that there's only one man in the upper floor who's isolated. They can easily take him out.
Well, let's see though how this fight is going to turn out. VST, this is a well-known name in the BGMI community in India. This is a big team going up against the undergods of the scene. And I think this is like a perfect example for the new viewers, as we mentioned, tuning in from GeoCinema to witness as to what the stark differences are there between a team with a lot of experience and the undergods, and why we call them undergods. Because these new teams always are the ones coming up with fresh tactics, as we do see VSC, the experienced of the bunch, have lost out on one of their players. And Liquid Esports, they have managed to turn things around, turn the fight around, and bring the advantage from the side of VST back into a check. We are down to a 3v3 again, Necro.
Exactly. And Liquid Esports, considering they lost out on their man a while ago, they're here to get their revenge against VST. Yeah. Because that one man being isolated, he was pretty much helpless. When the 4 players are going to be pouncing on top of him, it's next to impossible to survive against an entire squad that's wanting to take you down. And look at Team Tamilas as well now from the back lines, wanting to take the advantage. This is what we call a third-party situation. A third team joining the action while hearing all the commotion and wanting to take advantage of the brawl that's happening between 2 teams.
But will they actually be able to gain an extra edge against these 2 squads? That is the real question over here. VST, they've slowed things down. They're waiting for the players of Liquid Esports to just let them be, as Gabbar and Beast are extremely low. But Team Tamilas, they have the help behind the compounds of VST. And this, ladies and gentlemen, can turn out to be a massive advantage. Being on the higher ground means you will have a little bit of extra vision of your surroundings, and you will be able to gather a lot of information about the teams approaching you or the teams abandoning their cover position. But over here, Liquid, we see them as they did try to walk away from their collision against the players of VST. By mistake, do run into the players of Team Tribal Esports. Mid-rotation, when you're moving around in vehicles, you can't really do much. You can't take out your weapon willy-nilly and start fighting. That is why you are a little bit more vulnerable. And Team Tribal Esports took advantage of that fact, picked off the first player, finished him off, reducing the numbers of Liquid Esports down to 2.
To be honest, inside these groups as well, the underdog team's number is going to be massive.
Yeah.
And what exactly is underdogs? You know, just to explain the new viewers. Underdogs are the teams that are sort of joining new inside the competitive scene. We've given them a name. We call them the dark horses or the underdogs. But if the underdog performs exceptionally well and really good, then we've named them the undergods of the lobby.
Yeah, these are like the unofficial rankings that we have for everyone. It's you perform
unofficial
well, you get
rankings.
promoted. Yeah. But as you mentioned, I mean, these new teams and these so-called underdogs or undergods, as we are going to refer to them as moving forward, this BGIS, the grind, it was an important opportunity for them. Again, the biggest platform, they get to compete against some of the biggest names in BGMI in India and gain a lot of experience for themselves that will help them improve and move their gameplay, push it up to the next level that is required for them to be consistent in the best circuit in this country. And that is what we're witnessing as well from a lot of these new fresh faces. All of them have made sure that they've done their homework before they play the matches in the next round and are working on every single minute detail of their gameplay. As we watched Liquid take on VST a few moments ago, they did bring down or neutralize the advantage from the opposing team. And I think, again, mid-rotation, you can't really do much as we talked about it. So going down to Team Tribal Esport over there was kind of justified. But still, it is going to be about that 4v4s in the mid stages of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, as you do see, now majority of the map is engulfed in blue. That means the first zone is going to fade away and we have the next circle in front of us, which is, as you guys can see, a little bit smaller than the previous one.
Exactly. The stage 2 is going to be commencing now. And you guys see that blue aura that's starting to move in as well. That's what we call the blue zone, or I personally like to call it the wall of death. Now, there's a reason why I call it the wall of death. The reason why I call it that is because when you're going to be in the blue itself, when you're not going to be inside the safe zone, and when you're going to be in the blue, you will be taking a certain amount of damage. Now, in the first couple of stages of the game, the damage won't be too much, so you can easily out-heal that. But when the stages are going to be increasing a bit too much, the damage will as well increase little by little.
Exactly, and during the later stages of the game, the damage from the blue zone is immense. You can't really avoid it, you can't really neglect it. You're going to have to commit a lot of healing utility in order to survive if you are still stuck or engulfed in that blue zone. In terms of healing utility, there are a lot of multitude of options available inside of the game. There are bandages which heal quite a very minimal chunk of your HP. There is bandages, first aids, which do heal up 75% of your HP. There are med kits, which heal up your HP bar back to 100% completely. And then there's another alternative, which are energy drinks and painkillers, which we call boosters. Boosters, what they do is there's a small little bar right above your HP bar in the heads-up display, as you guys can also see it on your screen, which is divided into 4 sections. The boosters fill up those sections, and as the bar depletes itself, it heals a percentage of your HP over second. So it's heal over second compared to instant heals as you might have in the other healing utility like first aids and medkits.
Yeah, so you explained them first aids and the healing utilities perfectly, but I'm going to let them know what type of boosters you guys can find while looting inside the game. You will be able to find an energy drink, you will be able to find a painkiller, and the most rare one is the adrenaline syringe. Now, if you do find that syringe, and once you utilize it, it will take 10 seconds to pop. But once you pop that successfully, your entire booster bar, that is there right above the HP bar, will be filled up completely to the brim.
And I guess that pretty much covers up quite a lot of basics of the game, the fundamentals of what all you need to do. We're going to go over the weapons as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see the players over here, the players of Marcos Gaming, Siam and Vexy, both of them yielding the Scarel in their hands currently. And the weapon right next to it on the heads up display again is the secondary weapon of choice. There are different
Mhm.
categories of weapons. They are divided into pistols, SMGs, ARs, shotguns are there as well. There are sniper
Mhm.
rifles, there are DMRs, which are kind of semi-automatic snipers. And different weapons can be utilized or can be preferred in different situations, because close quarter combat's quite obvious. SMGs and shotguns are going to give you the edge against an opposition who might be wielding a bolt action for some reason in close quarters. Whereas in long distances, anything over 100 meters, I think you're going to go with a DMR or a bolt action sniper rifle. Uh, but in lobbies like this, players, they have honed their skills enough, as we are going to see this happen, ladies and gentlemen. You and I and Necro, all of us are going to witness this in a few short moments. Players connecting sprays close to 100 meters away, and they're going to be using ARs. So that is something that I hope we get
Yeah.
to witness soon, because it is incredible to watch these athletes in action.
So the most used loadout inside the game is going to be an AR and a shotgun in the hands. The shotgun
Yes.
can be two of any of these, either S12K or a DBS combined. But the AR will be M416 or any other preferred AR that you guys like to use. Now, M416, the reason why it's a most favorite amongst all the players is because it's got most stability compared to all the other ARs inside the game. And DBS, it's just like one single pump and the opponent's going to be dead. That's how strong the shotguns are inside this game. But in general, these are the most used loadouts. At the same time, teams do like to go ahead and experiment a little bit amongst themselves. It really just comes down to the comfort zone you're able to find yourself in.
Yeah, but Necro, now, as I was saying, I believe we have gone over a few of the basics, most important things of the game. Now we can let our viewers know about the teams that they can look out for, because 16 fresh
Mhm.
names in front of their screens can get a little too much to understand. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, that is why we are here. So, amongst these 16 teams, we did witness a little bit of action from Liquid, from VST, from the lads of Signify, who, unfortunately for them, were eliminated a little bit too early for their own good. But Signify Esports, we have seen them in the past as well in the prior rounds,
Yeah.
round 2 and round 1. Their performances were quite decent, and we're going to be hopeful that they will step things up in the round 3 of BGIS The Grind as well. Other than that, few of the biggest names of the BGMI scene that are part of this particular lobby right now have to be Hyderabad Hydras, a pretty big organization, one of the biggest organizations in
True.
the country at this point. Marcos Gaming, same thing can be said for
True.
them, and Marcos Gaming have a lot of talent in terms of the players that are playing. The team that is on our screens right now, Revenant Esports, decorated players of BGMI in India. Sensei is one of the most celebrated IGLs. MJ Apollo, we know him as a rising star in the scene right now. And Fierce, again, a very celebrated player, extremely skilled in terms of the mechanics of the game. So Hyderabad Hydras and Marcos Gaming, I think, will be my picks for the teams that our viewers can look out for. What are your two teams, Necro?
I mean, I would also like to add on Lucknow Giants in there as well.
Oh, yeah.
Skulltz Esports. Now, Skulltz Esports is one of those underdog teams, but they have been actually performing pretty well. The reason why I said Skulltz Esports, yeah, their pass run hasn't been that phenomenal, but this is one of the most aggressive teams you're going to find inside the lobby. So this team, definitely the one to look out for. In general, all the other teams inside the lobby as well are pretty good, but at the end of the day, we're always going to be going with the most known teams and the experienced team whatsoever. But for now, a fight brewing up between the players of Lucknow Giants and WSP. This fight can quite be interesting considering Shub is way too up close and personal, and Braden's right behind him. 2-on-2 scenarios, at least inside this little moment. And Lucknow Giants, that nade actually blew up way too close to comfort. It could have been so bad for them.
Throwable utility does a lot of damage, and you don't even have to step in front of the opposition in order to do anything. That is what WSP are putting on display for us, ladies and gentlemen, as they have lobbed off a lot of nades, a lot of fragmentation grenades on the players of Lucknow Giants, and have pushed them a little bit further back from their position. Look at this. Raider, he was lining the nade up, lobbed it a little bit too far away from Dawn, and Dawn just gets in his vehicle, moves further back to fall back and join his teammates so that they can protect themselves and they can be in a better position to take on the players of WSB. But from the flank, from the right-hand flank, in fact, we did see one more team closing in their position, and I believe the Lucknow Giants do have a few moments before the players from the side of Raw official eventually get here. They will have to deal with the players of WSB as quickly as possible, but their method of dealing with the problem is just walking away right now.
Exactly. I mean, makes a lot of sense too. I would say this is a wise decision from Lucknow Giants, wanting to run away from this entire fight. Just does not want to give in to the expectations of them actually accumulating a lot of points inside the lobby as well. So Lucknow Giants just finding a new rotation inside the safe zone. And right now, the main priority has to be as well to make it inside the safe zone, find a good spot for yourself. If you're able to find a decent amount of cover as well around, that will be like an icing on top of the cake. But right now, one of the players from the side of Lucknow Giants, his vehicle's almost about to blow up as well. This is not a good news. And yeah, this is something that I was scared of so much. And eventually, it actually ends up happening as well. Lucknow Giants losing out on Austin Bot. Now this team is down to a 3-man squad.
And this is a perfect opportunity to explain, ladies and gentlemen, that even if you are in the vehicles, you have to be extremely careful. Watch out for the smoke that will start to pop eventually from your respective vehicles if they are getting shot at. That means whatever you are in has taken a lot of damage and it is about to blow up. So you need to get yourself to a safer distance so that you do not get knocked out, just like the individuals from the side of Lucknow Giants. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have on our screens right now X7 Wolves. And as we were talking about the teams with experience, the well-known teams and the players, and the undergods of this particular lobby, X7 Wolves, they showed up as one of the undergods when we witnessed them in their round 1 matches. But through their round 2 performance, they have displayed that they have a lot of potential in them. And they will be one of the toughest teams to beat, no matter what lobby they are a part of. But for now, switching focus to the lads of Hyderabad Hydras as they find themselves against the players of Do or Die. And Do or Die, they are pinned down in this small little shack. Nowhere left to go. Look at this. The smoke will give them a little bit of soft cover, but bullets penetrate smoke.
Yep. Smoke will just block the visual, not the bullets. That's why usually you'll see teams just spamming smokes, hoping that maybe someone's going to be on the other side, and they do find a couple of connections. Before now, Do or Die, JYT was able to at least create a bit of an off angle against the opponents named Hyderabad Hydras. And trust me when I say this, Hyderabad Hydras is a name to be feared. This team has been inside the competitive scene for a really long time. They pack a massive punch and a lot of experience as well inside the BGIS. And considering now the next stages as well is going to be on our screen, now the circles shrink down to even smaller. It's going to be so small that it's not going to have enough space to contain all the teams in it. So some teams will need to duke it out and get eliminated themselves to find a better spot inside the upcoming circle.
So far, talking about better spots, X7 Wolves turns out have the perfect position that they could have asked for. They are in the center of the circle. Their position is a squad house that they have in their control, which is concrete, solid cover. And that means the other teams won't really be in a spot to actually challenge them unless they make a very risky move, which we call a slam-in, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
In a slam-in situation, you basically charge towards the opposition, try to steal their compound away from them by eliminating the entire team on the other side. But we'll talk about that situation once we draw a little bit closer to it. For now, a desperate attempt from the players of Do or Die to actually avoid getting stuck outside the safe zone and be caught off guard by the blue.
Speak of being caught off guard by the blue, I mean, right now we've got Do or Die. Their backs is against the blue, and even the blue zone's starting to shrink in. It's starting to move. So Do or Die, they need to make it quick, as while they're going to try to make that desperate rotation inside the safe zone. They're going to start to lose out on the man number as well, and eventually, even the vehicle gets blown up. So Do or Die, they take an exit from the lobby. Not a good news, not a good way to get taken out, but hey, sometimes desperation do cause these type of moments. And now we've also got the players of AB going up against the players of Marcos Gaming. An interesting fight that's brewing up, and eventually, the entire team of Marcos Gaming, they just get eliminated from the game like that.
AUTOBOTZ rolling out in style as well, securing 3 finish points for their team. And as you mentioned, Marcos Gaming, that is an experienced team right there. That is a team that has the potential to lift a lot of trophies above their heads, and AUTOBOTZ made quick work of them. perfect example of a scenario that showcases no one in a lobby like this is safe, ladies and gentlemen. But as we move down to the top 10 teams of the lobby, we do see Hyderabad Hydras going for a slamming onto the players from the side of Asla. And Asla, they're down to their last two individuals left. Joker is trying his level best, and his best is going to make sure that the opposition is going to rest on their knees, as they are going to get wiped out. Asla getting taken out super early in this match.
Exactly. A lot of names now starting to take an early exit inside the lobby. AUTOBOTZ Esports 2 in the clotheslines. This team making it quick work, a light work against a name like Marcos Gaming definitely speaks volumes about how they've been doing it so far inside these lobbies. In general, AUTOBOTZ is one of those teams that has been storming through the known teams like it's nothing. And now another stage is going to be commencing too. The previous stage has ended, and now the circle's going to be even smaller. Once again, the circle does not have enough space to contain all the teams in it, so some teams will need to be eliminated in order to find a comfortable spot inside the circle. And also the circle's out in the open. That means the vehicles that you guys have secured, now you will need to use them as a cover.
In open positions, it's best to keep a few vehicles with you when you are rotating towards the endgame situations. As Necro mentioned, they will work as extra added cover if you are stuck out in the open. Lucknow Giants on our screen, one of the teams stuck in a very uncomfortable position, having been pinned down in the watchtower for quite a long while now, are finally starting to turn things around as they have two knocks secured from the side of Team Tamilas. The third one is going to be secured as well. Maxi is down on his knees. That means Team Tamilas, they have just one man left remaining in a fighting position, and that is Manti, and he is a little too overextended for his own good.
Yeah, he's a little bit too much in the front. I mean, once again, you can also say that it's a good spot considering the wall of death is well starting to move in once again, so it's better that Manti is actually close enough to the safe zone. But then you take a look at the players of X7 Wolf. This team is still looking so comfortable inside the compound they've found. Hard cover, the only hard cover that's available in these final few moments of the game. AUTOBOTZ as well, challenging a fight against players like Hyderabad Hydras. The openings being found actually by the players of Revenant Esports. This can be a goal call being made for the side of AUTOBOTZ, but still they're taking things a little bit slow and cautious. Revenant Esports, as they did find that first knockout. Now probably they're going to try to send it right against the opponents, but no, maybe Revenant Esports taking things a little bit calm and cautious themselves.
Yeah, I think they have realized that a lot of the bigger names other than them have fallen, and they do not want to take a similar risk against the opposition. But what a brilliant nade from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, Syed, as he goes on to pick off two players from the side of AUTOBOTZ with a single nade. Minimal investment, maximum result, and that is something that you have to accomplish and think about in this game proactively. But ladies and gentlemen, we are finally down to the top three teams of this game number one of the day. Hyderabad Hydras remaining inside the match with all four players, one of whom have just been knocked out by Revenant Esports.
Ooh. Those knockouts that are just happening back and forth. Ladies and gentlemen, keep one thing in mind. We kick things off inside this entire game with a total of 64 teams, and now we're only down to the top three teams. This is what the Battlegrounds does to you. It makes you thirsty for all the elimination points that can be walking in front of you to find a better and a comfortable spot inside the overall standings in the future. Utilities being exchanged from the both sides. Revenant Esports 2 tossing out a couple of frag grenades. Now these smokes are going to be the only savior that they can have, but still, Revenant Esports, a three-man squad going up against the entirety of X7. This is starting to get a little bit too spicy. X7, two of the players back on their feet once again. Winter was knocked out a while ago, and Johnny, we know winner is a maximum, is a really good win condition for X7.
He is an important player. Even in the previous round, we saw him be extremely consistent in every single match that he played in. And this time around as well, as you mentioned, Necro, he will be a win condition for X7. But look at this. He's knocked down yet again. And this might be a difficult position for X7 to be in, as Evil, his spot has been spotted out by MJ. He's aiming on that window with the Mini 14, ladies and gentlemen. A DMR, if it connects a headshot, that means a knock can be secured by Revenant quite easy. Look at the amount of damage it dished out onto Evil, just pushing him in the corner. Winter on the other side is looking to get a revive from his teammate Payne, and it feels like with X7 finding the trade against Revenant, the revive might actually happen.
Not just that, Johnny, the circle's actually favoring the lads of X7 too. And considering one of the mans all the way to back lines as well, Untitled Esports, they're going to take an exit from the lobby in the 3rd spot. Not a way they wanted to get taken down, but now Hyderabad Hydras as well will be forced up to move inside the safe zone soon enough. Considering the BGMI gods are favoring the players of X7, other teams have got no other option than to move inside the circle, challenge this compound, and that's what Hyderabad Hydras are doing. 2 players pushed up close and personal, but both of them get knocked out. Now it's all down to the last 2 men surviving. The final glimmers of hope from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, from which even Ultron gets knocked out once again. And X7, they're on the verge of claiming the victory on the first game of today's day.
Yeah, X7 off to the start that they wanted. It's 1v4 in the end. Humanoid, the last man left standing. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about the healing utilities of the game. Well, Humanoid, he has first aids that he's using to constantly heal himself back up to 75% HP. But it is not going to be enough. The 4 players can just keep themselves inside the safe zone and secure the win of this game. It should be just a formality for them. But they are just having some fun looking to hunt down this last individual. It's not gonna matter, because what was destined to go in the hands of X7, it's gonna be handed to them, and I'm talking about the chicken dinner of this game number 1.
Exactly. That means 15 placement points accumulated as well in the overall standings. What a way to kick things off inside the round 3 of the grind. X7 Wolves doing a fantastic job in claiming that chicken dinner. In general, them just finding that rotation to that compound perfectly was a icing on top of the cake to be added on.
Exactly. I mean, this game requires you to have make a lot of calculations quickly. One of the first calculations is deciding or figuring out where the zone might go, where the zone might shift. A huge normal rule of thumb is just go close to the center, as close to the center as you possibly can, because the next shift, it's not going to be too far away from the center of the previous zone. That is what people usually think. But in the case of X7, I think they were playing a little bit off center, and that just worked out quite brilliantly for them because they had a good hound for them. But ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be having a look at the highlights of the previous game, where we will see and relive the moments of action from the previous match.
Exactly. Some of the best actions that erupted, and this is how things really kicked off or started off inside the previous game of Erangel. WASP just putting a full stop against the lads of Signify off to bat, and then we saw another fight brewing up. It was the players of Liquid against VST, because even Liquid, they were here to get revenge against the players of VST. Things did happen back and forth over there as well. Turban was able to find a knockout, at least on one of the players from VST. Team Tamilas as well going for a little bit of third party from the back lines, and then somewhere down line, the action unfolded in quite an interesting fashion. But one thing is for sure, Johnny, the entire game was an action-packed game.
It was an action-packed game, and I think this was a brilliant way to introduce BGMI again to the new viewers who are tuning into this broadcast for the first time on JioCinema, because this game was quite nicely paced out as well. In the early stages of the match, usually, ladies and gentlemen, in competitive lobbies like this and tournaments like this, the game is off to a slow start, where the teams are still analyzing where the zone is, where it might go, where the other teams are going to go, and they're making all of those calculated decisions. From the 3rd, 4th zone onwards is when we see all the action break out, and that is exactly what happened in this game. We had a few early collisions where the team was still trying to gain a little bit of a safe haven for themselves and create that safe space for themselves to play the latest stages of the game. Unfortunately, a few of them did not make it through, but for the other teams, they did, in fact, gain that cover that they wanted and did play out the game in a very standard textbook way, if you will.
Exactly, and the reason why inside the competitive lobbies, the games do tend out to be a little slow is because they've played against each other for times and times in the past as well. That's why we call them the T1 teams. We've sort of named these teams who keep on performing well inside the best lobbies. We call them the T1 teams. But then these underdog teams are sort of like an unknown factor that's added inside the mix. So you never know how these underdog teams are going to be playing, where they're going to be dropping it from. So it's like the known teams are playing against these unknown teams for the first time. And that's why they don't exactly know how the game pattern is going to look like. And that's why we see a lot of early collision.
Exactly, and again, as Necro mentioned, the reason for these big names to just stay back a little bit is the lack of information that they have about the rest of the competition. Because here's a bit of a breaking news, right? BGMI has a massive player base, and these players, almost all of them, all of the players that I've met have practiced a lot. No one in this game likes to be the one on the losing end. Everyone wants to win.
Oh yeah.
And because of that, because of the amount of hard work these lads have put in over the time, over the years, over the months that they've been grinding the game, they have gotten better. And at this point in a lobby like this, in a tournament like this, the difference between the experienced players and the newcomers in terms of raw mechanical skill is minute. It's minuscule. It's just a faded thin line. Uh, and that does backfire if the experienced teams do get a little bit too overconfident. It can backfire upon them at any given moment. And as we talked about this, with 2 crore rupees on the lines, who would like to get eliminated? Who would put themselves in a losing position? Absolutely no one.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, it's a team game too, right, Johnny? Considering it's a
Yes.
team game, we know every single individual player inside the lobby has a role to fulfill. There's going to be an IGL, which will be standing as in-game leader. Then there will also be a support role inside the squad, which will be
Yes.
providing support to the assaulters of the lobby. Now, what exactly is assaulters? These are the 2 main lads inside your entire firing squad, or inside your squad in general, which are really good when it comes to the mechanical skills. But all they need to do better in that skill, once again, is a little bit of support. And if that support and the information's provide nicely, then these assaulters can find an opening inside the fight that you want.
Exactly, and I think it is an important role. Assaulters are some of the most celebrated players inside of the game because it is a difficult and a sacrificial role. You are supposed to be the first person charging into a fight. You're supposed to be the first person engaging into a team fight, and that means you're the man drawing all the attention towards you. You're the man who's going to be pinned down in a corner, and then the rest of the team comes into play. If the assaulter is good, he can create a lot of space for his teams to actually move around and gain an advantageous position in the fight. If your assaulter is the first man to go down, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage. 3 versus 4 situation, no one likes to be down in numbers, and it's as simple as that. But let's talk about the matchup at hand. The first game done and dusted. Which team's Necro did live up to your expectations?
I would say definitely the teams that were in the top 3. Revenant Esports, I was a little scared for them considering we know how their run's been looking like in the past couple of days as well. Their form has been sort of downhill, but now them actually finding themselves in the top 3, especially in the first game ever, I would say that's a really good start. And then even from Hyderabad Hydras, another good start from that team as well. But then we also saw the underdogs surviving till the end as well and also getting that chicken dinner. I feel like that has to be the most precious moments of that entire game.
Exactly, and I think again, as we were talking about it, X7 Wolves, as you mentioned, the undergods living up to all the hype that we were building about them during this game. One of the major factors was the rotation that they had, and quite early in this matchup as well. Rotation, ladies and gentlemen, is just moving from point A to point B, but in a calculated manner. You will have to calculate where the other teams are going to rotate from, as to where are the other teams planning to move from based on their drop location, where the flight path was, where the circle is, and where the next zone you think might be. All of these things are taken into consideration by the IGL. So nothing in this game is left to sort of the luck factor. The only RNG in this game is the zone shifts that we get to see. And here's a little bit of a secret, even that is not random. There's a lot of maths that you will have to do, but you can figure out a way to calculate the circle shifts as well. I've seen it happen.
Exactly.
We have someone who does that amount of maths mentally, but I'm not smart enough to be able to pull it off.
I mean, most of the times it's also sort of like a little guess that you make, or you can also say like some percent for at some point you can also make a little bit of guesses. But if you've put enough amount of hours inside the game as well, then those guesses can actually come true as well, because somewhere down the line you will be speaking with experience. You would feel like, okay, I've seen this similar zone in the past as well. It probably has to be this zone once again. And if it does form there, then well, experience is going to be speaking for itself. Speaking about experience, we've got WSP Gaming. This team does not really have a lot of experience, but they still actually speak facts, and they actually still do such a great job inside the game. They've got 7 finishes in total wrapped up, and considering Zerov, he's one of the known mans, and as I said, assaulters inside the lobby. Zerov is actually the assaulter for WSP, and he's done a great job fulfilling his role, filling those shoes that are given to him. Now X7 Payne with 6 finishes as well. Then we've got WSP Braden with 3 finishes in total. Winner actually with only 3 finishes this time, and Evil with 3. X7 Wolves Wolves in general just topping the charts, WSB right next to him. Now, speaking about the rotations, once again, I want to elaborate on that factor, on that entire point. Once again, rotations can only be made safely when you're going to have the information on what exactly is going to be happening in the future or where teams can be positioned. To avoid them, you will need to have all the maximum information to form a safe rotation. Now, how do you find the teams that might be holding the compounds, and how do you actually make a safe rotation to gain all the information? So there's a role inside the squad as well, named Scout. So what Scout does is that the Scout guy goes in the front, he scouts out the surroundings. If he's going to be catching any type of fire on his vehicles or himself, then a team's position is also revealed. So when the Scout knows that a team's position is over there, then they know, okay, this type of territory is already taken by Team A, so we can try to move away from this point because this will be probably safer. So that's the main job of a scout. He tries to scout out the surroundings. He tries to get the information for his team to rotate even better inside the circles and in the future territories. But now, as we do have the point standings of the previous game, X7 Wolves with 13 finishes in total and 15 placement points, they're going to get 28 total points. And then on the second spot is Hyderabad Hydras with 12 placement points and 7 finish points. That's going to give them 19 total points. And Revenant Esports with 16 and WASP with 12. And of course, it's going to keep on decreasing downwards until, if we do move on forward to the second page of the entire game, this is where we will see a little bit of upsets. The teams that were not able to kick things off in a good note inside the first game.
Well, I mean, this game one was extremely intense, but these teams, I mean, they're going to have to wait for more opportunities to head their way if they want to recover. We have Asla, Skulltz, a team that we were talking about in the early stages of the game. Team Tribal Esports, we saw them pick up a few points as they did eliminate one individual from the side of Liquid Esports in the early stages of the match, but that only brings their total tally to 2 points. As you see, Liquid Esports, they're on the 13th position. They also did manage to bring themselves into a recoverable spot on the 13th position in the overall ranking. But then we have Marcos, Signify, and Do or Die as the bottom 3 teams of this particular game. Marcos finishing off with just 1 placement point. And ladies and gentlemen, again, a reminder, we did have a look at the point structure at the start of the day. If you finish from the 8th to the 12th position, that is when you get 1 placement point. So Marcos Gaming, not really the performance that we hope from them, but can't really blame them. The team fight that was headed there was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, exactly. And I think so it was actually one of those teams too. I think so it was Lucknow Giants who sort of clashed against Marcos Gaming. I don't exactly remember, but yeah, Marcos Gaming being eliminated like that definitely sort of hurts. No, it was actually AUTOBOTZ Esports who straight up pounced on them in the final moments, if you remember, right next to the Wizard Tower.
Oh yeah,
AUTOBOTZ Esports, they made the push against the players of Marcos Gaming because they were out in the open as well. So things were quite spicy for them in that moment because they were out in the open as well. And then when you've got all 4 players just straight up going against you, it's tough to outfight that entire scenario. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, the first game's done and dusted. It's time for us to take a short little break for a breather. You guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back in quite a couple of few minutes. But hey, it seems like the break's going to be longer a little bit. That means it will give us time to speak about the previous games a little bit more. But I guess the break's going to be hitting up right now. So it's time for us to push to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
एक HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
मजा।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चमकने
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind Round 3. This is Super Johnny, and well, there's a little switch up on the panel as we have my good buddy Arka joining me right now. Arka, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the action of game number 1?
Obviously, what a beautiful game it was, because I saw there's been a lot of difference when it comes to the underdogs as well as the side of the professional players as well.
Yeah.
So before we head on to that, I just want to tell you guys that Road to Valor is one other game being developed from the same developers of this BGMI game. That's going to be from the side of Crafton, and they've added a little bit of an Indian flavor into the game, and after that the game has become even more interesting. And
Yeah.
I've already played the game, and it's becoming too addictive for me lately. But a game is a game, and it's going to be played for a limited period of time.
I mean, unless you get obsessed with it, like I end up getting obsessed with games quite often. And yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, there's a new Indian faction coming out in Road to Valor, and we do like whenever we are represented out in the international scene, and this is going to be our chance inside of Road to Valor as well. But coming back to Battlegrounds Mobile India, as we call it, BGMI over here, ladies and gentlemen. An exciting turn of events as game number 1 was secured by X7 Wolves, as Arka mentioned, the underdogs in the previous lobby, beating the experienced lads from the side of Revenant and Hyderabad Hydras. Not an outcome we all thought was going to happen, but Arka, I think this might have raised a lot of your expectations heading to match number 2, right?
Yeah, a lot of expectations have been risen, and we'll be looking at the groups, right? I really want to see which are the teams which will have a very good answer for the teams on the top, or the underdog teams as well. And we have Midwave, CS Esports, Orangutan, Acid. We have RVNC. We have Genesis, FS Esports, and X7 officials. If I have to choose one team amongst this group, that has to be the side of FS officials and Midway, because both these teams performed exceptionally well in the previous rounds, and I'm looking forward for these two teams from this group.
And ladies and gentlemen, again, as Arka mentioned, his picks form the group prior. I'm going to pick my teams from this group, Arka, if that's okay with you, and introduce our audience to these names, as we have Team Mayavi led by Mayavi himself, a former talent turned into a coach, set out on a mission to build one of the most aggressive BGMI lineups in the country. That was his statement, if I remember it correctly. And he is still walking down that same path, because this team is extremely, extremely lethal to everyone else inside of the lobby. Right next to them, we saw the name of Reckoning Esports, one of the oldest organizations, esports organizations in India, and not just in BGMI, across other titles as well that are present in this country and are being played on a competitive level. If there is a title that competes, Reckoning Esports is going to be there, and they will field a lineup that will be part of the top tier circuit. Same over here. Their team is one of the best teams to be a part of BGIS The Grind. Talking about the under gods, I think CS Esports from the group that we saw before is one of those teams that did give a wake-up call to a lot of these big names in round 2. CS Esports were extremely consistent, and I think that is one team that you definitely have to keep an eye on in the next match.
Now, the reason why I chose Midwave Esports is because the IGL is one of the youngest amongst the IGLs in this tournament, right? And I've seen that he's been groomed under another IGL altogether, who is also a younger one, IG Jelly. So, and he's done an exceptional job by leading the team from the front, leading by example, but not by force.
But ladies and gentlemen, we have talked about teams, but Arka, I think it's better we talk about the map as well, because ladies and gentlemen, from Erangel, we are going to be moving to the desert lands of Miramar, which is going to be the next map in the game. And Arka, do you want to start off with the first few initial challenges of Miramar? Because the first challenge is, it's quite visible the moment you see the map.
Oh yes, because the high grounds and the low dunes, these are the two major things you need to work out in this map. As the flight path is coming on our screens, you can get to know this map is the biggest map when it comes to this game. So no matter how close you are, you'll still feel that you're far away from your opponents, which does give a little bit of an opportunity for you to showcase your firepower. The hip fire won't come into play. Hip fire meaning where you do not open a scope and you tend to take the fight with crosshairs being placed on the opponents. And since this is a bigger map, you'll be relying more on your scopes, so better to have a higher number of scopes. That mean to say a 2x or a 3x rather than a red dot. With the game coming in, we'll be explaining more about what these scopes are and what are the different kinds of scopes you'll be getting inside the game. But as of now, looking at the flight path, we are able to see that it's starting all the way from almost closer to prison area, ending towards the side of Al Azhar. That shows the teams to travel all the way towards the northern western side of the map will have a long journey up ahead of them, because as I said, once the map becomes bigger, you can travel up to probably 2000 meters maximum when you're jumping off a flight. So if the drop location is not anywhere close by, it's going to be hard for you. So what you have to do then is go to the spawn spots, meaning there are few places in the map where if you go to that specific place, you'll find vehicles which is always present every single time. Probably it won't be the same vehicle but different vehicles, but eventually you will find a vehicle in those spawn areas. So there are spawns of guns inside the houses, which you have seen in the previous game, where players do go inside the houses and pick up weapons for themselves to take those fights. So spawn is referring to whatever is present. And look at what happens in the map of Miramar. If your drop location is far away, few teams tend to hit the ground first, pick up those weapons, and make sure they try to put you down even before you land on the ground.
Well, and yeah, I mean, you said it quite correctly. I mean, just like in real life, it's important to get some wheels on you as early in the game as possible, especially on this map. Miramar, as Arka was telling our lovely viewers about it, is the biggest map in the game. And it's quite open as well in terms of how the terrain is designed, where the compounds and the buildings are placed in this particular map. Because I think right off the bat, you might notice this, the differences in comparison to Erangel. Erangel had a lot of buildings. There were specific locations that were just cluster of buildings right next to each other. On Miramar, there are very few of those specific locations. Usually you're going to see these massive structures in the middle of nowhere, certain factories or certain warehouses that are utilized by players as rendezvous points mid-rotation. Teams do in fact like to go to those specific cluster cities though in the early stages of this game. But right now let's talk about this team, Midwave Esports. A big name, although a new addition to the esports scene in India. Midwave is well, a comparatively new organization in the scene, but the players that are playing for this team right now are some of the most experienced BGMI players that you are going to come across.
Yep, and two of the players are the most experienced one, and two of the other players are the players who are more like the underdogs who have joined with the team. So there's a mixture of talent and experience, which is going to make them one of the strongest teams. And the other strong team, which we witness right now on our screens, is going to be the side of Orangutan, who have been in the scene for a really long time. They're very well known for the aggression they hold, and all four players are technically so gifted that many do believe that this is one of the strongest to be present in the current scenario.
Exactly, and at this point, as we see them on the map as well, they are the players of OG. I'm talking about all the way in El Azhar. And once you look at the surroundings, you realize they are in a pretty good spot if the zone is on them, because there's no other team on that northwestern side, northeastern side of the circle. The closest team to them is CS all the way in Impala, south of El Azhar. And towards the west, as we go towards Hacienda del Patron, we do see the players from the side of Gen X holding their spot. As I said, Hacienda del Patron, House of the Boss, as the translation goes. But again, OG in an isolated spot. Other teams cluster towards the western and the southern edges of the circle, might create a little bit of an interesting situation and a lot of mid-game fights that we might get to witness in the next few moments. From the northern side all the way towards La Cobriera, you do see the players from the side of RVNC, and that is also a wonderful position to be in on a map like this in Miramar. If you have a lot of distance between you and the opposition, you manage to keep yourself safe. And that means they can rotate from the northern side, enter the zone from the northern edge. And there's a very high probability that teams won't really be able to challenge them, because they won't even know where RVNC is.
Very true. But you know what shocked me in the map of Miramar is the number of teams in the southern side of the map. I do understand the flight path has gone to the southern side, has passed through the southern side of the map itself. But I was expecting teams to be flying a little far away from one another, because as it's going to be just 16 teams in the competitive lobby, which we have already explained before, it's important for all these teams to spread out evenly in the map and share those drop locations, do not collide with one another, and later decide on taking those fights. So there are different play styles which we'll be able to see in a competitive scene. Few teams go in for the defensive gameplay and few teams going in for the aggressive or the active gameplay. So what is defensive gameplay? Where you go and hold a hard compound, you prioritize the circle first, make sure that you go inside the white circle, and you wait for the opponents to make a mistake, try to capitalize on it, or allow them to come closer to you, and then that is when you strike against them. For aggressors, they're not bothered about anything. They just look around for enemies inside the lobby, and once they know that they find somebody in the rotation, or they find somebody holding a hard compound, they just rush at their doorstep, make sure they take that fight, finish them off, and then continue their assault in case they have old foemen standing.
Exactly. Just like in any other sport, ladies and gentlemen, over here as well, there are two ways you go about things. Either you're going to brute force your way through the rest of the competition and win and come out on top in terms of raw strength, which for the terminology of the game translates into having raw firepower and mechanical prowess, being better than the opposition. Or you're going to be the smarter of the bunch. You're going to plan out your rotations. Every single move that you make will be a calculated one, and that will give you an advantage towards the last few stages of the match. You're going to have to play extremely slow, be extremely cautious about your surroundings, just like we do see the players of RVNC. Where did everyone else go from Hacienda del Patron, Gen X? We do see them move towards the south. BGMI Esports, abandoning and rotating through Power Grid, are looking to head towards the graveyard position. And while all this is happening towards the northwestern side, still in Rakobriera and also on our screens towards the left, we did see the players of RVNC basically just chilling.
Now, for those viewers who want to understand why most of these teams are sticking close to the flight path, is they believe that the white circle, which has formed on the map right now, tends to shift more towards the flight path area. So that is why most of these teams are waiting for the southern side of the map, but eventually nobody can predict it to perfection, and the IGLs or the in-game leaders who are able to predict it to perfection will eventually take their team to hold to such places inside the map that it's going to be easy for them to take the fight from then on. So as we were saying, the most of these IGLs think that the circle is going to be coming to the southern side of the map, but eventually we have seen that the circle is going to be betraying everybody else and taking such drastic shifts away from all these teams that they'll have to suffer sometimes to make it inside the circle. And those who have that, probably I would say, a cushion inside the circle, will have a better chance to get those position points.
But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in the first zone of the game. The blue zone is about to begin. What it does best, cause trouble for the players. And still there are 64 players and 16 teams remaining in this matchup. That means no one has gone down. All the teams in this game are still there with all their players. And we are about to witness the first few casualties of this particular match in the next few moments, because the blue zone won't really leave a lot of moving space for any of these teams now, and it's going to force them to be closer and closer and closer to each other as every single minute of the game goes by. But before the blue zone gets the distances or removes the distances between teams, the teams, two of them in fact, have done it themselves. We do see the players from the side of TF5 7 Hill Esports, an underdog name, but their performances have been promising, and they are against an experienced name in this particular lobby as they go up against the players of FS.
Now, FS Esports is also one of those teams which have played for a really long time, even though the roster changes have come in from their side. FS Esports have been on a, I would say, not really from the inception of the game, but you know, they are a bit experienced lineup, and the whole lineup which are playing from the FS Esports have already played before with an other altogether. So it seems that the synergy within the team is pretty strong, and in the previous rounds we were able to see that they were able to perform better rather than the previous round where they were almost on the verge of elimination, but made a very good comeback to be selected in this game. I know that those teams who have got a little bit of aggression that they couldn't perform well in the previous game will surely come out on the top to show what they're actually capable of.
But we have another big underdog name taking on one of the biggest competitive teams in this lobby, ladies and gentlemen, right now. As towards the left-hand side, towards the top left, you do see the name of the team that we are witnessing right now, their players. Right underneath that, every now and then you're going to see a few names pop up. And that is what we call the finish feed. Inside of the game, that will give us a gist of what action is taking place, which team is fighting, which player has taken down or in fact knocked out which individual, and who has finished who as well. We see all of this information right there on the finish feed. And what we saw a few moments ago was one of the players from the side of Kevin Esports was picked up by one of the individuals from CS Esports. So now CS Esports has 1 point and Kevin is down one of their best players, by the way, Carlin.
I know that, when we speak about the basics, it's important for us to understand how do you identify your teammates, or how do you identify how many people from the team is actually alive. And that's why you have on the top left corner the names of all 4 players playing for that team. As we can see next to Cullen, there's a small coffin kind of a symbol, and that says that, this person has been eliminated from the lobby. And as I said, in the map of Miramar, since it's a very, very big map, all of these teams tend to survive until the final circles of the game. And let me remind you, whoever has the greatest whoever has all 4 men standing have a man advantage. What do you mean by man advantage? Each and every player of the team contributes 24% for the winner chicken dinner. So 4 players together will be contributing 100%, and you need to have all 4 men standing in the final circle to take advantage of the opponents. We did see in the previous map as well, we had both the teams having all 4 men standing, and they went in for a close range battle, but ultimately the team which had a little bit of patience and a controlled aggression came out on top.
Control is something that is definitely required quite often in this game. You can't run into fights just willy-nilly, not thinking about your actions. But it seems like in this particular game, at least, a lot of the teams are still thinking as to where they want to go, how they want to approach the mid-game stages, as we are transitioning into the mid-game. In a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen, the 20 seconds that we have, the blue zone is going to collapse, and we will have stage number 3 on this map. The circle is going to shrink, and this is an interesting zone. So I would like to introduce you to how the zones function on every particular map. Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok create a lot of variety of situation on their maps, and terrain becomes extremely important. Understanding of terrain becomes extremely important, because as we did see the zone starting off on the eastern side of Miramar. Eastern side of Miramar is quite open. It's a lot of flat surfaces with hills lined up along the eastern edge. But now the zone has taken a western shift relative to the circle that was prior to it. On the western side, you have this graveyard position. As you guys can see, the location labeled perfectly. It is an open space, but all of these shadows that you see just on top of Y, that is a hill. Being on top of a hill, as we discussed earlier, will give you an advantage in terms of the amount of information that you can gather. As we do see the example being put on display by Acid Esports, they take control of a ridge, peek on the other side, see the opposition moving, take a few shots, but unfortunately they do not connect. But talk about connecting shots, and OG, they appear taking on the players of FS.
Now, this is the different kind of gameplay coming in from both these teams. I was expecting FSC Sports to be sticking together and making sure that they have all 4 men stacked up. Hopefully, for those people who know what is 4 men stacked up, please share it among your friends. But for people who are new, we're going to be explaining you as to how you're going to strategize against team. For now, we'll be looking at the orange team, right? That's going to be the side of OGs. All 3 of the players are sticking together. Wherever they push, they're going to make sure that they have all 4 men or 3 men, who are, how many other people are alive, they push in together, so that they'll have a man advantage, and they'll have each other's back when they take a fight. Whereas the side of FS, which we saw a few minutes back, were not close to one another, but were playing a split. A split might be a 1 person on one side, 3 on the other. This could be a 2 person on one side and 2 on the other. So but depending on the number of players, we call them a stack, a 2-man stack or a 3-man stack. As we speak further, we'll be explaining and breaking down more of the positions of the opponents. But as of now, we are seeing the side of midwave getting shot from somewhere else, as Atanki has already done a damage to a team, picked up a finish for his team, and now they all are rotating to find themselves a hard cover inside the circle.
And for Midwave, this is going to be an important rotation because this will either put them in an advantageous spot on the southern edge of the circle, or they're going to go down fighting the players of TF57 Heli Esports. Another new name that we did get to witness for the first time in this BGIS The Grind, but this team has been extremely impressive. Ninja, OP, Karthik, Reaper, specifically Levi, I have to point out, I mean, these lads have been absolutely incredible in terms of how they take their 4v4s. As a team, they do very well. As individuals, not so much, because, I mean, it is quite difficult to survive all alone in this game. You do need your teammates to help you out in doing so. But talking about two of the biggest teams, we have the World of Battle, TWOB, up against the players of Mayhem. And while Mayhem is just looking for information, TWOB, they have the southern edge and a little bit of a high ground advantage if Mayhem actually do decide to fight them.
Now, the circle shifting far away from all these teams towards the graveyard area, when none of the teams are actually holding the northern side of the map, will have a greater advantage for the teams who are going to be rotating and taking those places. But let me tell you this, there are two ways for you to approach a circle. One is called a late rotation, where you enter the circle and you're not bothered about who's going to be inside the circle. You're just going to go head on and find a very good cover for yourself inside the circle. Second one is early rotation inside the circle, where you're going to find a very good hard spot or a hard cover for yourself, and then you're going to be welcoming teams who are coming in from late rotations and trying to challenge them, try to take them off guard and put them down even before they can reach the designated location. So we are now able to see that Midwave Esports is one of those teams who are prioritizing the circle first, making sure that they come inside and find themselves a hard cover, whereas Team Mayhem is Team Mayavi also is one of those teams who are also doing the same. Now the late rotators are the teams who are on our screens right now, Team INT as well as the side of CS, who are fighting with one another as they make it inside the circle. Zeus is able to put out Rana and he'll be getting the confirmation anytime soon. But the amount of damage being dealt by the side of Team ENT, they're more fragile right now and they better don't take fights, as Zeus also gets taken out. Him and the last man standing will be in a lot of pressure.
CS were extremely impressive during their performance in the round 2 of BGIS, but as you were mentioning and talking about the players of Intrepid and CS Esports going up against each other, in the backlines we did witness the players of Reckoning Esports as well, ladies and gentlemen, just minding their own business, prioritizing their entry inside the zone rather than fighting out in the open. And in this particular match, almost every single team was late in terms of their rotations, because of which we did not see a lot of action in the early stages of the match. But now the bodies are going to drop as one team, Orangutan, has already been eliminated, and I think CS Esports might just be next. But Intrepid, they lost one, and in fact the second lad, Harshu, has also been picked off. That means Intrepid is now down to their last surviving player, while CS is down to their last man standing, and Leno is just gonna get run over by the vehicle, ladies and gentlemen, just like in real life, inside of the game as well. If a car is headed towards you, just get out of the way.
I mean, this game is as realistic as possible. The way the guns have been designed, the recoils, the way the terrains have been designed, the way you take those fights, if you can relate it to real life, it's always helpful for you in many ways. But now, the fight is going to be erupting between the side of Acid and FS Esports. Yet again, the split from the side of FS has to be really careful. They have to be really careful as to how they take this fight. Whereas Acid Esports are all sticking together and coming in like a pack of wolves to make sure that they decimate the opponents. And let's see whether they'll be able to successfully do that. As one person gets knocked off, probably the finish is going to follow up as well.
Let's see. Acid against FS. Chaser, he's waiting for the opposition to run towards him. It seems like Acid Esports, they have heard his call. Chaser with a UMP and SMG in close ranges. We talked about this. It is going to give them his edge. But Acid Esports, Sparsh is the first man to connect shots on the individual Chaser. And Flick YT is not going to be quick enough with his flicks to take down the opposition. Instead, ends up getting finished off. FS Esports taking an early exit from this match. Not really something they're going to be too excited about. But Acid Esports, now since they have survived, I want to see what their next moves are going to look like.
Now, this is one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby, right? So they'll be looking forward to put some finish points rather than concentrating on those possession points, and would want to take the fight slowly. For those who don't understand how to take these fights in, how to put the points on the table, like how you get finish points and possession points, as few teams depend on getting those placements inside the circle and getting that maximum number of points just by making sure you get those placement points. But we have seen few teams tend to get those points just by finishing teams, so that they do the hard work, and in case they get finished off somewhere during the rotation, they do not have to worry that they're going home empty-handed. But as of now, we are able to see two teams fight it out. It's going to be the side of TWOB, who are trying to use those throwables against the opponents, trying to restrict them from not only coming close, but also getting those finishes for themselves, as we'll be shifting our interest away towards the side of Acid and CES. It seems like the last man from the side of Acid Esports is going to finally retreat from that position and find himself a different place to fight things.
That was brilliant driving, by the way. There's not a lot of gap between those pillars, but he did push the entire monster truck through and parked it quite perfectly in a safe position. But as far as the players inside of the game go, none of them, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to 11 players alive. Looks like the side of Gen X are looking to go for a push. That's the Mayavi. And as Mayavi is one of the most teams matchup right now. So even if you're down to the last three, you still have to be. But I think this way, switching over the Reckoning Esports and Reckoning, they have a massive advantage. Ace Black is there to finish off the last of 5, and Reckoning Esports secure 8 elements in this game so far, using a single player from their side.
Now, Reckoning of those most experienced team, a reminder, there's the IGL has the highest success rate when it comes to the map of Miramar, and no wonder they're executing things to perfection. Gen will be using just to make sure the opponents are not close to the window, and gives them a better look at how they're using those smokes, trying to cover off the opponents so that it becomes easier for them to push closer, as Hitman is going to be and finished off. It's a point of concern for the opponents, but they need to realize they're fighting out one of the strongest teams in the lobby when it comes to the firepower. Has to be the Savi getting the highest number of finishes in the previous round, will now be pushing forward to get more finishes, as they've got another side of Clutch.
Well, let's see, Clutch being down. Anuj to enough to finish off, or even against the players of Team Mayavi, as Blacks is just going to gun him down brutally. Hey, see right now that Anuj to OP was taken by Blue Zone, in fact, and that means that we do not get the that elimination. That's also another thing, ladies and gentlemen, to keep in mind. If a player goes down to his scope, no way, it's going to make that point its own. And Reckoning Esports, let's see. For right now, he is kind of looking for the opposition.
Reckoning Esports is one of those trying to take this fight one team at a time, and I really love when a team is trying to play like as Kemin Esports is still trying to make it inside the circle, trying to find from which we they've already put the throwables, the smoke grenades to find a trail to make it inside the circle, as Reckoning is on the other side. And let's see how they're going to be fighting up. How they're going to.
Well, Senior has an instant. He clowns, he runs in, finishes him off, and as soon as Blaze tries to make a play, he's going to be finished. His name might be Clown, but he's choked out of the opposition right now, having taken down 3 individuals from the side. An X7 official just proving too much for anyone to deal with. One player, well, he is trying his fight the opposition against this steel wall, but even this steel is not going to stop. Bullet from the side of P-Sticks, and the last lad, the lad from the side of X7 official Clown, they do gun down the opposition and secure the entire point basically from the fight all to themselves. But Reckoning Esports, we were praising them so much, they have been finished off by TF57 Hills in the same stretch position a few moments ago. So quite an interesting turn of events, I have to say.
Agreed on the point, as we know that Reckoning Esports were trying to hold the dunes and try to make sure that they play inside the tunnel itself, which backfired for them. You need to have areas for yourself. Sometimes times that you watch your front and your backside as well. So they got struck when they weren't watching the back and eventually got finished. Not forget that Midwave Esports, one of the strongest teams, as Akarifi pointed out, is still in the lobby having the best circle. They're looking forward to take the assault again towards the side of Team X. Beautiful grenade comes in from their side as well. And with 2-3 teams concentrating ahead of X7, it's going to be hard for get inside the circle. They'll have to it out. They have to make sure that, you know, they somehow take the attention away from them. And we're able to see that Cypher will be putting down Ninja pretty much in the open. Kemini Esports as well as the side of Midwave are not being touched by any of these teams. And with the circle shifting away from all these teams to a no-man land, I really want to see who's going to be taking that first rotation.
Yeah, because now we need to discuss positioning, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into the final few moments of the game. If you have a high ground advantage, if you have information, you're going to have a massive edge against the rest of the teams. If you have numbers on your side as well, that will put you in an advantageous situation and will increase the chances of you finishing the game with a chicken dinner. But problem with what we see in front of us right now is the fact that X7, Midwave, and Team Mayavi, all three of these teams are there with all 4 of their players left. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how these teams fight each other out. But I have a feeling that it might be Team Mayavi coming out on top, considering they have that entire factory to work with, which gives them a high ground. And of course, when Midwave and the players from the side of X7 do step out, they are going to be visible to each other, and that means they might just end up fighting each other out.
Now look at how Team X7 actually taken this fight. They made sure that they wait for the right opportunity to strike, and when they did strike, they've eliminated team and slowly made it inside the circle. As Team Mayavi is one of those teams who are having a very good upper hand, will now be challenged by not just one team but 2 teams. With the divided attention from their side, it's going to be hard for them to take this fight. But Midwave in deep trouble as Blanks books a perfect grenade, puts 2 men down, and this is the time for them to come in and dominate. Not 2 but 3 men were taken down, and eventually X7 also chimes in to make sure that Midwave is out of the game at the 3rd position. The final 2 teams are fighting it out with Team Mayavi having a man disadvantage. It's important for them to continue their assault with those throwables, but it seems like they've run out of it.
Oh, Pro with a pro move is going to be the frontliner for his team. 2 players down as Clown and MK have been picked off from the side of X7. Legend, he is under heavy fire as well. And Legend is going to be dropped by Legend from the side of Team Mayavi. So X7 is down to their last player, which is Beast X. And Team Mayavi now, they have, well, too many bodies to work with. This should be an easy game for them to secure. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the formality of finishing the last individual from this matchup as X7 official secure a brilliant winner chicken dinner for themselves on the map of Miramar. And I feel bad for the players of Midwave. They brought guns to artillery strike, basically running out into the open with nades just being lobbed upon them. Nowhere left to go. It was a landmine in this map being created for them. And in a situation like that, you can't really do anything apart from just sit down and pray to the gods of BGMI that the opposition misses and messes up their aim.
No, I would say that they did the biggest mistake of their life. Sticking together at one corner, they know a grenade can be used against them. You know, they could have used smokes in every nook and corner of the map and tried to distract the opponents, try to bait them out. You know, we all seen that many teams use the bait and switch. They make sure they put a smoke on one side and try to traverse through another side altogether. But ultimately, Midwave did not think in that way and eventually had to say goodbye from the lobby.
Yeah. But this was game number 2 of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 5 more matches left for today, and it is going to be an exciting journey. As we mentioned, even in the next map, the groups are going to change along with the map itself. But that means we're going to head on to a very short break right now. And for you guys, it's just a simple process. Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो,
Come on guys, compound hold, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने.
Center slam, center slam.
Smoke कर cover
अरे
ले.
एक HP है भाई.
ये गेम हम सबका है. धड़कने और जोश है हाय. इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI.
There you go! Dimario, हमला!
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों, आगे बढ़ो! चकने! खत्म कर दो!
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS The Grind. Of course, with that short little break, there was a little bit of a change on the panel as well. I just pushed Johnny and I took his seat. But what is up, Arka? How are you doing, first of all? And what do you think of the game so far?
I mean, the first game was full of action-packed. It was from the get-go till the end. It was complete entertainer. But the second game was more like a test match. You know, it was more like a mature gameplay where teams were trying to strategize perfectly. As you know that, the highlights will be coming on our screens. Highlights meaning, whatever happened in the previous game, we make sure that, we bring it in front of you, the main aspects of those game, and make sure that you do not miss any of those action. And in case you have missed any of those action, it's in front of you right now.
Exactly. This game was such a topsy-turvy affair. Of course, we saw Team CS just absolutely going havoc and just going ham against so many different oppositions. Even Orangutan, who is sort of a very, very big team in the whole IGC, even they were destroyed in the mid part of this game itself. They were the first team to be eliminated. Certainly not the outcome which they would want, of course. Have a look at this, right? Just like Johnny was explaining during the cast as well, when a vehicle is approaching you, Arga, you always have to move out of that location, because otherwise you might get knocked and finish in a matter of seconds.
Oh, absolutely agreed. And also, you need to move away when a throwable is thrown towards you. And this is what happened. You are OP with that perfect grenade tossed in. And inside the dunes, as I said, it's going to be hard for you to maintain that position for a long time. Once people get to know that there is somebody inside an underground area, they're going to eventually put those smokes as well. And I have seen that RGE has always suffered such kind of an outcome in the map of Miramar, just in case they stick together. But Team X7 officials have also played phenomenally well, because every single fight they took, they made sure that they don't get taken down that easily. They've always fought back in such a way they have at least 2-3 men standing, and eventually in the final moments of the game, when X7 officials were one of the teams standing out, thanks to the side of Mayavi, that high ground advantage which they had, the bird's eye view on all those teams outside gave them a greater advantage to get that winner chicken dinner.
Exactly. Of course, Arka, you've joined us pretty late in the tournament, but X7 officials, as a matter of fact, they've been pretty brilliant throughout the tournament. Like, they stick together as a team, their communication lines are absolutely fab, and they know how to approach with those 4v4 battles. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, when you approach a squad fight between two teams, of course, there are two ways of doing it. You can stick together, stick all your 4 teammates together and try and play off of trades. One guy gets a knock, the other person gets a knock as well. There's always backup arriving. But then the other approach is also pretty interesting, which involves a little bit of a strategy. You dished out 2 players on some other location, 2 of your players are on the other side, and they try and converge upon you. These are little tactics which we will actually take you across as the game progresses, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, another exciting news which I have for you is the fact that if you're aware of Road to Valor, then a very exciting event is actually coming across your way. An Indian faction is actually getting attacked
attached to Road to Valor, which means that there are going to be Indian Guardians. There is an exciting event, which is basically you'll have to go and follow their socials, right? And then in the comment section, guess the name of the Guardian, and you might win some exciting prizes. But speaking of exciting, ladies and gentlemen, there is Blacks from Team Mayavi, who had a pretty exciting game on the map of Miramar Arca with 7 finishes. I'm pretty sure this guy did amazing.
Yep, with the high ground advantage which was given to the side of Team Mayavi, they took 100% use of that, made sure they get finishes left, right, and center. And I really like the way they executed it. Even though they had the attention of all the teams, they could have been challenged every single time they came to the corners of the building or whenever they were visible. But still, they kept changing their position, and no wonder they have 2 of their players over here. One is going to be legit and one is going to be blanks, and both of them put together, we almost have 12 finishes by just 2 players. I know that RGE is one of those teams who are also performing well. XNOR Esports were also there, but X7 Clown was the person standing out for his team as well.
Exactly. I mean, every single time, Clown as well as Winter, as a matter of fact, these 2 players from Team X7, they are absolutely brilliant. But of course, from Team Mayavi, as a matter of fact, I feel like Blacks is the undergod from this entire lineup. This man is an absolute machine when it actually comes to hitting those heads. His aim is precise and his positioning is so accurate. This man knows where to be at the right time. With 7 finishes, he just stole the limelight from the rest of the competition, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, the point standings from the last game, of course, is going to be Team Mayavi at the tippity top with 29 points to work with. I hope you guys have been explained already how the placement points and finish points are acquired. But of course, with 14 finishes, you get 1 point for every single finish, and thereby Team Mayavi, they have 14 finish points and placement points, because Mayavi, they got the winner chicken dinner. They have 15 placement points. Overall, 29 points in total, which is a massive total, to be honest, Arca.
Yeah, almost 30 points, where each and every team will be analyzing to get an average of 10 points in each and every game. We have one team who's grabbing away 30 in a single match, shows how dominating they can be. But as you all know, the bottom page which is coming on our screens is going to be showing all the disappointments of the team which couldn't live up to the expectations of their orgs or their fans, as Team Mayhem, Error Esports and RVNC were caught off guard in the beginning itself, and due to which they're left with just 1 point for themselves. But as I said, if you're concentrating on those finish points, you won't be disappointed, and that was done by the side of FSC Sports. It was done by CSC Sports, Orangutan as well, and also from the side of Team INT. So all of these who try to get those finish points will be going off with 2 or 3. I think something is better than nothing at the end of the day.
Exactly. But of course, Orangutan on that second page, which not really a lot of points in their bag, of course, is going to be a big problem, because they are one of the biggest teams in the competition, at least for these groups, right? But of course, there are a lot more teams who are well known in the IGC, in the Indian gaming community, I must say. And they are big squads with big expectations. The fans are expecting them to perform at the biggest stage of it all, because Arca, I'm pretty sure the audience also know about it. The stakes are so high, as in there are 64 teams who are actually battling it out, and the top 32 teams actually proceed to round 3 of BGIS. And I'm pretty sure every single one of these 64 teams, they want to book their ticket to round 3, because that is where the competition sort of heats up. You want to push yourself further into the BGIS as much as it's practically possible. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like it's time for us to look at the map, which is going to be the third match of the day. The map which is going to be played is going to be Sanhok, and these are the groups in front of us. Any particular team which you're actually looking forward to, Arca?
Gladiator Esports and Hindustan Gaming, as well as OR Esports. All these 3 teams have done really good in the previous rounds, and let me remind you this: Gladiator Esports are looking top notch when it comes to their firepower. Hindustan Gaming have always been that team which prioritized this circle, whereas on the other side, we did see this group already play the previous game. So they're all geared up, they're all ready, the fingers are warm. So I'll be watching for the side of Team Mayavi and Reckoning when it comes to this group.
Mm-hmm. You know what? When the groups were out on Crafton Esports India's official social media pages, I was looking into the comment section, honestly, Arka, and majority of the people were thinking that Group 7 is going to be the toughest group. In my personal
Yep.
opinion, I think Group 8 is also pretty tough. But then looking at how things stands, looking at how Team Mayavi as well as Reckoning they are performing, I feel like there is going to be some top tier competition, ladies and gentlemen. But how do competitions occur? How do these fights occur in game, Arca? It's because mainly when the teams, while rotating inside the circle, they engage into fights. Now, what are rotations, ladies and gentlemen? That is something which is an interesting topic. We will cover all of these in detail when the map is going on. But let me just give you a context, right? When you have to move from point A to point B, for example, you have to move from Novorupneo to Georgopol because you just want to move there. That is what is called a rotation. Now you can take a straight line and you can travel with your vehicle over there, or you might take a different path and choose your different highways. There are different approaches to this game, but Arka, I want to know your thoughts. What is the best rotation according to you? Do you take the shortest path between point A and point B, or do you take a longer route where there's less opposition available?
See, it again depends on the scenario you're playing in, right? So
Hmm.
for those people who know that, they have the circle closer to them and not many
Yeah.
teams will be inside the circle, they'll obviously go for the short route. So they'll be immediately traveling right into the circle, and their rotation is going to be very short. They'll be moving from building to building, hard cover to hard cover, not taking too much fights. But we have seen few teams who go far away from the first circle, or their drop location will be so challenging that they know by the time they reach inside the circle, there are going to be many teams already gatekeeping them or probably holding really good hard covers inside the circle. So these teams tend to choose to go for longer rotations. That means making sure that they do not clash it with one another. They go into the deeper ends of the circle, try to rotate around and see whether there are teams out there. And once they understand at one corner of the circle there are no teams, then eventually make it inside the circle, breach that circle, try to find the nearest hardest cover, and then make it to those fights when required. So there are different scenarios which does come up. For those aggressive teams, rotation won't matter much because they'll be going for that head-on battle with any team. Who are strong with that frontal battle will be obviously wanting to take those fights. But whereas those teams who love to play it a little passive, they'll be
Yep.
looking for the longer rotations. And what I mean to say is that they'll try to find path where there is no teams for themselves.
There's no harm in actually taking those longer rotations, especially when the map is so
Yep.
beautiful and you have your friends inside a vehicle. You can blast that music and you can actually go on those long rotation because it's a picnic out there. But of course, it's not so safe, especially when there's enemies lurking around left, right, and center, ladies and gentlemen. When you are in game as well, always watch out for your backs because there might be so many teams looking out for you. But of course, we'll double click exactly onto what you just said. A lot of terms which we need to explain as well, right? For example, gatekeeping. Now, what exactly is gatekeeping? If we explain it in very simple terms, it's basically when a team is just stationed themselves in a particular position, they're waiting for opposition to come by their side. And when an opposition arrives right in front of them, whether they are probably rotating, whether they are just moving around here in the park as well, you take shots against them. You don't let them proceed through you. That is when a defensive fortress is set, and that exactly is called gatekeeping. And gatekeeping situations you'll find a lot all across in different territories of the map itself. Most importantly, in the bridge areas, isn't it, Arka?
Yeah, bridge areas as well as when you're inside the circle first. When it comes to the circle's fourth or the fifth stage of the game, where you have control of the circle and you're holding the corner of the circle, you would not want anybody to enter inside the circle. So that is when you gatekeep them, making sure that you'll first clear off anybody who's trying to make it inside the circle, clear off your backs, and turn around and concentrate your firepower on the teams to the dead center of the circle.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare ourselves for the third game of the day, it's pretty interesting. The map which we are going to play is going to be Sanhok. Now, Sanhok has very special attributes about it. It is the
Yep.
smallest map in the scene so far, right? The flight path is not going to matter. Anywhere you want to drop, you will find yourself going there by easy gliding, of course. There are three islands which basically make up this map. Of course, there are certain hot drop location, which is going to be Boot Camp, probably Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo, Camp Alpha, and a lot of different locations. But
Yep.
the most important aspect of this whole map is going to be its terrain. There is a lot of topography involved into it, ladies and gentlemen. High grounds as well as low grounds. It's completely tropical, which means you'll find a lot of trees, a lot of big grasses, and with big grasses, there comes reptiles, Arka. Reptiles, as in we'll find a lot of snakes who will try and sneak their way inside the final circle. A lot of them will have so many healing utilities that they might try and use a heal battle as well. Heal battle also will be explained, ladies and gentlemen, but right now the flight has taken up, and of course it starts from Kampong and moves towards Hatin, Arka. What do you think of this flight path so far?
See, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, we need to realize one thing, right? So no matter how much the flight path is tilted to any corner of the map, you're gonna have so much of opportunity to go to your drop locations because it's a very, very small map when it comes to the whole game. So I won't be saying that flight path is gonna anyway affect the drop locations of each of these teams. But let me remind you this, ladies and gentlemen, it's the rainy forests which has been the major design pattern of this map itself. So rainy forest means there's going to be a lot of trees, there's going to be a lot of rocks, and there's going to be a lot of grass as well. So you can be one with the nature, try to hide amongst the grasses as you move forward into the circle. But in case you're detected, you're going to be finished off, and the circle forming all the way to the northern side and having 30% of the circle in the water area. I will expect most of these teams to try to go to the shorelines and try to fight it out from the corners itself.
And that has been the case, Arka. I mean, of course, a majority of the audience, they have joined us just today, but BGIS, the grind has been happening for a pretty long time, and we have seen these water circles so far. A lot of these circles force the teams to actually try and survive, use their healing utilities whatsoever. But of course, in front of our screens right now, Team Mayavi, they're actually raining down death and destruction onto some other team, which is called Team Spy. Now, Team Spy definitely have lost their player early out in the open. He was just caught out there. He did not know where Cypher was shooting from. And of course, that resulted in his elimination so far, which means Team Mayavi right now are at a man's advantage. It is a 4v3 situation, and things are getting tough for Team Spy. How do they react to it? They, of course, need a knock and a finish extremely quickly. And to find that, they need to start shooting their bullets.
Now, I feel that they have to, fall back from this fight. This is an unnecessary fight for them to take, because with a man disadvantage, what you'll concentrate on doing is trying to get some position points for yourself, because you don't have all those players in your team to be fighting a 4v4 battle. But look at what's happening far away at the Hathin region. We have two teams going head on with one another. It's going to be the side of Team LOC trying to take down the side of Team NRX, if I'm not wrong. And let's see which among these teams will be coming on the top, because not far away from these two teams, there's another team, TWOB, waiting to come in and strike and do third party and get those finishes as well. As LOC Mafia is already down on his knees, he'll be expecting his teammates to come in and give a revival, and that is when Team NR will be looking to come closer and take advantage of that man down and try to execute a very good assault against the side of Team LOC.
Yeah, but Arka, you mentioned a very interesting point, which is third party, right? Now, explaining to the audience what exactly is a third party situation, when a team actually tries to get themselves involved in another fight, which is brewing up between two different squads, that is what we call a third party. Now, how does it affect the other teams? Of course, they are not the ones who are engaging with them. They're not the ones who are shooting bullets at them. They just come in from behind, and without you even knowing, somebody just takes your life away from you. That is exactly what we call a third party. But look at this out here. Team SG7, or rather it is Team Spy, who is actually trying to put up a fight up against Team Mayavi. A player has been knocked out, but so far it's very important for us to find out whether Blacks will be revived or not. Cypher is still trying to go up against OP, but it's been a tough battle so far, and OP does have the DBS to his advantage. The shotgun can dish out so much damage, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be extremely hard for Blacks, I believe, for Cypher in fact, to try and take this man down. In close range, the shotguns always reign supreme as compared to the assault rifles. But of course, Cypher being so good, incredibly good with the assault rifles, he's gonna find the victory for his team.
Now, this is where we need to understand that once you're strategizing against different guns being held by your opponent, you need to make sure that you have the man advantage, especially when the opponent has a shotgun in his hand. What a shotgun does is, it's as we said, it's very close to the real life. A shotgun is having the highest damage when it comes to a close range battle. One pump is more than enough for you. One shot is more than enough for you to knock your opponent. So what you have to do is make sure you come in a group and you maintain a little distance from one another, so that between the two shots of the shotgun you will have a very good fighting chance. Or the first person, before going down, you would have done so much damage to the person holding the shotgun that the follower person will be able to put him down easily. And the team Mayavi finding the right angles, trying to rotate around from all different look and corner of this map, and making sure that they have more control over the area which is around them, gaining knowledge. As we all know, knowledge is power. Team Mayavi was able to pull off something wonderful.
Absolutely. I mean, we do play the game of BGMI with guns, with nades, with smokes, and other things. But of course, just like you mentioned, there is one very key aspect of this game, and that is going to be information. Ladies and gentlemen, people always are striving for information as much as possible, because since it is a battle royale game, you never really know where your opposition is. And to have that information means you have struck gold mine. A lot of the teams, they send in a player out of their 4 players to try and acquire that information. They drive around in vehicles to try and see if there is opposition in a particular compound or not. And we call those players the team scout. The scout's job is to acquire as much information as you possibly can, and then come back to the team, of course, so that they can regroup and work with that information in tandem. But in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, we have an airdrop, and these drops are randomly assorted by the BGMI gods across the map itself. They come in with amazing weaponry, a level 3 helmet and a level 3 vest, which can tank the most amount of damage. So if you see an airdrop in front of you anywhere across the map, you might think that you've been blessed by the BGMI god. Just pick up whatever there is inside, and you should be good to go.
Now, this is also a boon and a bane, because many people will be thinking like you as well. So they'll also come a little forward to either come and loot the drop, or few of them will be baiting you out. They will come near to the drop, they'll wait for you to come and pick up the drop, and when you're busy looting, that is when they're going to strike and finish you off. So you need to be very, very careful when you're going to those drops. And that is why in the professional scenes, not many teams tend to go and take those drops immediately. But in case they're lucky enough to be closer to it and they know that there's no team nearby, they eventually take advantage of it, take that level 3 helmet and vest, which is going to be the most important thing in their loadout. And once they have it, they look a little more stronger than how they used to look before. But as of now, Kevin Esports, trying to taunt the side of OR Esports, will be finding retaliation from the other side. As I said, the scope which is used over here by Admino is called a 4x scope. So this scope is gonna, it's like my binoculars. The more the number, the better you can see, or the further you can see. So I saw that, from the side of Kevin Esports, Cullen was having a red dot, so he couldn't zoom in on his opponent, whereas his opponent had a 4x, due to which he was able to see exactly where the shots were coming from, and he was able to maintain that recoil, control it well, and put him down. So eventually, since they know that they got a knock, now they're pushed in a bit more closer. A good throwables are going to be used, that is the grenades, and try to get another knock. And once they get to know that they're going to be knocking the opponents, that is when the push is going to be coming in as well, and probably the fight might end on either of these sides.
Exactly. The first knock, like you said, is extremely important, and so far, no team has actually found it. OR Esports still looking out for more information, trying to use their nades so that they can flush out the opposition from inside of the compound they are. But it's going to be difficult. It certainly is very difficult, because they did come close, just like you mentioned. That knock allowed OR Esports to travel a little bit of the distance. But since Kevin Esports are the ones who have the hard compounds for themselves, this is so good, advantageous situation for them. Spy OP actually used the timing to his advantage. Meanwhile, the other player was trying to embark on a bike. But of course, you are helpless when you're trying to ride a bike. You can't wield your weapon, and that is a spot which Spy OP took. The timing was brilliant, shots were fired, and that is how they got the first knock. But instant revival comes in from Team OR, and that is the reason why they might just be able to retract from this fight itself. It seems like Kevin Esports have an upper hand in this fight right now.
Yeah, they're being little bit persistent with their throwables, right? And
Yeah.
also the way OR Esports have now put up a smoke to make sure that they do not get shot, least do they realize that the opponents also will be thinking the same and just try to spray randomly inside the smoke area just to find a knock. Look at that grenade coming into perfection, almost putting down a player, but OR Esports have to thank their stars that finally they'll be able to somehow traverse away from all those dangerous grenades which were coming in towards them. And finally, Admino will be healing himself with his teammate Maki, who have found a hard cover for themselves. I would say this is one of the best ways for you to play this game. Try to push in when the time is right and make sure that you get a knock. But when you know that things are going out of hand, it's better you fall back and try to find yourself some cover and then later re-strategize, make sure that you come up with a counter strategy against the team and then again push back if necessary.
Exactly. I mean, I guess you remember the conversations we used to have before Arca. I used to always describe what is a good fight and which is a bad fight. And in this situation, I feel like if OR was the one who would have taken that fight, it would have been an extremely bad fight for the team, of course, because barring the 4 finish points, there was nothing to win from that particular situation. Every single fight needs to have an overarching goal, whether you are trying to create space inside the circle or you're trying to finish off an important opposition. In that situation, none of those reasons were checked, and therefore it was wise enough for OR to actually fall back. But nearby boot camp, we have another skirmish which is building up, and that is Bloodrose Esports, who started to take some pot shots against Team TF5. Now, what are pot shots? Pot shots are basically the ones which I describe. They're not deadly. They certainly are not shots which will try and destroy your opposition. They're just shots which are supposed to unsettle the opposition, just make them aware that, all right, guys, we are here and probably do not take a fight against us. It's a warning signal.
Oh yes, I couldn't have explained that better, but ultimately now we'll be looking at how to take those rotation in the map of Sanhok. I know there's a lot of water in this map itself, so what you're going to do is swim around as well. You have an opportunity to swim and make it from one island to another without being detected. We all know that when you're traversing through those lands, some or the other team is going to be there in the hard covers trying to watch you, probably try to spray you down. But when you're traveling through the waters, you have one big advantage, is that you once your health is full, once you have enough air in your lungs, you can try to dive inside the water and use that as a camouflage as you make it into another island. But if you're underwater for a really long time, you're going to be starting to lose your HP or health, and eventually that can also put an end to you.
Absolutely, you need air to breathe, and that is one of the reasons why these water territories become so difficult for these players. But so far in the map of Sanhok, majority of the teams are they are sort of in the safe spots right now. They're holding their compounds, they're not really moving much, and it is the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen, because we know, as a matter of fact, when the 5th or the 6th circle is going to come up in front of us, majority of these teams will be forced into battle, and there is nothing that they can do to avoid it. For now, though, they can stay safe inside, but it seems that Team NRX, they are not as safe as they possibly would have wanted to, because Dan, who was their 4th player, he has been picked off from the distance, and now I feel like a push is coming their way. It must be extremely important for NRX to stick together. Team LOC made that huge leapfrog rotation. They crossed the bridge right underneath the nose of Team NRX, and they moved to a compound ahead. No shots being taken. NRX, they waved that white flag, and they were like, all right, you might have taken a player away from us, but we are not going to fire shots right now.
Now that is called a gatekeeping scenario, which was done by the side of Team NRX, right? And also a bridge camp. They could have executed it in much more better, trying to be close towards the bridge area, so that when LOC was trying to take those rotation, they could have all fired at the very bottleneck path of the bridge itself, but ultimately they couldn't do so, due to which LOC is going to be looking a bit more stronger, as they've already entered the circle and have a greater advantage over here. But far away, where TF5X7 Hills are one of those teams where 2 different orgs have come in together, and they've got 4 men over here who look very strong in case of their firepower. And look at what they're doing. If you look at the minimap, this is what we call a gatekeeping scenario. What they're trying to do is make sure that the team does doesn't go inside the circle, even though one person somehow made it inside the circle, his teammates are still outside, and the person who has already made it inside the circle will now try to backstab them, try to grab all their attention away from the team trying to make it inside the circle, or his teammates who are trying to make it inside the circle. And this is one of the strategies for you to somehow survive in this game.
Exactly. This strategy might just be quintessential for Team Mayavi, especially because one of their players has actually been knocked out, and Karthik, he does have the utility to actually destroy or spoil the plans which Team Mayavi have so far. Of course, they are tanking the blue zone damage, ladies and gentlemen. This is stage 3, which means the blue zone damage has increased a tad bit, and you can see that HP bar which is reducing for the side of Cypher as well as Blacks. This is because of the fact that they are on the wrong end of the circle, and somehow they need to enter the safe zone. But how do they do it? Especially with Karthik stationed on this rock. He is just waiting for these players to come out in the open so that he can shoot them down. And so far, it seems like it has become a very, very difficult job for Team Mayavi. They're trying to evade the situation, trying to go a different route. But even Karthik, he can't really do much because he does not have any nades onto him. I mean, how do I know about it? That is the UI which is given on the bottom of the screen right now. One nade is there on Cypher, 2 smoke grenades are there as well. But so far, it seems like towards Paradise Resort, a fight has actually brewed up, and that is between Reckoning Esports and Gladiator Esports, 2 of the biggest names in the competition. And it seems like Reckoning, they're sort of going strong.
Oh yes, with the shotgun, playing it to perfection, almost had another knock coming in for their team, but ultimately the retaliation coming in from the side of Gladiator Esports were too strong, and they eliminated the complete squad of RGE. But I have to tell you, they've also got a casualty, they've lost a player, and sometimes it's important for you to understand, once you get a knock, you have to go in for the finish immediately, and that at least is going to give you 1 point confirmed. I've seen that many teams tend not to do so. They'll wait out, because that is another strategy altogether. They make sure the other teammate is going to come in and revive that person, and when the revival process is going through, that is when they attack. Now Cypher on the other side, this team has just 2 men standing, then they'll have to make it inside the circle. But the biggest mistake he did is trying to take shots against the team inside the circle, and now the team inside the circle knows that someone is trying to pepper down some bullets on them, and they're going to be alert, and they'll try to strategize against them. Now Blacks, no matter how hard he's trying to track down the last player, put a grenade to exactly where he's standing, it's becoming a little hard for him, because continuous movements from the opponents is making it a little hard for him.
Team TF5, they tried their best. Just like you mentioned, the last remaining player, his movement was really brilliant. He was dodging the nade which was being prepared by Blacks, because he knew that the nade pin was pulled out. But of course, the movement was extremely good. But when he had to come out in the open, the shotgun from Blacks was enough. But as soon as Blacks came out in the open, he was third-partied by Team Mayhem. This is basically what third-partying is, ladies and gentlemen. This team was waiting on top of this hill. They were waiting for this player to pop out in the open. They were not even engaging against them. But as soon as he came out, that was a free finish. And just like you mentioned, it's extremely important to confirm your knocks into finishes, because that is where you get points for yourself. You don't get points for getting knocked out or knocking someone else out. You get points for finishing off a particular player inside this lobby itself. But as we transition into the stage 4, it seems like a lot of teams are actually outside of that safe zone right now, namely Gladiator Esports as well as Blood Rose. Pasha OP is still trying to cover the distance. But little does he know that Destro and others, they're just waiting for him inside of Paradise Resort. As soon as he pops in, I believe that there is going to be an absolute rain of bullets that is going to come on top of him.
Now, you asked me which is one of your favorite teams in his lobby, and I told you OR Esports and the side of HG, right? See, both of these teams, I like them the most is because they're already inside the circle. They respect the circle. They stick to those textbook basics when it comes to the map of Sanhok, try to find themselves a hard cover, and then take the assault when necessary. With 13 teams and 44 people still alive in this lobby, you need to have the circle for yourself in a map like Sanhok. And I do understand that few of the other teams will also be looking out for a med strategy or a med strat, which we call. That is, where most of these players know that it's hard for them to take a fight inside the circle and survive against the team. So rather, they choose to fight against the blue zone, as they know the blue zone is going to be doing chip damage to them and not as much damage as an opponent player. They'll be healing themselves in simultaneous intervals to make sure that survive for a really long time. And in the blue zone, nobody's going to come in and fight you out. So they allow the teams inside the white zone to fight out with one another and get finished off, as OR Esports right now challenge from the side of TWOB. The location has already been compromised from the opponent. It's DBS versus DBS, a shotgun versus shotgun. But eventually the first person to press the trigger with the crosshair being placed perfectly, just like how Hell has done right now, will be the person to be rewarded with a finish. And eventually a backup fire coming in from the IGL Jelly will allow Admino to survive for a little longer, and they'll also get a very good ground inside the circle. But as I was saying, the heal strat, you'll be outside in the blue, healing yourself slowly, allowing the teams inside the Y zone to be fighting with one another. And once they all get finished off fighting one another, you'll still be healing inside the blue, which will give you position points, which is eventually, giving up a lot of boost when it comes to your team in the overall point standing.
That was actually pretty enlightening, Arka, because to be honest, the heal battle is one of the most important parts of the Sanhok map. A lot of teams, you'll see, they will have 20 or more first aid kits onto them, different healing utilities all across the board. But so far, Harshu Jot, he does not have any. Look at that. One frag is all that he has, 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, and 1 stun grenade. That is how things are lined up. Even Pasha OP, as a matter of fact, no med kits, no first aid kits, no energy drinks, no painkillers, nothing onto this team. So for Blood Rose Esports, the option is very limited. They will have to take the fight because they cannot heal themselves against the blue zone damage, Arka. But look at this circle. This circle is going to throw a massive curveball. And for Blood Rose, as well as for all the teams who are at the southern edge of that blue zone, they will have to travel such a long distance, Arka.
Oh yes, and you have to make sure that you also take the fights as you make it inside the circle, which is going to be very, very hard for you to do. As we already mentioned, the teams inside the circle will have a gatekeeping advantage. As we can see, the side of Hindustan Gaming, HG, is now trying to take down the side of team LOC, who are making it inside the circle, but least to they realize that they do not have a proper hard cover for themselves, and due to which they'll be taken out one player at a time. LOC, who are trying to push, is also making sure that they take fights in different frontiers. That is, trying to take a fight right, left and center, so that in case somebody is trying to shoot at them, they are retaliating perfectly and slowly making it inside the circle as well.
Yep, but look at this situation. There are multiple teams in this small little pocket of space that has been created, and it is Team LOC Esports who have the high ground to their advantage. And we've already described how high ground gives you an advantage in every single fight because you have more information, you have the better lines of sight, and you have a cover by default in the form of the ridge that is in front of you. And LOC Esports, they are making good use of it, but they themselves are quite at the edge of the circle. Have a look at the mini map on the top right corner of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Team LOC Esports, represented by the orange dots, they need to move a little bit further, but as soon as they come out in the open, I believe that there are going to be multiple teams, be it Gladiator Esports or somebody else, who would try and shower them with bullets, of course. And that is one of the reasons why all of these players, they're trying to prone, they're trying to lie as close as they possibly can in the ground itself, so that their presence is hidden by the blades of cross. But so far, even Omega is trying to clear his backlines, taking shots against Team LOC, and also trying to create that little bit of a soft cover in the form of smokes right in front. Now, each of these smokes, they last 15 seconds. They're not permanent covers for you, and bullets will travel just like Destro. He's gonna find and knock off one of the players from Team LOC, and we need to find out, Arka, how can Team LOC recover from this situation?
Now, they've got the smoke cover, right? All they have to do is rely on those throwables or keep changing their position and try to make sure when the smoke dissipates, they're in holding such positions that Gladiator Esports won't have a clue as where the opponents are. But least to LOC realize that Gladiator Esports Delta, as you can see on the northern side, he's the person holding a high ground and having a bird's eye view on them, and due to which LOC cannot do anything and they're almost on a deadlock. But the blessing in disguise for them is the side of OR Esports, who are trying to fire at the side of Gladiator Esports from a distance. Even though a knock has come through against the side of Team OR, it's not going to be easy for the side of Gladiator Sports to make it inside the circle, as the blue started to give them damage as well. OR Esports are on the verge of extinction. All of a sudden, things are turning out very, very bad for them, as LOC, the last man standing trying to heal inside the circle, will be finished off. And from here on, it's going to be a little bit of a tough situation, not only for the side of OR, Gladiator, and also for the side of NRX.
Exactly. I mean, for Gladiator Esports, they are still trying to battle the zone as well as multiple opposition which is in front of them. Destro is going to tank a little bit of the damage, but he gets spotted out in the open and shots come across his way. He will get knocked out. But ladies and gentlemen, look at that mini map with flashes of red, which show how many players have actually left the lobby across the region. But of course, the trick to winning these final few circles is going to be rotating early and acquiring those compounds. Look at this. Team Chem and Esports, why do they hold such a strong hold over this final circle itself? Because they have the hard covers to their advantage. The circle is on top of them. They don't have to move anywhere else, and they have cover to protect themselves from all the utility and all the bullets that are coming across their way. Even they have sort of split up in a way where they're trying to find out where the opposition is. This is how confident Team Chem and Esports are looking. One of their players will definitely get picked off, but Godbot in a 1v3 situation, especially being stuck inside a rock with nades and bullets coming across his way, he wouldn't be able to withstand that pressure. The winner chicken dinner will be granted to Chem and Esports, and of course they need it. They've done it in some amazing fashion, Arka. What do you have to say about this absolutely banger of a win?
I mean, having control of the final circle itself was a great advantage for the side of Chem and Esports. But let me tell you one more thing over there, right? So 4 of the players who are holding that circle was also making sure that, you know, they have hard cover for themselves, and also spread out in such a manner that in case any team was coming in closer towards them, any player was coming in closer towards them, they could shoot from 4 different angles. And that's the most important thing you need when it comes to a final circle.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there are multiple maps which are to be played. Of course, all of them will come in a very, very short while. As we go for a little bit of a breather, you don't go anywhere. Keep watching BGIS The Grind. We'll be back after a very short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू। नाइस वन, परफेक्ट।
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने। खत्म कर दो।
How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? We are back after a very short break, of course, with exciting news from the game Road to Valor. An Indian faction is getting added to this game, and ladies and gentlemen, an exciting event is coming across your way. Just go to their social media pages, first of all, follow them, and there's going to be an event called Guess the Guardian. In the comment section, guess what is going to be the name of the Indian faction that is coming, and also enter your IDs. You might win some exciting prizes, chests which are going to be worth 2,500 gems, which you can actually use to get yourself mythic items. But with that, there has been a change in the panel. Arca has taken a break for us, and now Johnny has joined. And Johnny, how are you doing? How is the map of Sanhok for you?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I have to collect my rewards and apply for the
Oh,
contest.
yeah.
All done.
He's one of the
And
lucky
ladies and
few.
gentlemen, you guys need to do that as well. But again, I mean, it has been an exciting day so far. The previous game of Sanhok was quite intense. I mean, intense enough that even I got caught off guard completely as we went live. But it was, as I said, extremely entertaining because towards the very end, I remember there was a moment I looked at the screen. I was like, oh, 7 teams remaining. It's going to take a while for this match to end. But then all of a sudden, in a matter of seconds, all of them just disappeared. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, the beauty of Sanhok. But we all know the next map, it's going to be a little different.
It certainly will be a little different, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll witness the action once again in the highlights. And it started off with Team Mayavi having that strong upper hand on that team against Team Spy, right? They completely dominated that fight from the start of it. They had the man advantage. They were the ones who got the first knock and finish. And from there, that point on, no matter what they did not lose the control of the fight. They did lose a certain player as a form of a casualty, but nothing more than that, of course. XNOR Esports, the moment they landed themselves onto this compound, the game was practically over because the circle kept on forming on top of them, and they dominated the final circle in absolute style, Johnny.
Yeah, and Gladiators as well. This fight of theirs against the players of Reckoning Esports got extremely intense, but somehow Gladiators found their way out of this. Moving forward in this match, and in fact throughout the day, as you're going to see Team Mayavi every single time they pop up in their matches, they're going to be the aggressors rather than the team getting pounced upon in every single matchup. Even in this one, tried their level best to make it to the endgame scenarios, but unfortunately, just like me, even they were caught off guard mid-rotation.
Absolutely, and the way Team Mayavi do it, it's scintillating to watch. You know, their 4v4 battles are brilliant. Every player knows where to be. And you know, in a team battle, there's always the importance of formation. And it seems like Team Mayavi, their formations are brilliant. They have their flanks coming in from 2 different ends. Flanks basically are the players who come in from the left and the right hand side, of course. But moving on, of course, this final circle battle for Gladiator Esports, it was very, very crazy. I mean, Destro did try to survive against the wall of death against multiple teams and dished out so much damage. This man alone had 6 finishes to his name, but ultimately had to succumb to his injuries because there were too many opposition right in front of him.
Exactly, there's only so much pressure in the game that you can deal with, and that is true for every single player. No matter how great you are, you can't win every single fight all alone. You need your teammates, and also even with an entire team, you can only win so many fights in a row. After a certain point, you're going to succumb to the pressure, as we saw with the man Destro. But in the end, XNOR Esports, I'm actually happy for XNOR Esports having recovered a lot of the lost momentum of earlier the day, and this is going to be important because now we get to see how consistent the teams can be. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 maps are done. We move forward to game number 4, which will be played on, as we had a look at the schedule at the start of a day, the map of Vikendi. But before that, I guess we have to see how many points the teams accumulated from this game in particular.
Exactly. Now it's time to crunch some numbers, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, points table is going to come after the segment of watching who is going to be the MVP of this game so far. The most valuable player with the most amount of finish point as well as damage dished out. It has got to be Gladiator Esports. Destro from the side of Gladiator Esports, in fact, with 6 finishes. We saw what monumental stuff which he did all by himself, right? It's not easy when you are battling the wall of death. You're battling multiple teams left, right, and center, but still, this man came out on top, finding 6 crucial finish points for his team. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, but while Gladiators are, along with the players from the side of Team Maya, we are the experience of the bunch. In this game, we saw the underdogs rise up to the challenge and face off against these known teams on an equal foot. We have the players of Get Strong, Godbot being extremely consistent. He was one of the best players from his team even in the previous round, and War from the side of No Rules Extreme, who managed to secure 3 finish points for his team in this particular match. But talking about points, we do have the points ranking on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. The points from the previous game. Here we see Kevin Esports leading the charge with the chicken dinner and the 10 finishes that they have, bringing their total to 25 points. Growing strong on the second with 18, tied up with Gladiator Esports, who are third in terms of the overall ranking, but have more finishes compared to Growing Strong. 18 points for both these teams. OR Esports finishing fourth on 11th. We have Intrepid, who are extremely consistent, I have to say. Intrepid is playing pretty well.
They certainly have been, right? Their placement points are going to be 8. 1 finish point is all that they've acquired. 9 total points. It's not a bad performance, certainly, right?
Yeah.
When you are especially in the top 5 and you've got that average 10-point mark, I believe that teams should be pretty happy. Of course, there will be teams who won't be that happy, especially the ones who will find themselves on the second page of the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. LOC Esports, Error Esports, Blood Rose, TF5, Hindustan Gaming, Warmania, Reckoning, and the World of Battle. Of course, a lot of names on that second page certainly are going to be a little disappointed, especially from that performance from the map of Sanhok. But of course, there will be many opportunities given to them to try and make a comeback. That was just one map out of the 7, and we only have played 3 maps so far, so majority of the day is still left to be played, and these teams, they will have another shot, they will have another opportunity to go for glory, to go for that very, very seeked forward winner chicken dinner in this tournament itself.
Exactly, especially that bottom 4 in the rankings, by the way, because Hindustan Gaming, Reckoning, Warmania, they are all extremely well-known teams. I mean, Hindustan Gaming not as much, but they have definitely made an impact and a name for themselves throughout their journey in BGIS the grind so far. Round 1, their qualification. Round 2, their performance was incredible. They showed up as one of the most aggressive teams in their lobbies and have managed to showcase their firepower on every single step that they've taken in their journey. And I think that is what we expected from them in this particular map as well, but unfortunately things weren't really working out for them. A team that likes to fight a lot, we know, will always be caught off guard mid-rotation.
Exactly right. I mean, speaking of rotation itself, we saw so many different teams who were trying to cover so much distance out in the open, right? And this is one of the reasons why rotations become so crucial, because when you don't have any information of where your opposition is, you try to just cover the distance from point A to point B. You never really know where your enemies are. You might get shot down. We saw one particular instance where I believe it was, I don't exactly remember which team it was, but Team Mayavi's Blacks was out in the open and he got shot down from the top of the hill itself. Now, this is what it happens, right? He was trying to get inside the zone. Of course, again, point A to point B, outside the zone, inside the zone. But as soon as he tried to go for it, he was out in the open. He was caught off guard. This is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, it's always wise and advisable to actually take probably a longer route where it's a little less traversed. There is going to be a little less chance of any sort of opposition presence, and maybe you might be able to enter the circle safely. You might have to tank a little bit of the blue damage as a trade-off, but at least you'll still be alive.
That is actually pretty good advice for the people starting out the game, wherein you will try your level best to avoid any collision mid-rotation, because as we discussed a little bit earlier, ladies and gentlemen, when you're moving, when you're inside the vehicle, you can't really take out a weapon and start shooting anyone you see. You're focused on driving. If your teammates are with you in the same vehicle, then they have the opportunity to take down the opposition. If you are alone in a vehicle, it's advisable to just switch directions and go as far away from the opposition as possible. But that is just us discussing a few fundamentals of the game. Let's talking about the next match, which will also feature the biggest name in Indian esports, Team Soul.
Absolutely. I mean, the fan favorite team, of course. These lads have millions backing them who are watching their games from the comfort of their home, ladies and gentlemen, and that might include you as well. You might be one of the fans of Team Soul, so better watch out, because this is going to be a game to watch out for. The map is going to be Vikendi, and the opposition is also pretty stacked. I mean, look at this. You've got Gladiator Esports, OR Esports, Warmania, all of these teams. They've played in the last game. They've showed what they're capable of, especially Destro from Gladiator Esports. This man is warmed up.
Yeah, I am going to defer. My opinion differs from you on this. I think the other group is extremely deadly because I mean we talk about Team Soul, we talk about XNOR being there, Godsreign is there for crying out loud, and I mean XNOR itself was one of the most impressive newcoming teams that we witnessed in BGIS the grind. At least for me, I felt they were the best underdogs that we have seen in this BGIS grind. They are going to be the next big thing if all goes well. Because XNOR, I'll tell you a little bit of a story. They are the only team who were consistent enough to finish in the top 3 of their round 2 matches. Round 2 was extremely complicated because teams were playing 6 games per day to qualify in the top 8 bracket to be here in round 3 of BGIS the Grind, to be here in the finals. But XNOR, the way they accomplished their end game results, the end of day results, was absolutely phenomenal. This is that one team that has sort of cleanly worked upon their fundamentals, their basics of the game, and not necessarily want to outshine each other as individuals. They work together well as a team, and now I want to see what will happen to them, because in round 3, what we are witnessing quite clearly is the veterans, they are stepping things up a notch, and Vikendi is one of those maps that was, as Necro mentioned during the start of the day, it was out of the competitive circuit for a while, but it has been brought back into the competitive scene quite recently. In fact, this is the first time a lot of these teams are going to be playing this map in a setting like this, so things can get extremely complicated for a lot of these individuals.
Exactly. I mean, Vikendi was introduced in BGI as the grind itself, and that was a massive curveball, not just for us, even for the players as well, because it was a long time that they haven't played this particular map. But thankfully, the circle, of course, has been a little less, has been a little forgiving, to be honest, because initially the circles used to be massive, massive curveballs, but now we've seen those starting to see those central circles. So teams are a little bit comfortable, but of course, in these icy fields of Vikendi, nobody is going to be comfortable because only one is going to come out victorious, ladies and gentlemen. The flight has taken off, and it starts off from Dobromesto and ends towards Cement Factory. Johnny, what is your opinion from this particular fight path?
I mean, on Vikendi, if a flight path like this is in front of me, I will know for a fact that everyone else on that plane is going to be just laughing in their seats. Because Vikendi is quite interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, as we were discussing maps, this is the last sort of different map that you will witness. Apart from this, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel are all we are going to go through. Vikendi is that off map that we will get to witness every single day. And this map, the reason we call it an off map is because it's a small map, just like Sanhok. Not as small, but quite close to it. The difference or the prime difference for on Vikendi is the fact that the zone forms a little bit quicker in comparison to the other maps, in terms of, as you just witnessed, even before the flight path came to an end, even before the plane reached the last few pixels of that flight path, we had the first circle, and it was an extremely small circle. Along with that, hardships. A point in the game when the zone will directly move towards one of the either directions of the prior zone, be it a northern side, be it the southern, western, or the eastern sides. Those do not happen in Vikendi. You get to see them on Sanhok, you get to see them on Miramar, you get to see them on Erangel. Hard shifts on Vikendi are not as common, and because of that, the pace of the game on this map is extremely slow and grueling.
Exactly, and I feel like hard shifts sort of dictate the tempo of the game, just like you mentioned. Especially when there are hard shifts on the map of Erangel or Miramar, a major distance needs to be covered, and that is the rhythm of the game. Teams will get onto their vehicles and go onto that long rotation, especially the ones who are outside the zone itself. But on Vikendi, that just does not happen. We see central shifts after central shifts. The distances reduce evenly from all different directions. So you know, as a matter of fact, that you don't have to cover that enormous distance. But of course, here we can see that 7 habits. They're the ones who might need to cover a little bit of a distance, to be honest, maybe disengage from this fight which might break out, because Team Blood Rose, they're always hungry for blood, aren't they, Johnny?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we did get to witness their thirst in the previous map of Sanhok as well, and hopefully they can quench their thirst for blood in this particular map. But for now, this fight is at a complete standstill, since the players from the side of Blood Rose are looking for points of engagement upon the players of 7 Habit. And 7 Habits, they're quite good at hiding their bodies. Look at this Maverick. He's just hiding in the balcony, crouched behind that wall, and he's just keeping vision of the windows of the compounds on the other side. But look at this. We have Godsreign, and they've taken the first hit, as their early fight was against the players of Hindustan Gaming. And as I was talking about, Hindustan Gaming is an aggressive team. You do not want to hold out too much against them. Just with the nades themselves, Hindustan Gaming, they go on to secure the first finish of the game, as Blaze from the side of Godsreign is going to be finished off.
Yep, and Godsreign, they're at a massive disadvantage right now because 3v4 situations when your team only has 3 players and the opposition players are 4 in number, that is the worst situation where you can be in. Obviously, it can get worse, of course, with 2v4 and 1v4 situations, but so early on in the game, a team like Godsreign, which is so renowned in the community, they were not expected to lose a player so early on, but Hindustan Gaming, they decided to go in for a drop clash at Crores. Now, what is a drop clash? When two teams drop in the exact same city and try and take a battle early on in the game, that is what we term as drop clashes. And Hindustan Gaming, we have seen, Johnny, over and over different rounds, that this team, they specialize in actually succeeding in these drop clashes.
Yeah, they're the masters of early game action. And that is one of the reasons why in the initial stages, if Hindustan Gaming is against you, you just decide to walk away from that fight. As Godsreign is going to find that out the hard way. Being a player down within the first 2 minutes of the game will not make things easy for them moving forward. The only thing that Godsreign have working for them is the fact that Crores right now, the location of the map where both these teams are at, is not too far away from the first circle. They just have to travel a few meters and they're going to be on the edge of the zone. And as long as you're inside the safe zone, you're good to go, man. Even in the early stages, I know the blue zone does not do too much damage, but you still have an opportunity to hold on to a compound and bait the other players to force them to slam in or pick a fight against you. But look at this, Hindustan Gaming, the players were looking to reposition themselves as Nick took a jump from behind one building to the next one. Did take a little bit of damage in the process, but doesn't matter. They still have the man advantage in their favor. It's a 4v3, and Hindustan Gaming are looking to wipe out Godsreign.
They certainly are looking to wipe out Godsreign, and that is how they are positioning themselves, Johnny. But of course, this is working detrimental for Godsreign because a very quintessential part of the early game is to try and acquire as much loot and utility as possible. And I feel like Godsreign, being stuck in the midst of this battle, they are being deterred from doing so. They cannot actually go out and look for those utility. I saw that the players were lacking any sort of medical utilities, any sort of throwables as well, and that is going to work really against them, especially if they make it inside the end game stage. We know, as a matter of fact, the circle is in their favor, but utility is the name of the game, ladies and gentlemen. You need to acquire as many as you possibly can. On the other side, Team Soul in front of our screens, of course, this is a team that millions are watching out to perform, and it seems like they are on a long rotation right now. They are in their vehicles trying to get to a trying to get to a hard cover whatsoever. The car is gonna fly into that compound, but do they know that there is another team in the midst of it as well?
I believe they do, and I believe that is the only reason why Team Soul decided to head towards these buildings as Hyderabad Esports. They are taking a massive hit, but look at this. While Team Soul was looking to secure the finish of Toxic, the third party is here before either of these sides anticipated it headed in their direction. And these are the players of Blood Rose Esports, ladies and gentlemen, who are looking to push forward to both these teams at the same time. Hyderabad Esports and Team Soul up and down in these compounds for the next few minutes, and it's going to be up to Blood Rose. If they go for a slam push on these buildings, and if they get the initial knocks, then they are going to be the ones coming out on top in this fight. If they get taken out, then Hyderabad Esports and Soul are just going to wipe them out in a matter of seconds. So this is an extremely tricky position to be in inside of this match. And at this point, as we discussed it, it is Vikendi. Not a lot of incentive for either of these three teams to actually force a fight. I think the next decision is going to be just hold on to their positions and just wait for more information to come.
This is an absolute cold war, Johnny, because you know
Yeah.
that there are 3 teams in the vicinity, right? But none of them are deciding to engage. None of them are actually taking shots. Of course, Blood Rose, who we just discussed, were thirsty for blood. They found a player out in the open and they eliminated him almost immediately. But after that, there is no reaction whatsoever. No push, no utilities, no throwables whatsoever. And it seems like Team Blood Rose, they might even disengage from that particular fight. But of course, a sandwich situation for Team Soul is going to be extremely tricky for them, just like you mentioned, because with 2 teams on 2 different directions, it's always hard for a team to react. But at least they are at the smack center of the circle. No matter what happens, you know, as a matter of fact, the Team Soul might just hold on to this circle, hold on to this spot for almost till the end of the game if they actually do manage to survive.
Man, it's going to be quite difficult to survive till the very end, but refocusing Hindustan Gaming still at it against the players of Godsreign, and it looks like that will be it for the entire fight. Godsreign, they tried to finish off Hindustan Gaming by taking the fight to them, but it does not work out for them as Avi just goes on to destroy the remainder of Godsreign from this map. The first team to be eliminated is also the most decorated team in this lobby.
Hindustan Gaming cleaning up Godsreign, a massive squad wipe. You know, squad wipe with 4 players being taken down. They have 4 finishes to their name, of course, but Godsreign, they tried to actually change the situation. It was stalemate for a pretty long time, and they knew that they were out of patience. They had to react to it, and the reaction was obviously on the offensive side of things, and Hindustan Gaming were like, all right, come at us. And as soon as they tried to do so, they completely wiped off the game so far. Godsreign, a pretty big name, eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, early on in this game of Vikendi. But so far, again, shifting focus, it's Blood Rose Esports who have taken a little bit of a hit in this fight itself. And I'm not sure who it actually came out for, but Blood Rose, they're actually on the move. A nade is going to pop off from Pasha OP, and that's going to pick off another player from Team 7, Habit. Blood Rose Esports, they're making maneuvers, Johnny, and it seems like this team, just like we mentioned, they're always thirsty.
Yeah, Drago from the side of 7 Habit was way too overextended for his own good. And Blood Rose Esports, while they were the ones on the receiving end of the initial engagement, as in their player was the first one to go down, they reacted extremely quickly. And they were able to secure that elimination for their team. But talking about securing eliminations, Team Soul realized that this is their opportunity to actually go for the push on Hub Esports, as Blood Rose were distracted for the next few seconds. And they do secure that initial opening for themselves, but Hub Esports, down to the last 2 players, realize that this is a do-or-die moment for them, and they decide to hold their ground in this fight, securing the knock off Neo with the help of a brilliant nade thrown by Avatar. But the knock has been revived, Neo has been brought back into the action, and that means Team Soul now has the ability, has the option to go for a push in a 4v2.
Yeah, they certainly have the numbers advantage. Just like you mentioned, 2 players alive on the side of Hobby Esports. Meanwhile, 4 players from Team Soul, they're actually making the move. Now, the strategy is going to be to try and dish out as much damage in the early contact. And that's why Brokey tried to dish out that nade, of course, which is going to do no damage on Team Soul. They have covered the distance, infiltrated the compound, and now it's on top of Hobby Esports to try and deny it. Brokey is going to get taken down from a nade coming in from Soul. Hector, and within seconds, Team Soul, the fan favorite team, of course, they are gonna wipe out. They're gonna clean the floor with Hobby Esports, and they could not retaliate whatsoever. Elsewhere, there is another fight going up, Johnny. It seems like Team LFC Esports, they are on the offense against Team Growing Strong, and they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, they have taken the danger man down, which is Godbot. Now, LOC Clown, he has to be extremely careful. He's going up against Sparky I, and Sparky has a DPS to work with, so it's not going to be too difficult for him to secure the knock. And as we talk about these individuals, Sparky has been dropped down to an extremely low HP, goes in the corner, tries to put on the first aid, and I believe he will have the opportunity to do so as well. But will Growing Strong make it out of this fight in one piece? That is the question, since the players are knocked down for the next few moments, and unless Sparky brings all of them back up on their feet quickly, there is a next few seconds. In the next few seconds, the other teams around them will have the opportunity to go for a fight. But look at this. Oh, Admino, what is he up to? 7 Habit. I think Maverick just stepped out, not realizing that there is one of the players from the side of the opposing team right next to him, and Admino's also caught a little bit off guard for a few seconds. but he reacts quickly, and luckily for him, he did have the shotgun to work with as well, so it wasn't too difficult for OR Esports to secure the opening knock in the fight.
And still trying to launch in those nades, of course. No damage being dished out, but look at this. A cloud of smoke has completely consumed this entire region. It's essentially to try and deny the lines of sight, but in spite of all of that, Admino still takes down another player with the nade itself, but in fact gets traded off by Semji. He needs to be revived as soon as possible, but from the distance, it's OR Esports' Jelly who is trying to provide any cover whatsoever. 7 Habits still trying to hold on inside the compounds. I feel it's a two-man team right now, but OR Esports, if they stick together, this should not be an extremely difficult fight, Johnny. They are just making it a little more complicated by trying to split things up.
I mean, usually in a situation like this, you would ideally stick together, but I think OR, they were just making sure that that man holding the rear, just keeping the vision of the windows was there as an insurance policy for the team, just in case 7 Habit decided to over-aggress things and go for an extremely one-sided committed push onto those two players. Then Jelly would have just turned down the fury of hell upon them. And the suppressing fire would have been enough to secure a few knocks, gain the edge, and in fact wipe out the opposing side. But this move from Sparky was absolutely impressive, and he got quite lucky as well over there that the last player from the side of the opposition was actually picked off as soon as he went for the slam on the compound. 7 Habit, props to them for reacting the way they did. Otherwise, OR Esports, with how Mac was moving towards them, Max was moving towards them, 7 Habit would not have survived long if Max actually made it all the way through.
Exactly, and I was getting that feeling that OR is going to completely consume Team 7 Habit, but of course retaliation was strong, and that is one of the reasons why, ladies and gentlemen, you can still see on that team status that 7 Habit, they're still a two-man team. Basically, 2 men from 7 Habit are still alive. And at this point, the circle shifts. Once again, a central shift is what we get to see, which means that once again, teams will just look to stay in the compounds which they have acquired. But this is the fight which we witnessed earlier. And Team Soul, how brilliantly they executed Hub Esports, how beautifully they used the smokes to deny the lines of sight and then infiltrated the compound. One player, Hector, was in the back lines trying to lob in the nades and dish out damage even before any sort of gunfight had actually happened. And this is the beauty of Team Soul. They know every single player knows his job. Hector knows that he doesn't have to engage in gunfights. He needs to stay behind and actually make things easier for the players like Goblin and Omega and Neo, who are always in the front line. So it's beautiful that this team works in tandem with each other, and one of the reasons why I feel like this is such a fan favorite team.
I mean, it's always going to be the fan favorite team with the performances that they have delivered in the past. But I think as far as the previous fight is considered, the only thing Team Soul will be upset about from that entire engagement is the fact that they do not have 4 points from it, because 2 points were stolen away by the players of Blood Rose Esports, who were there to lend a helping hand. They secured the opening knock and finished off Toxic, the first player to go down from the side of Hub Esports. And after that, I think the next finish was just them taxing Team Soul, like, all right, we help you out, we're going to take one more, you guys can take the other two, and we are out. But now that brings me to my next question. Where is Blood Rose Esports? After that early engagement, we haven't really seen them.
Great question, actually. As a matter of fact, it seems like they're still surviving. They're still surviving with 4 players, but there you have it. Blood Rose Esports in the background, Team Soul as well, and just we witnessed Team OR, who are a man down, but still with 3 players. I feel like this team is extremely strong. If the circle actually favors them, they might actually get the big chicken, because with Admino, Jelly, and Mac, this team knows how to function even as a 3-man unit, Johnny.
I mean, experienced players, they know how to bring themselves the best result for themselves, in fact, even from the worst possible situation. And that is what separates the best from the rest. But so far, talking about rest, I think OR Esports might need a little bit of rest, as they are being pinned down by the players of Team Soul. We did see Akshat over there, his crosshair open towards Mac, but the distance between the squads is deterring them from taking shots upon each other. On the other side, as we do see in the radar as well, Blood Rose Esports not being too far away from both these two teams. It's going to be quite interesting to see what their reaction to these noises, all of this commotion, is going to be like. And ladies and gentlemen, here is something special. Team Rebel, an all-female lineup in this lobby, who has been one of the most consistent teams in terms of how they position themselves. Rebel, she's an experienced player, and with the amount of knowledge she brings about this game, I think Team Rebel, we can expect them to have great positional play in terms of survival in every single map that they're on.
I think, Johnny, you and me, we can both agree that we were at awe on how this team was entering the final third, entering the podium finishes every single time that they were playing. Team Rebel, they are the masters of rotation. They are absolute pioneers of what we call rotational or positional play is. Now, what is exactly positional play? You try to position yourself in a way where you don't have to engage against multiple teams in the process. BGMI, at the core of its concept, is a surviving game, ladies and gentlemen. And Team Rebel, they know how to survive in every situation that you put them. No matter what map that they're playing, no matter which opposition that they're playing, they know how to survive. And this is what you get with experience. With so many years playing the game, I feel like Rebel, she has mastered the art, mastered the craft of survival. And at this point, she is just showing off on the rest of the lobby. We'll have to find out if Vikendi will be a map where they make the top 3 as well. But of course, on the other side, have a look at this. Team Soul still at the smack center of the circle. Of course, the circle will not give us any sort of curveball. But Team Rebel, they might have to travel a little bit, who are currently outside the zone itself.
As Salty was talking about positional play, I think Team Soul's movement towards the center is a perfect example of what teams look forward to. In a map when you know hard shifts of the zone are not going to happen, the zone is going to constantly move towards the center. It will be easier for Team Soul to move forward, but we were talking and praising Team Rebel so much, and I think 7 Habits, they did not like it one bit. They were like, how dare you talk about this team right next to us? Look what we will do with them. And wipe out the entirety of Team Rebel. And they were able to pull this off with just 2 players. It was a 2v4. And Kratos, I believe, is the man who was secured. And in fact, gone on to secure all the eliminations from the other side. I want to see what happened. Kratos all alone in the building. He did take down 3 individuals. Last player was on the outside and also finished off. That is, brutal if you are Team Rebel, and also incredible if you are Team 7 Habit.
If it was a blink and a miss for Team Rebel, I feel like, they blinked and in a matter of seconds, 7 Habit just completely wiped them off. And even we did not get to see much in the highlights. We just got to see that entire team completely vanish from the lobby itself. That is how fast probably Kratos was in the situation. I would have loved to see more from that particular fight. How it exactly happened. How did Team Rebel get caught out by Team 7 Habit? But of course, we might get to see it in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, as the circle takes another shift, this time a rather southeastern shift towards Villa, if I must say. Now, there are a certain number of teams who are in good position already. Team Soul, they have been inside the circle for a very long time right now. Even Team Gladiators, as a matter of fact, they did not engage in a lot of battles, but the fact that they hold on to Villa for such a massive long time, I feel like they have enough hard covers to work with in the final circle if it does come on top of them, Johnny.
Let's see how this matchup is going to work out for them. As you mentioned, if the zone is upon them, then maybe things are going to look easy moving forward. But switching focus to the lads of Hindustan Gaming, who are trying to break inside the zone from the northern edge, do not really have a lot of teams to worry about with as far as the edge of the circle is considered. One of the first teams that they will have to pick a fight with, though, once they're actually inside the zone, is Team Soul. And it's not going to be easy, as MJ from the side of Hindustan Gaming did move forward, scouting information for his teammates. And I believe he might have relayed the fact that there's an entire team holding on to a good 3 or 4 buildings right in front of him, but he does not know who they are. And his team is going to be extremely careful about who it is and when exactly they want to engage upon them. But over here, No Rules Extreme, it seems like, have taken a little bit of a hit, as 4 aggressive men are trying to take the fight to them, and both the sides did in fact secure the initial knock. The trade was there, but now 4 aggressive men, they are there with the man advantage. No Rule Extreme with just 3 players in the game.
Oh no. Johnny rightly said, 4 aggressive men. They certainly are pretty aggressive in taking these fights. Karan, of course, was trying to escape, but he will be denied shots against the car, which is going to damage it quite a while. And now players are getting knocked out left, right, and center. Even Spider-Jod has been brought down. There's just one player who still remains in the form of Karan. Now, will he be able to escape this clutches of death? I don't think so, especially with so many teams marking his position and growing strong. They are in such a lovely territory. They know, as a matter of fact, that Karan is just downhill that dip, and I believe that they are going to secure their backs first. Godbot needs to revive himself, needs to heal himself up so that he can take the fight. But from the back lines, there was Team NRX who was approaching them, but Sparky, with one spray itself, is going to dish out so much damage that these bodies are going to turn into crates.
Oh, bodies have started to fall, and I think the next one that's going to drop to the floor has to be War from the side of No Rules Extreme, but he's not going down alone. He is pretty adamant about it as he takes down one of the players from the side of Warmania Esports. Quagmire was the man put on his knees, and while his teammates try their level best to bring him back, they're going to also try and shift their attention towards the next zone, which is just a mere 30 meters away from them, so it should not be too much of a challenge, right? The answer is not as simple. It's a circle out in the open, and that means everyone will have vision of you. So priority number one, or in fact, a small little process that you have to do before you start moving out in the open is lob a few smokes, because as we know, smokes will give you a little bit of a soft cover and a little bit of a breathing room in open positions like this. But look at this. From Willow, we go back to a western shift, and Team Soul, they are holding quite strongly to the center of the circle.
Exactly, one of those rare hardships that we get to see on the map of Vikendi. And now for GDR, it's a rather simple chase, to be honest. They have to dish their hard compounds, as a matter of fact, and come out in the open, but that part of the map is relatively empty. Look at that western shoreline of that circle, of course, with so many teams trying to battle for that little bit of space. I'm pretty sure it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, ladies and gentlemen. Growing strong, Godbot still has a high ground advantage, has completely pinned down 7 Habit, as a matter of fact, and the scopes are on, and as soon as the wall of death encroaches them, I'm pretty sure pot shots are going to be taken. A knockout was almost there, but on the other side, it's a cloud of smoke. Still tries to keep Team Spy alive, but that's not going to be for long as OG gets taken down. He's been knocked out. Another player has been finished off. Team Warmania, they are looking to be in trouble.
Yeah, they're getting absolutely destroyed with the utility being brought upon them by the players of XNOR Esports. And XNOR, they were hidden for so long. They were just completely gone into hiding from the start of the game till now. And now they are finally making their presence felt to the other teams, growing strong, still holding strong to all of their players, are looking to pick off a few extra points by third-partying the situation of Warmania. And SG7 was being shot at, but he still managed to hide his body, while the last player from Center Warmania, we knew it was going to happen. The nade right on top of that rock just blows the last individual to bits and smithereens, and we are finally down to the 8 teams of this game, ladies and gentlemen. 27 players still alive, growing strong. They have 8 finish points secured. Will that be enough? That is the question now.
We definitely will find out. Time is going to tell if growing strong, along with the 8 finishes, can they get more, of course, on? Can they get the big chicken? Is always the question in our minds, ladies and gentlemen, as we still have a look at the circle once again, and it shifts towards the center, and Team Soul once again, their positional play has been fantastic, but towards the edges is where we have all the action unfolding. Gladiator Esports, their scopes are on, and they are dishing out so much damage against Team TSK. Nades and utility being flooded in towards them. Narcotic, it seems like he's been caught in a very precarious position, and he is going to get knocked out. The vehicle, of course, is going to explode. That means that there is a little bit of a trouble on the camp of Team TSK, and from the distance, Gladiator Esports, they will look to try and capitalize, especially with all of their scopes being on their players and them being out in the open. There is no cover for them, Johnny. Absolutely.
Yeah, not enough cover available for these teams to work with. And Gladiators, because of this, they might be under a lot of pressure. They have to make a run out in the open, and it's not going to be an easy one for them as well. Destro knocked out, his teammates desperately trying to relieve some pressure from the team surrounding them. but not really succeeding. On the other side, look at Team Soul, Omega and Hector. They're going to try their level best to wipe out XNOR, and they succeed, ladies and gentlemen. 5 points secured by Team Soul. They're going to try and bring Hector back as well. It should not be too difficult as they have the northeastern edge of the zone. On the other side, Gladiators against the Silent Killers, Narcotic and Varun going for a push, but it is a 2v4 that they have to deal with. Nox traded out from either side. Team Soul from the rear building up pressure on the Gladiators, but will it be enough? I don't think so. The Silent Killers, I believe, have been wiped out from the game entirely.
Yeah, they have been wiped off, of course. Team Soul also trying to third party into that particular fight, but look at this. Neo has to be very wary of his backlines because there are teams who's approaching them. Another perfect nade! It was absolutely brilliant! Pasha OP was blown apart. That throw was pixel perfect. And again, from the backlines, another player is going to shoot bullets. And that is how that team is going to bite the dust. Even Hindustan Gaming is not safe, especially Leader 25. He's been knocked out, and Neo is now very well aware of these teams approaching in from the backlines. He might be looking out for that one remaining player who is still alive, but he has to be careful. Even Omega has to be careful because Team Soul, they have 8 finishers already and they're looking for more, of course. They have 4 players alive, which means that they have a very good chance of bagging the winner chicken dinner. And them taking this fight against Godsreign, or rather Gladiators, this might just be the fight which might hand them that chicken dinner. As a matter of fact, MJ takes down Justin, and now GDR, they're just a one-man team. Destro will have all the responsibility on his shoulders yet again, Johnny.
Yeah, Gladiators, they are in a very precarious situation, almost on the verge of getting eliminated. But look at this, Godbot, this move of his is extremely risky, but it doesn't matter. He does gain the HP advantage against Destro. But Destro, pre-aiming behind that rock, manages to connect the shots on the opposition and growing strong. They're not going to be standing strong for long as Godbot is knocked out. Eclipse did get finished off in the early stages of the match, and now the final 2 players from the side of GS are all that is left between Soul and their inevitable win of this game. Look at this, the vehicles are on the go. Neo running out in the open, this might have been a blunder as Faith is going to secure the knock for his team, and this is the situation that Growing Strong were looking for. Numbers equalized for the next few seconds as Growing Strong, they are trying to bring Godbot back into the game, and the last 2 remaining players from the side of Soul are pinned down behind the rock that Gladiator Esports were finished off at a few moments ago. This is detrimental. This is absolutely brutal. A backfire of decision on Team Soul as Godbot goes on to secure the win on Vikendi.
I mean, this was absolutely fabulous. We thought that Team Soul, they had the chicken dinner secured in their bag, but that last-ditch move, it was not certainly appropriate in that situation to try and use your vehicles inside the final circle. We've seen many teams use it very successfully in the past, but this situation, of course, I mean, especially with Faith getting that knock onto Neo, that was quintessential because that completely evened things up. It was a 2v2, and Team GS, they certainly were growing strong as the game proceeded from the start till the very end. Multiple finishes and a very big chicken to their name. Congratulations, team Growing Strong.
Yeah, I mean, this was a brilliant game from both these 2 teams. In fact, Team Soul, again, as we mentioned, one of the most celebrated teams in the entire country, and then Growing Strong, a new upcoming name that we have seen brilliantly pop off in this game. And they also finished off with a lot of finish points as well. So that is something that I will be keeping my eyes on as to how far can this team take this level of performance. But we'll have to wait for the next few matches to find out exactly what the end result for them is going to be. But before the next game, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू।
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो,
Come on guys, compound hold, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने.
Center slam, center slam.
Smoke कर cover ले.
1 HP है भाई.
ये गेम हम सबका है. धड़कनें और जोश है हाय. इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो. चकने. खत्म कर दो.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to BGIS, the grind once again. My name is Salty, and I'm going to be your host for, of course, the remainder of the day. And joining alongside a little change in panel, Arka. How are you feeling, of course, and how was the last game? Because Vikendi, it was a cold affair, but it seems like a fan favorite team lost out on that big chicken.
I mean, the final circle gave me chills for sure, because when few teams were showing so much of credibility when it comes to their firepower, showing so much of credibility when it comes to their, trigger discipline, especially Destro. I still remember he just stuck onto it. He knew that there was no pressure. He just held on to that crosshairs at the right corner and made sure that he gets that knock perfectly against the opponent when the time was right. And at the final moments, usage of vehicles is so evidently visible. And sometimes you need to make such moves to get a winner chicken dinner against a team like Team Soul.
Absolutely, the moves were fantastic. But of course, in some other game, in Road to Valor, an Indian faction is getting added, ladies and gentlemen. Those are big moves as well. But of course, for you guys, there is something exciting. For all those who are watching, just go and follow the social media handles for Road to Valor, of course, number one. And then there is going to be an event which is called Guess the Guardian. In the comment section, try and guess the name of the Indian faction which is getting added. And also do not forget to mention your IDs as well, because that is where you are going to be getting your rewards if you are amongst 5 lucky winners who are getting very exciting rewards, to be honest. There is chests which are worth 2,500 gems, and then you can actually get yourself some mythic items out of it. But coming back to the day, Arca, I think we'll witness all the action that brewed up on the map of Vikendi in the highlights once again. And it all started off with Team Hub and Team Soul. Right from the get-go itself, Team Soul, they were in the zone, of course.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget how Hindustan Gamer played this game. Team Hedgie was so well when it comes to the frontal battle, but I know they fell a little short when it comes to the final circles. But yes, the love story between Hub and Team Soul went on for a really long time, and I do understand that Team Soul came out successful, but growing strong esports are actually living up to their name. They're growing strong every single game, trying to strategize perfectly and making sure that they have at least 2-3 men surviving until the final circles.
Yep, of course, but of course this Vikendi was absolutely aggressive. It was not one of the passive Vikendis which we have witnessed, Arca, in the previous games of BGIS The Grind. Maybe because a lot of you guys have joined today through GeoCinema, of course, but this game was full of brilliant moments like this one, right? The nade was perfectly cooked, the trajectory was absolutely brilliant, and it was so precise that it exploded just on top of the man's head. There is no way he can actually, revive himself from something like that. But Team Soul, who actually held the central part of the circle for quite a long time, it seemed like growing strong, they were the appropriate competition for this team in that particular fight. We thought that in a 2v4 situation, it might be their victory, but the way Growing Strong capitalized on every single move that Team Soul made, It was just absolutely brilliant, Arka.
No, I was expecting Team Soul to retaliate in a specific way, try to make sure that they come in together rather than getting picked off one player at a time. It's important for you to spread around in the map in such a way that you don't allow the opponents to understand where you actually are. But I felt the prediction game coming in from the side of Growing was so perfect that they knew exactly how to execute an assault towards the side of Team Soul, and it was so well planned. The credit has to go to the IGL for allowing his teammates to be so free within that final circle, spreading around and trying to take those fights one player at a time and covering the other players. But I would say they dug their own grave, Team Soul, by putting so many smokes in front of them. Eventually, when they were stepping out to have a view against the side of Growing, all they could do was get taken down.
Exactly. And for growing strong, Arca, I feel like the best move which they acquired was to try and dish out as much early damage as possible. Even before Team Soul began making their moves, there were nades which were going towards their side. And we saw how Neo was knocked out as well, right? Sprays coming across right from the beginning till the very end. And it was absolutely brilliant. I mean, getting that first person knocked out at first contact was quintessential in that fight, ladies and gentlemen. That is what evened things up. That is what turned it into a 2v2, where, things can be 50-50. But of course, Team Growing Strong, they had momentum on their side. They had so many finishes acquired in the bag. This team was warmed up for that end game, and it seems like they did not fail upon delivering that big chicken. But Arka, with that being said, I think Vikendi has been done and dusted. Of course, there are still 3 more maps to go, and a lot of different teams will come up to the fray. I just hope that this team Growing Strong, they continue their run of form so that they can make their way inside the top 32. That is the prime goal, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, reminding what the stakes are, Arka. Teams want to go into round 3 of the BGIS.
Yeah, it's all the hard work which is going to be reaping benefits right away. You have to make sure that from now on you do the heavy lifting and reap the benefits as soon as round 3 starts. It's not bad that you're there in round 2 or round 3, but ultimately having one step ahead of the competition will always help you at the end of the tournament itself, and it's going to give you a more breathing space to prepare yourself, try to understand the strategies of the team which is coming up. As I said, the underdogs are going to be undergods very soon. This is a grassroots level tournament, and it's important for every professional team to understand that there are new stars in the making and they need to be prepared for it. One big issue is this: the strategies of the professional teams is like an open book and anybody can strategize against it, but how well can the professional team counter strategize against them, and how well they'll have themselves placed in the round 3 and have a close watch on the undergods who are making their way into the final rounds of the tournament itself will matter a lot. It's all about those details, because the devil lies in the details.
The devil does lie in the details, rightfully said, Arka. And I think, like you mentioned, a point which is very crucial, right? The fact that majority of the coaches or the staff, the back-end staff of many teams in the top tier circuit, they'll have to try and figure how to break down these undergods, whom we call, right? Because their strategy is completely different. They are the masters of unorthodox plays, and when it comes to making risky decisions, like trying to get that early advantage, trying to lob in a nade when you are in a 2v4 situation, trying to split up when you are in a 2v4 situation, these young kids, they are absolutely brimming with confidence, and to try and counter strat that is going to be the key if these teams want to go further in the BGIS, Arka.
Now, the most important thing is that these teams have nothing to lose. Right, so they're just coming now. They know that they have to give their 100%. If they pass or they fail, they know they're just going to make a name for themselves. They're going to gain that experience. But when it comes to the professional team, they have to live up to the expectations of their fan. They have a lot of pressure of performing in the big stages. And let's not forget the most important thing for them, that is how to counter strategize. As I said, the IGL is like an open book right now. Whatever he tries to do something new, he has to be very, very careful of how he's going to execute that. As you correctly pointed out in the previous game, how the nades were used against the side of Team Soul just to execute that first knock and to get that first finish, which is the most crucial thing. When you stick to your textbook basics, if Team Soul is one of the aggressors like how they were before, they would have made sure they would have come out of that hard cover way before the fight could take place and try to use those smokes to avoid the opponent's view towards them, and then probably execute a better assault against the opponents. But what's done is done, and I hope the professional teams will be able to learn from their mistakes, because ultimately this is the only way for them to counter strategize against the team which are coming in new.
It certainly is going to be hard, Arca. I feel like counter-stratting against these teams, it's going to take a massive amount of work. A lot of
Yeah.
hours have to be put in, because these underdogs, they are absolutely, they're brilliant, to be honest. We've seen their gameplay for a while right now. But
Yeah.
again, coming back to what we have seen so far, coming back to what we have witnessed, the circles rather on Vikendi was a curveball. I did not expect that circle to be on the western side of the map itself, because majority of the circles we've seen are central shifts, basic circles, and absolutely passive play. But I think that
Yeah.
today was probably the first time, because maybe you joined us, we got to see that amazing aggressive map of Vikendi, which I absolutely love. But with Vikendi done and dusted, we are going to repeat the cycle of the maps once again: Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. What are your thoughts about it? What do you think of the other maps, right? Because I consider Miramar and Erangel to be the basic maps, where Vikendi and Sanhok are a little tricky. So to be clear for the audience, I would want to know your opinion. What do you think of the maps?
See, Vikendi and Sanhok are the maps for those who are not able to perform in the default maps. It's a game changer for them. When they know things are not going well, when they're well prepared in a map like Erangel and Vikendi, which most of the viewers have been playing, which most of the teams have been playing, when it comes to Sanhok, they have to make sure that, they come out with a very different strategy, or start to experiment with few things which they're not able to do in the map of Erangel and Miramar. So hopefully I'll be able to see some new strategies coming in from the teams who are failing. But at the same time, the professional teams have one thing which this underdogs don't have, that is experience. And if they bring those experience into play, we can see wonders happening inside the lobby. But you know what time it is right now. We have to look at the MVP of the previous game to see who was raining destruction in the lobby. It seems like it was Sparky47 from the side of Growing Strong. And I am not shocked over here, because obviously in a map of Vikendi, as you correctly pointed out, it's not easy for you to take the assault in the faces of the enemy, as it's the map which is least played by any of these teams. But we had teams like Team Soul Hector. This man is actually standing out for the team lately in any tournament, in any scrims he's playing. And I do believe that it's time that teams start to target the strongest link of any team, and I would say Hector right now is the strongest link for the side of Team Soul.
Absolutely. I mean, Hector is a player who plays in from the back lines. He can be termed as what you call a support in a squad. Now, we will explain what a support means a little while before we actually talk about the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. Team Soul in the second spot with 22 points, but Growing Strong at the tippity top with 18 finishes and 15 placement points. 30 total points is a massive, massive total, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, to be honest, the average inside a lobby like this should be around 10 to 8 points. If a team acquires 33 points, it means you are amongst them. Certainly are looking very strong right now. Look at that massive drop-off, right? You had at the 8th and 9th spot with 4 points, and it's absolutely insane that there's so many teams with 0 points right now.
Yep, agreed on this point. And I have to say, Godsreign being one of the strongest Team Rebel, who know to rotate inside the circle to find the perfect spot and then take the assault in the final moments of the game. I am very shocked to see that they have gone empty-handed. And this is the first time throughout the day I've seen that 4 teams have got empty-handed. And you know what time it is, since the 4 matches has already been played. All the groups have played 1 match each. So the overall standings will now give us a clear idea as to who need to step up the A game, and which are the teams on the top will now have a breather and now start to experiment things and look at the team on the top. It's going to be Growing Strong. 2 matches played, 51 points with 24 finishes. Shows how strong of a team this is. They're relying on their firepower, and that's paying off for them.
It certainly is paying off with 2 matches when you acquire 51 points. It's absolutely brilliant. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the overall standings, which is going to matter till the end of this last week of BGIS The Grind. All the teams are fighting to be in the top 32 of this overall standings. Look at this. You've got X7 Wolves, who has just played 1 map but has acquired 28 points out of it. Team Mayavi being there as well with 37 points in 2 matches played. Team Soul out there with just a single match they have got 22 points. X7 officials, they've got 22 as well. Hyderabad Hydras, as a matter of fact, with 19 points. Towards the next page, if we go, we'll find familiar names. You've got Revenant Esports with 16 points, Hindustan Gaming 14 points, and so many other known names in the circuit Arca. OR Esports, Reckoning Esports in the 12th and the 15th spot respectively.
Now, I want the audience to watch out for what's happening on the screen as I explain the most important thing. OR Esports have got 8 finishes and 5 placement points. So this is the team which is going a little aggressive and required, but right below them is Midwave Esports, who's got 10 placement points on only 2 finishes. That shows that this team is playing a little passive, not taking those fights and concentrating on those placement points. So what we are trying to tell you is there are 2 different play styles which can be adapted 100%. In a game to get the total number of points for yourself. So with that being explained clearly for you guys, further on we're just going to go as quick as possible to see where the teams stand. On the 24th position we have Team Tamillas, who have got 4 finishes against 2 placement points. These are the teams who are trying to be a little aggressive but eventually got taken off in that aggression itself, so they have to control a little bit of their aggression. So goes for the side of Team Mayhem as well, as 5 finishes and 2 placement points. But for teams like NOR on the 17th position, they've got 7 placement points. Shows that too much, of them trying to place themselves inside the circle, not taking those fights, and when suddenly there's so many people rushing at you, you do panic and you won't have points for yourself.
Yep, 100%. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 4th page of the overall standings. These are the teams who are currently in the top 32. The last 8 crew of that top 32 is in front of your screens right now, and XNOR Esports is probably going to be one of the teams whom I would rather expect to be further up top, right? Definitely they've just played 1 game, and you can't really judge any team on the basis of just 1 game itself. It will be a very long grand finals, of course, so for all the other teams there will be an advantage, there will be another option for them. Opportunities will come and go, but these are the set of teams who are currently Arca out of the top 32, so they are the ones who need to step up.
Now I feel these are the teams which are on the path of redemption. They need revenge. They have been assaulted in the previous games. They know they have not done that well when it comes to the previous games they have played, so they'll be stepping up a little more. I know each of them have played just 1 game till now, and there are teams on the top of the table who have played 2 games and got an average of around 15 to 13. So these teams will have a very good chance in case they're able to put up around 10 to 12 points in the next game they play. But keeping our finger crossed for all these teams. And let's not forget, when you come down to the lower half of the table, we're able to see that there is a team like Orangutan, Marcus Gaming and RVNC are the teams who have just played 1 game and still not done the maximum of it. So it's going to be a little hard for them as well. But as I said, there are teams who have still not played any kind of matches. So they'll have zeros as of now. But you know what, Salty? My heart goes out for the teams at the very bottom.
Definitely, the ones who could not really have the best of outings. But just like we mentioned, a lot of these teams, they haven't played yet. They are going to play in the matches that are going to come. And of course, as we move further down the line this week, these charts, these numbers are going to make a lot more sense, because that is when the battle for the top 32 actually brews up. And I'm pretty excited to find out which are going to be the teams who are going to battle for that top spot. Now, one thing is for certain, Arca, as the tournament proceeds, there will be a set of teams who will establish themselves as a dominant group and will stay inside the top 8 or top 16 no matter what. The mid pack is what I call the most volatile of the entire group itself, and there is where going to be a lot of shuffles, because as a matter of fact, the possible place of destruction is being on the 32nd and the 33rd spot, because missing out on BGIS round 3 is something which is going to sting them for a while, for barely a few points here and there.
Now, for the teams who are the aggressors, what they're trying to do is instill fear in the hearts of the opponents, because they know the next time they try to take a fight with this team, they're going to think twice. So you need to play with the mentality of the opponents as well. You need to play that mental game, have control over the lobby so well that teams would not dare to come and challenge you in your drop location. Team won't challenge you when you're gatekeeping them, and they'll have to enter inside the circle, but rather choose to come in from a different rotation altogether. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking down further of such gameplays, but it's time for us to go into the next game of Sanhok. But before that, we'll be looking at the groups which is going to be playing. Again, we're going to have group number 1 coming in, the group which has not played any game so far. So keeping the finger crossed for all those favorites. And let me remind you, we have the side of Blind, one of the most strongest and the aggressive teams who have been so far in this game. And on the other side, we have the side of Gladiator Esports, OR and Hindustan Game. We have shown that, and also strong, growing strong, one of the most aggressive teams so far when it comes to this lobby, and who can give that right kind of answer for teams like Blind Esports in the upcoming match.
Definitely, Blind Esports, their performance has been fabulous in the past, of course. But a very stark contrast between these two groups, Arka, is the fact that Group 1, they are playing their first game in this week. Group 6, they've already played 2 games already in this day so far. So this team, or rather this group, all of the teams, they are warmed up right now. They have experienced the ups and downs of BGMI. On the other side, Group 1 is yet to sort of warm themselves up. So it's going to be pretty interesting to find out how can they react to the players who are already warmed up, who are just brimming to go, of course. But just like you mentioned, Team Blind and the rest of the crew, of course, the underdogs specifically, they're just so good. I don't think they need any warm-up.
Sometimes you need that fresh mind when you enter into a lobby, right? So that advantage is there in Group 1 who's going to be coming in. But ladies and gentlemen, guess what? You have a very small window to go load up the popcorns and get yourself all those hydrations, as the flight path will be coming on our screens anytime soon. Those who are watching on Geo, do not be selfish, is what I would like to call. Share it among your friends. Tell them that the game of BGMI is now on Geo Cinemas. They can come in and enjoy the games as well, as the map of Sanhok is on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the flight path which is going to be coming up all the way from the side of Kampong. I think this flight path is again one of those flight paths which will be cutting the map to the very center, going over boot camp, ending up towards Camp Alpha.
Exactly. I mean, rightfully said, it almost dissects the map in 2 halves, ladies and gentlemen, starting from Kampong towards Camp Alpha. And just like you mentioned, I mean, flight path on the map of Sanhok, it sure is going to be of some importance, but then not as much important as it is in the other maps, because Sanhok is a pretty small map, to be honest, just like I mentioned with Johnny as well. This map does not really have that much area which you need to cover. It's mostly built around the tropical rainforest theme. There are multiple trees, grasses, rocks, and a lot of ambiguity in it. Distance is not going to be one of its challenges, as teams might just be able to glide to their desired location without any trouble. You can have a look, right? Team RC, Redemption Crew, they are moving towards the extreme northern fringes of the map towards Cow without any problems whatsoever. If we shift focus, Arca, towards Painan, we have 2 teams who are starting to loot up, and there might be a war brewing very soon.
Oh, the team which is going to be well equipped with the loadout they have. As we already pointed out what a loadout is, it's on the bottom of your screens, where you can see the guns, where you can see the helmets, vests they're holding, the throwables they're holding. So you need to do the right kind of farming, get the right kind of loadout before you go into a fight. Sometimes when the enemy is at your doorstep, you need to have your most comfortable loadout or whatever is present to you and make the best out of it. But sometimes when you know there is time for you to get the right kind of ammunition, the right kind of guns, you need to make use of it, as one of your players will be trying to keep an eye on the enemies. And the fight between the side of War Mania and the team very closer to them might kick off anytime soon, and this is what you do. For those who are watching the game for the first time, try to understand this, that just in case you have 2 guns with you and a lot of ammunitions and a lot of med kits for yourself, you can share it with your teammates. And how you can do it is just drop that on the floor and your teammate can come and pick it up. So try to understand when it comes to a gameplay like this where team games are involved, it's going to be very important for you to stick with your team, and that's what Mania does. Immediately does the damage against the side of NRX, and what is he going to do? He's going to regroup with his team, tell them that I've already done the damage against the team, and we have a higher chance of getting those finishes. Either we rush or we fall back because we have an advantage already of 1 point in our pockets.
Well put together, Arca, and that is how we get the first pick of the map of Sanhok. It's still extremely early stages of the first stage as well, ladies and gentlemen. You can see, you can have a look at the mini-map. There's a bar right there. That is how much time. It gets completely filled with blue when it's about to close in for the next circle. It has barely started to appear. So you know, as a matter of fact, that we have just spent minutes inside the game and we have had our first pick, and of course it did come from Team Blind. We know, as a matter of fact, that this team, they love to go aggressive, they love to acquire those finishes, and I feel like Sanhok is probably the best map, Arca, for them to start on, because this is a map which demands you to go aggressive and get those finishes for yourself.
This Sanhok can be played in two different ways, as we have already explained. One is going to be the match strat, which most of the teams rely as soon as they lose players. And also, if you're an aggressive team who knows to take the gunfight of that frontal battle, no matter what the terrain is, then a map of Sanhok is for you as well. But as I said, the team with the controlled aggression, the team who knows to execute fights, take the fight one team at a time, will be the most successful team in any given map. As the battle royale game, you need to understand that you need to think like your enemies as well, and for that the IGL will be the person to be doing so, and he has to be placing their assaulters in the right corner to get those knocks and finishes. And look at what Hero is doing as a scout. He's going to be leading his team, telling that, you know, I have a view over you guys and I know nobody is near you, so you can peacefully come out in the open and try to get the loot for yourselves. Whereas on the other side, the love story which was going on for a long time has now come to a position where both of them will be fighting out with one another, as BR Esports have already started their assault, got a knock, and the exchange has already come in from the other side. Let's see who's going to be surviving this fight.
Definitely a player being knocked out should not enter the waters, because you know, as a matter of fact, that is where you are in the utmost risk, and that is the reason why Rixin has decided to pick him up from the waterways and take him to safety. That was a godly move right there to try and survive your fallen comrade. But Warmania Esports, they don't care. They just seem to be on the aggressive front, and they want the points which they are looking for. They've already lost a player in the process, and a 3v4 should be a little difficult, and that is one of the reasons why Warmania is taking things slow. And I feel like Pasha OP, his position is going to give up so much information to Bloodrose that they can try and give them the time so that the player can get revived, he can be resurrected to 100% HP, and then again they can participate into this fight as they go on the aggressive front right now.
Now, two different gameplays yet again. One is going to be the pack of wolves rushing in against the team which is trying to play far away from one another, even though the damage is already done by the side of Warmania. I'm looking forward to see how well they can execute the finishes, because as I said, sometimes when you spread around the map, you have so much information that you can start to execute one player at a time and make sure the opponents feel weak. Look at what Warmania has done. As soon as they understood one player went down, they're going to be concentrating their firepower on the man who's going to be alone, far away from his teammates, and probably get that knock. Eventually, once they register that knock, they're going to be continuing their assault with further players, as well as that short range coming in from the side of Guru, who's going to be living up to his name and teaching a lesson to the opponents. Will be getting 2 finishes so far, and probably will be finishing off the opponents itself. What a lesson to be learned by the opponents, being taught by the teacher himself.
I love your wordplay right there, Arca. I mean, Guru definitely teaching the lesson to Bloodrose Esports. I mean, we talked about this team being extremely aggressive. They just gave in to their temptations. This fight was certainly not theirs, definitely. I mean, they did have the numbers advantage, but in terms of the terrain, the fact that they had to go through out in the open, this definitely is not the best of fights which Bloodrose had taken throughout this tournament, and because of it, they are the first team to get eliminated, and of course, the other team have 4 points in the bag. Elsewhere, it's going to be Gujarat Tigers, and this team, Arca, has performed phenomenally well in the group stages that we have seen so far. And I am excited to watch this team perform yet again. And up front, they have Team RSB, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be interesting stuff. Eggy actually dishes out a lot of damage just from the get-go itself, but instantly falls back to safety. Who is going to get the upper hand in this fight is going to be a big question, Arca.
Now, I say that you need to play it in such a way that you're not close to your enemies as well, because they understood that, you know, with the shotgun meta coming in, it's going to be hard for them to take the close range fight. So what they are trying to do is find angles from where they can execute the assault. We saw him, he was looking under the buildings in the beginning, trying to see whether he can shoot the legs. And now after that, he was trying to execute through the windows, but the opponent seems to be aware of the strategy coming in from the side of Gujarat, and that's how they're executing one assault at a time. One player already gone down, and they know that the closest player is going to be the next target they have. With that person target lock, they put him down as well, and panic in the hearts of Gujarat Titans. Now we would want to see how they bring in this experience of reviving their teammates one player at a time, how they're going to be executing a fight. But ultimately, what Gujarat Titans forgot to do is stick to their textbook basics. Don't be in the open and take the fight, because ultimately you're going to be causing a lot of sound. The third party is going to be inevitable, and also the team which is having hard cover will retaliate so well that when they do retaliate, it's going to be hard for you to go and save your teammates.
Exactly, and that is what we witnessed, right? Gujarat Tigers, they just gave into their temptation and they went out in the open. Even the similar situation for Team Blood Rose as well, right? They wanted to take this fight. They could have engaged in through the different compounds itself. They could have made their way there. But instead of that, they tried to go out in the open, use the waterways as a flank, but it was instantly completely exterminated. But look at this, Gujarat Tigers, as a result of that initial skirmish, Arca, they've lost a player and now they're at a man's disadvantage. What do they do right now? Do they try and proceed further, or do they fall back and play for the match strat?
It again depends on the IGL. If he feels that they've lost an assaulter and now the firepower has now come down, but you know, let me make it a little more specific of how a lineup happens, right? I know that you've gone through this already, but you know, sometimes when we specify things, it's to make the viewers understand what we are actually speaking about. This 4-man squad will have 1 or 2 assaulters, 1 support or 2 support, you know, simultaneously to make things a little more easier for them, and 1 IGL, an in-game leader. And let me remind you that few teams like Gujarat, there are few teams like Blind where they have all 4 players who can play as an assaulter. So this team, what they'll do, even though they lose a player, they stick to play an aggressive gameplay and try to get those finishes. But whereas when it comes to teams like Widwave or OR Esports, they'll have 1 or 2 assaulters in their team, and as soon as they understand the assaulters have got taken down, they'll stick to those defensive gameplays, or going in for a heal battle is the better way for them. So it again depends on what kind of lineup you're holding when it comes to this game. But as you asked for the side of Gujarat, I believe that, you know, they'll be looking for a little bit more of like a slow stance before I could speak further, it's going to be the side of Spy actually living up to their name and playing like spies, trying to assault only when the time is required, when the iron is hot. As Jelly gets taken down, Mackie is going in for the cover fire, trying to put some grenades, do the damage, and instill fear in the hearts of the opponent so that they can go in for the revival. And at the very nick of time, they're going to be touching their IGL and getting that revival through.
Yeah, that revival was quintessential. I mean, OR had no idea that Spy Esports were in the vicinity, and Hero was extremely he was extremely wise in that situation to not try and panic. As soon as Jelly dropped off his kill, he was like, alright, this is time for you to leave the lobby, but he could not confirm that finish. A wise idea to try and regroup with his teammates as well. It seems like Spy Esports, they're going to return back to their compound to reinstill confidence and regroup once again so that they can reset for the fight yet again. But so far, it seems like Gujarat Tigers, they are in a sort of a sandwich situation, Arca, in between Gladiators as well as some other team. Definitely not the kind of position you want to be in.
For the side of Gujarat Tigers, I would say it's better they stay inside a hard cover. I would say it's better they do not peek out too much and get a knock, because eventually, if 1 or 2 players gets knocked out, the opponents are gonna rush and make sure that they decimate the squad, that they send them back into the lobby. So as I said, it's important for them, but let's not forget the reason we're able to see the third party is going to increase is because we'll be stepping into the stage 2 and eventually jumping into stage 3 itself. When it comes to the map of Miramar, as I said, it's going to be a situation. The map is so big, no matter how close you are, you'll still feel far away. It's the other way around when it comes to the map of Sanhok. In this, no matter how far you are, you'll still feel you're very close to your enemies. So you need to strategize according to the gameplay which you're going to be having, but the rotations are going to matter the most when it comes to the map of Sanhok.
Exactly, and to be honest, just like you mentioned, there might be enemies lurking anywhere. It is because of the terrain and how this map is designed. Look at the terrain, look at the topography. There are hills and tides and valleys every single part of the map itself. And there is so many rocks. So you need to check all your corners. You need to check the blades of grass as well for any reptiles and snakes who are just lurking around hissing so they can strike when your guard is actually down. But so far, it seems like there is a sort of a stalemate situation between Eclipse from Team GS and Revenge Esports, as a matter of fact, because nobody from either of these teams is actually making a move right now, Arka.
They don't need to, because all of these teams are actually inside the circle. And as far as what I can see, they do not want to commit to unnecessary fight. But look at what's happening on the finish field. On our left, two teams have already started to collide with one another. That is the side of Gods as well as the side of GT. Gladiators, I'm so sorry, well as the side of GT. As Gladiators, one person has already gone down. The revival will be coming through. As soon as Gladiator Esports understood that the split gameplay coming in from the side of GT is visible, they started their assault against the players. As I said, it was important for the side of Gujarat Tigers to stick together and hold hard covers for themselves, or else this could be the outcome for them. I just hope they're prepared for what's coming up next with the man disadvantage and having only 2 men standing. They'll have only 50% of chances to get that winner chicken dinner.
They certainly have been cut off by 50%, but at least the circle and the BGMI Gods Arca are in their favor, as they are at the smack center of it. If they do find some sort of hard cover for themselves, which they can prepare or rather turn into a fortress, then maybe good for them. But otherwise, there is a lot of pressure which is actually coming in from their left and the right-hand flanks. GDR as well as RSP, both of these teams are constantly trying to push pressure on Team Gujarat Tigers. And it's going to be interesting to find out how this team can actually deal with it. Elsewhere on the map, Team Redemption Crew, even they are playing from the northwestern fringes of the circle itself, coming in from Paradise Resort. OR Esports, they've actually got a couple of players from Team LSE out in the open. Shots being fired from Admino, of course. The M43X Arca, this is a combination which I personally love, because I feel like this provides you that most stable version of the M4 spray, especially attached with the compensator as well as the tactical. I feel like M4 with all his attachment and the 3x scope may be the most stable weapon.
Yeah, I mean, that is why most of the professional teams actually use it, right? Because it has worked out exceptionally well for those who need to understand that, you know, I want to get into a competitive scene. When you start to practice in the practice area, which is specially designed in the game of BGMI, you will be able to understand that it's easy for you to control the recoil of 3x when it put to any gun, except for the guns which have 7-point bullets. And we'll be explaining further as to which gun is more stable as we move on further in this tournament. But as of now, we can see that Hindustan Gaming is trying to create a gatekeeping scenario. MJ will be the leader, or the IGL will now try to concentrate. Look at that, every corner is looking at the perfect recoil control with that 4x is rewarding him 1 or 2 knocks. And the only problem is he's not able to convert those knocks into finishes. And why he's so persistent in looking at these two teams, because he knows that these two teams will eventually collide before making it inside the circle. And he's going to be reaping benefits of hard work of either of these teams, because ultimately it's all about third partying and getting those finishes as quick as possible.
Exactly. I feel like this is the best case scenario of a third party right there. He also has the advantage of using a suppressor on his M4, which is not really going to give out the direction from where the bullets are coming from. But of course, growing strong, they're trying to actually fight them with brute force. Nades being actually lobbed in, but Fate has been dropped down to the ground right now. A man disadvantage, but no damage being dealt. Team RVNG, they are still growing strong with 2 men, of course. Final boss has been picked off, and now it's only Sonic Fox who is still alive. Situation tries to go in for the jiggle with the AKM. Again, if you can land a headshot with it, I believe you will be able to get those knocks. But here comes Godbot with the S12K. The shotgun reigns supreme in close ranges, ladies and gentlemen, every single time. But problems aren't probably over for Team Going Strong, because Hindustan Gaming, they're still lurking in the background and they're looking to acquire the 2 points off the side of Team Going Strong.
When you look at the fight which took place, it was mostly happening out in the open. I was waiting for the finish feed to show up HG taking down the players who are running out in the open or getting knocked out in the open. But I would say that they have not made the best use of the TPP angle or the off angle they were getting against those two teams fighting it out. But I would like to say that Growing Strong is one of those teams who have proved yet again that they are one of the strongest frontal battle or firepower when it comes to close range battles. The way they executed it by using throwables, first they used a grenade to get a knock, and then they used a Molotov to make sure that nobody's coming closer to them, and then they rush into the opponents. I mean, that's one of the best way you can execute. It's the throwables you use not only as an offense but also as a defense. And how to use it as a defense? You make sure that the floor is lava and nobody's running out in the open. LOC Esports, Red X with his target locked. Now the trigger discipline is going to come into play. Not choosing to go and press those triggers, I think, is a very wise decision coming in over here, because they are not closer to the circle, but rather, as you see in the mini-map, it's going to be the opponents. But once they know that the closest person can be easily executed completely and getting a point for themselves, they're like, why not take that?
Yeah, definitely. He will be looking forward to taking that, of course. Team LOC certainly pulling the trigger when it actually mattered. And now they have a couple of finish points to work with. They are certainly going high in terms of confidence as they are reaping in the finish points from Team Redemption Crew. Left, right, and center. Baymax was picked off out in the open, and Mafia definitely thirsty for that finish point itself. He's going to secure that for himself. And now this team is certainly going extremely strong. Team GG on the other side, they've taken a big hit as well. Karan has been knocked out, and it seems like Team Spy Esports, they're the ones who are on the offense, and even they are not quite healthy. Bunny is just the only man who is still alive. The nade did come in, providing him a little bit of a collateral damage, but so far, it seems like Spy Esports, they are looking to gatekeep Team GG till the end of this fight itself.
Now he needs to count his bullets, right? He's rushing in. He's got 10 left in his mag. He needs to make sure that he lands it just in case the opponent comes out in the open. But when he knew the mag was getting over, he shifts to another gun. And in between that, Galactic Gamers come out in the open. They understood that this was the time for them to strike and eventually go into strike over there. But what they don't have right now is those first states. They need to pick it up. They need to have enough healing before they make it inside the circle, because they're 270 meters away from the blue. With 3 first states, I believe that he'll somehow be able to making it inside the circle. But can he take the fights inside the circle? As we can see, the circle is again going to shrink, allowing all these teams to fight out in the corners. And only 2 teams have a very, very good hold inside the circle, Blind and RC.
Exactly, Arka. But you know what? I feel a little bad for Redemption Crew, because somewhere down the line, Shriz as well as Baymax were actually picked off by Team LOC mid-rotation, right? And that is one of the reasons why, in spite of being in almost the center of the circle, they still can't assert dominance. Speak of Redemption Crew, they are in front of our screens right now, holding that little bit of a shack. And that definitely isn't ideal, right? When 2 players hold that small little shack, you know that when information goes out that you are holding this region, a nade will flow in which will eliminate you both. And that is the reason why I feel like Redemption Crew is in a little bit of a trouble, as Gladiators, they look to hunt down any members of the opposition that they can possibly spot. And Shogun is doing exactly that, trying to check every single corner, trying to be very cautious of where do they proceed any further. And it seems like LOC Esports, even they have actually started ushering damage onto Team OR Esports. A couple of players have been brought down, and Clown, he has 3 finish points to his name already.
Now, LOC is playing it to perfection. I'm very, very impressed by the way they're playing. But, you know, I wanted to add a point against the side of Team RC when they're holding a small shack for themselves inside a circle like this. What I mean by a shack is a small hut which can hold up to 2 to 3 players. It can hold up to 4, but eventually 4 players are there inside a small compound. It's going to be a little hard for them. But before I explain further about what was happening, we have to look at Manya's recoil control and his assault against the team. He knows he's already done the damage, he's already got a knock, but what he's going to do now is capitalize by coming closer. And he knows that the blue zone is going to do so much damage that the opponents are eventually going to come out in the open, try to make it inside the circle. And he wants to find angles in every corner to make sure that if he gets a little bit of a pixel of the opponents, immediately shoot there and get the confirmation and probably finish off all the opponents. As of now, NRX will be going in for the heal strat. As you can see, he's got 1 medkit and 7 more first aids, and the blue is not far away.
The blue is certainly not far away, but what he's basically trying to do is beat the blue zone damage that is constantly happening on him. And to do that, you need to put on first aid kits after first aid kits in tandem. The rhythm has to be absolutely precise so that you can beat the blue zone damage. It's still stage 6, but when stage 7 comes, I feel like that is when the timing has to be precise. But he does not have much. I think he only had about 7 to 8 first aid kits onto him. Certainly not enough for him to survive till the top 3, of course. But LOC Esports, they have a very nice position. I love this split coming in from their Mafia holding the lower grounds, meanwhile Clown holding the top ground itself. It's going to be interesting to watch out how much information can Clown acquire for the rest of his team, of course. They're just barely outside the circle, but as soon as I say that, it's Team Blind who has launched an attack on the Team GDR, and they've taken the first player down. It seems like Destro was the one who was knocked out, and Team Blind Esports, they shift their focus. Delta PG was actually the one who was knocked out, and now they are in search of Shogun and the rest of the crew.
Now, Blind Esports, as I said, all 4 of them act as assaulters. And once they know there's a team at one corner of the circle, they're eventually going to push towards him. Shogun, with that grenade, now is going to be showing his location. And a grenade coming in from the side of Ronnie says that they know the location of the final player. And the final grenade is going to be tossed right into his face. And he has to say goodbye from the lobby. Where LOC came in and took the advantage for themselves, will now be welcoming the side of Blind. All they have to do is take 1 player at a time. It seems like Blind understood they're strong together, and that's why they're pushing in together, as Mafia will be falling back, trying to take some cover. Knuckles' grenade has already done the damage, but the counter grenade has done more damage to the side of Blind, and LOC seems like they're having a better control. But the Molotov coming in from the side of Ronnie, due to the advantage of the terrain which they're holding spread around, will be giving them this chicken dinner for sure. The final nail in the coffin almost put down, but eventually it's going to be Ronnie doing the final damage and getting that winner chicken dinner. What a beautiful gameplay. So much of textbook basics being done over there, right? LOC, I just wanted to say that, you know, the small shack actually has a lot of blind spot. When the team is rushing in towards you, you just have 1 window and 1 door that is facing one side of the building, whereas the other side is completely closed. And that is where Ronnie came in from. He knew that from this corner, if I start rushing in, the opponents won't know that I'm coming in, and eventually I can put my assault forward. But even though LOC tried to come out of that shack, tried to hold an angle far away from the shack and try to gain information, it was way too late for them. And also the man advantage I was speaking about did come into play as well.
Absolutely. I mean, brilliantly described. I think I could have put it forward in a better way, to be honest. You mentioned that Team Blind was the strongest team in the lobby right now. And it seems like they certainly were. The way they destroyed teams in the process, the way they destroyed GDR, the way they destroyed LOC, it was absolutely brilliant. But of course, there will be a lot of number crunching going on, because we need to find out how many points did they acquire. But after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू।
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े एमवीपी भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
ऑन गाइस कंपाउंड होल्ड कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है बीजीएमआई।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, शक्ति खत्म कर दो।
Well, that was a very short break as promised. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with more action from BGIS The Grind. My name is Salty and joining alongside is going to be Arka. But for you guys who are watching, we have some very exciting news. Of course, you've heard us talking about it a little while earlier. An Indian faction is actually getting added to the Road to Valor. And of course, that means that there are going to be exciting events for all of you guys. Just go to their social media handle. First of all, follow. And of course, in the event, which is called Guess the Guardian, in the comment section, mention or rather guess the name of the Guardian that is coming your way, of course. And if you're one of the 5 lucky winners, you might just be able to win some amazing prizes, chests which are worth 2,500 gems, and of course, you can use them to redeem some mythic items. But with that being out of the way, I think this is where we are going to talk about what happened in the last game of Sanhok. Arka, Sanhok was brilliant. I mean, we mentioned that there were teams who were absolutely at the peak of their form. Team Blind, as a matter of fact, they were certainly at the peak of their form.
Yeah, as I said, Blind Esports are the aggressors who know how to take a fight inside the circle. So eventually that's going to be the greatest advantage. But if you can do the damage against the 2 basic assaulters, it's going to be easy for you to take them down. But that's a strategy which is still to be broken by most of these teams. But ultimately, we'll be looking at how GT got taken down, as well as the side of OR, where they would have lost their IGL in the beginning itself. Somehow, they were able to be restricted from the get-go itself. But Nick OP on the other side was able to register 1 finish itself in the between those fights. But Revenge on the other side, you know, they were having different spots for themselves, and due to which they couldn't hold back the growing strong team.
They certainly didn't, right? Even LOC, as a matter of fact, the way they entered the circle from outside was absolutely brilliant. I mean, using the nade to dish out a couple of damages early on, getting that advantage and then sweeping across teams in the process. It seemed like LOC Esports, they were probably one of the most aggressive teams apart from Team Blind Esports. Blind, of course, they were the Grim Reaper in the final circle, to be honest. Just moving around in a vehicle, trying to overpower your opposition. This is what Blind Esports stands for. Just look at this, right? This is an actual gang war stuff that Blind Esports is doing right now. They are finding opposition and they are eliminating them like it's a walk in the park for them.
No, as I would say that this game, the team which impressed me is going to be the side of LOC. Because the way they had assaulted the side of Blind Esports, as soon as you get a chance and you take a player down, that is how you'll be able to install fear in the hearts of Blind. Which is a little hard for you to do, even though you have taken down 1 player. There's still 3 men standing who know how to take a fight. But just in case, if two of the players of LOC had put down two players of blind, then the chances of them winning would have been much more greater. But all of this is just speculations, right? All we can do is sit on the desk and say this could have happened, that could have happened. But at the heat of the moment, it's the decision by the IGLs which is going to matter the most. And I do believe the IGL of Blind Esports is so strong, and he knows the weaknesses and the strength of the team so well, that he's every time able to execute something so phenomenal that the team goes away with not only finishes but also the winner chicken dinner. How many times have you seen vehicles being used in the map of Sanhok and getting those finishes just by going over the heads of the enemies?
Exactly. I mean, quite less. But
Yeah.
you mentioned, right? You mentioned how important it was that the IGL instilled that aggression in the team. And, we've been talking about the IGL for a
Yeah.
while, even Jelly, of course, right? I think it's
Yeah.
important, or rather, it would be really great if you can sort of dive deep into the world of the IGL. What does it stand for? What are their roles, of course? And how important essentially is an IGL in a BGMI team, Arka?
Yeah, IGL meaning in-game leader, a person who is going to be leading your squad, a person who knows the strength and weakness of the team. Is just like the captain of a team, right? In simple words, a captain will know who is a better person when it comes to going and attacking. He knows who's a better person to do the support, and IGL will be doing a lot of mind games. Who will be the brain for the team itself. So to put it in simple words, an IGL will also be having strategies of the opponents and trying to help your assaulters as to how to take the fight, and also helping the supporters to how to support the assaulters in every single game.
Exactly, and with that being said, the MVP of the last game is going to be Blind Mania, who also happens to be the IGL of the team. So for 5 finishes and IGL becoming the MVP of the game, it's just absolutely fabulous. Just like you mentioned, not just he was controlling the rest of the team as well, he was also dishing out so much damage with his guns as well, Arka.
Yep, and he was the one man who got the maximum number of finishes for the team. I think his teammates would have got just one or two, and that would be just one or two teammates. But what impressed me is the two players of LOC. The two surviving players were able to put up total of 8 finishes by themselves, and that shows how well composed this team is, and how well, if two assaulters are alive in the final circle, how many finishes they can actually rake up. Whereas the side of Gladiator Esports have also done a decent job by the two players getting 6 finishes in total. But now I would want to see how they have done in the overall point standings.
Well, the point standings are in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Blind Esports, of course, because of that big winner chicken dinner, they are going to find themselves at the very top with 23 points acquired from a single game. LOC Esports, of course, they've got 20 points to work with. Gladiator Esports as well, 20 points. So there's a tie for the second and the third spot. But I'll explain to you why LOC is actually on top. In the game of BGMI, whenever there's a tie, we always prefer placement points over finishes. And since LOC Esports, they have more placement points than Gladiator Esports, I believe that is one of the reasons why they have been put in the second spot. Am I right, Arka?
Oh, absolutely. You've been spot on in all those analysis you've been doing as well. So coming back into what's happening on the overall points table, we have Redemption Crew who have gone in to play a little bit passive gameplay. As you can see, placement point is 8, whereas the side of OR Esports, when they understood they were getting assaulted, they stepped up their A game and they concentrated on getting those finishes, and that's why they have more finish points than placement points, with a total of 9 and 10 simultaneously. Now we'll be looking at the bottom of the table, as which are the teams who couldn't do anything much in this game. And at the very bottom, we'll be able to see that Gujarat Tigers are going to be those players who from the get-go got assaulted, not only being open but being way too spread from one another in a map like map of Sanhok, which is so small. You need to either have hard cover or you need to stick together.
Definitely. Whether you need hard cover or whether you stick together is all on to you, of course. And definitely there are situations where you have to do either one of those. But with that being said, a lot of those tricky maps, Arka, are already done and dusted. Sanhok and Vikendi is done for the day. And now the two maps which are yet to remain are going to be Miramar and Erangel. Now, you call them as default maps. Even in my books, they are sort of the maps which everyone loves to play. It's the basic maps, to be honest. And I want to know your thoughts on how would you differentiate between Miramar and Erangel. I feel like Miramar is where teams who are experts in long range combat reign supreme, whereas Erangel has to be the map where it seems like teams who know their positions really well, who know the rotations really well, actually reign supreme. So I want to know from you, Arka, what are your thoughts?
See, I'll put it very simple for you. Sanhok is a T20 match. Erangel is an ODI match, whereas Miramar is a test match. I couldn't
Love
be
that,
more
I love
specific than this.
I absolutely love it, man. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be the teams who are going to play the next game of the day. Of course, Miramar, which is a map being played, Blind Esports, Gujarat Tigers, Spy, Revenge, extremely brilliant teams, quite experienced in what they do, of course. But look at the underdogs as well. Redemption Crew, there is Dragon Esports as well, up against Group 8. Now, Group 8, in my books, is probably the strongest group. According to me, we have got Velocity and Team Godlike, both of whom are in scintillating form. GE Phoenix is going to be another one of those all-girls teams who have really showed that they are one of the very best, especially when it comes to rotating. You've got Psych, you've got Medal Esports, Brick Brother Esports, who also have quite a lot of experienced players in their lineup. So in my books, Group 8 will be the toughest always. But how does the brilliance of Blind and the brilliance of the teams in Group number 1 captivate against them is something which I'm actually watching out for.
You know what? I still feel I would want to disagree with you on one thing, that each and every group is so well balanced that
Alright.
it's going to be a little hard for me to understand that Group 8 is the strongest team. Just imagine you have teams like Blind, HG, and all coming in from one side, which is well balanced, whereas on the other side you have the likes of Godlike, who can be aggressive sometimes, and also you have the Phoenix from GE coming in as well. So somewhere I feel that if you compare the stats of all the groups, the organizers have made it so well that it's very well balanced when it comes to two groups colliding with one another. But as you said, if one of the groups go in for the firepower, probably it'll be the Group 8 which will have better firepower compared to the other groups.
Definitely. I think this is something which we will find out for. Of course, before the game even begins, it's all speculation, it's all theory crafting, and it's all personal opinion. I'm pretty sure that you guys will also have your sort of favorite or the toughest group as well. So do not forget to actually mention in the chat as well which one is basically your favorite or most strongest group, of course. But with that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to dive into the game pretty soon. I'm just waiting for the flight to actually take off. There's been a little bit of a delay from the captain, but it seems like the captain has finally entered his cockpit and the flight has taken off. My co-pilot Arka, will you please go through the flight path for all of us?
Oh yes, in the map of Miramar, which are the deserts, we have been explaining how a high ground becomes a major advantage with the flight path, which is going to be challenging all these teams to go to the northern side of the map. It's pretty clear it's starting from the side of Porto, ending towards the side of Ladrillera. That means those teams going towards the side of Al-Azhar, Campo Militar, Torre Hemura, Le Cabrera is going to have a hard time reaching to their drop locations. And what they'll do is try to get to the spawns of the vehicles. As we have explained, spawn is a place in the map where you will find either a vehicle standing over there or any kind of transportation which is going to help you go to your specific drop locations. But the teams who are closer to their drop locations, what they'll try to do is immediately get those guns, come out in the open and challenge those teams who are still in the air or probably picking up those vehicles to go to their drop locations.
Well said right there. And it's also very important to know that Miramar is one of the biggest maps in this map pool, right? So it's going to be extremely challenging for the teams who would want to go towards the northern fringes of the map, especially because the flight path is so skewed towards the southern island. And surprisingly, Arka, nobody tried to go to the southern island whatsoever. Nobody towards the side of Los Higos or Valle del Mar. It seems like teams have actually thought in the same manner. They thought that there might be multiple teams moving towards the southern island, so let's just avoid it. But when two teams think the similar manner, the outcome is also going to be the same. But elsewhere, have a look at this. Big Brother Esports, they have been performing really well. They certainly performed average in their first round, but the second round was where they really shone their brilliance. And it seems like they are starting to crew up against one of the teams who is pretty close by. I'm just about to find out which team it possibly was before the action actually starts. Team Big Brother Esports is stacked with utility as if for now. Sarvit with a level 2 helmet and level 3 vest. I'm pretty sure he's ready for all the battle that comes across his way.
Big Brothers sandwiched between Spy Esports and Revenge. I would love to see how they're going to take this fight. As we were able to see team number 8, that's going to be RS8. This is what I was speaking about. He knows that he's got a gun and he knows where the spawn location is, and immediately he's going to be stepping out of cover. He's going to be stepping out of this comfort zone and try to take down the person who's trying to get those vehicles. And guess what? It's going to be the side of Godlike who will be getting that first knock for themselves. And the path of redemption is going to be his teammates who are going to be coming in closer. But all they're going to do is all they're gonna do is dig their own grave and lose one more player, as Shantanu at this point of time, even though he was challenged in between, he was clever enough to somehow hide behind and get a knock against them, as Neo will be stepping out of cover yet again. Least as Neo realized that the teammates are going to be coming in to cover off the side of team 8, and in case they come so close to the side of Godlike and they know there's a man advantage coming in from their side, they're going to eventually get those knocks and finishes raked up. Godlike, are they ready for an assault like this from the side of R8? Is something I want to watch out for.
I'm definitely not sure if they are ready, especially after they've lost 2 players out in the open. I mean, Team Godlike, another fan favorite team, possibly after Team Soul. This team was not supposed to react the way it did. S-Power had no weaponry, no utility whatsoever. He just charged in with his buggy and instantly got shut down. From Tommy Gun, of course, Team Godlike, they're certainly not prepared for this fight. Z-God just continuously dishing out those bullets from the Winchester, but it's not going to do anything. This sniper rifle, of course, comes with a scope attached, so you definitely can take those long-distance shots. But, of course, it does not have as much damage as possibly a Kar 98 or an M24 does. So it's going to be extremely tough for Team Godlike to recover from this situation, but Neo did actually find a flank angle. Maybe he can find a couple of finish points, but all he has to work with is going to be a Uzi as well as another Winchester.
I would say that this is a checkmate situation, but they can come out of it and make it a stalemate situation. I'm speaking about the side of Godlike. Not necessary for Neo to take this fight, even though he's holding a different angle. If he grabs the attention of R8, one of the players is going to rotate around and come in a bit more closer to take the fight. R8 trying to come through those rocks will be making the mistake of their life, will be getting knocked out. Probably a confirmation might be coming in anytime soon, but what they need to watch out for, that is the side of Godlike needs to watch out for the cover fire coming in from the side of Hyper from far away, as Acid is also going to be pushing in. Somehow they've assaulted one player of ruling since 80s. It's important for the side of Godlike to now counter strategize, now regroup rather than getting taken down. Make sure that they get 1 or 2 finishes, which is most crucial for them as one of the most favorite teams to be playing this lobby.
Yeah, definitely. But regrouping Arca is going to be a difficult situation right now, especially when Acid is marking Neo's territory. Now, as soon as Neo pops out into the open, I'm pretty sure that he's going to be peppered with bullets. And look at the ammunition, 25 by 4. He doesn't even have a second magazine to work with. Certainly not the situation from where Neo can fight back, no matter how good he is with his aim, no matter how good he is with his movement as well. And with Team RS8 completely locking them up in their desired location, Neo and Z-God probably won't be able to move for a while right now. But just like you mentioned, that was the cry of pain. Gujarat Tigers coming in from the top. Prince roaring bullets, taking one man down, spotting him out in the open, and absolutely finishing him off. No chance being given.
I'm so sorry for cutting you off. I really felt that was the end of the story for the side of ruling 680s, because the blessing in disguise for the side of Godlike came in from 2 different teams, one being VLT and the other one being from the side of Gujarat Tigers. And now Godlike needs to be very silent in this lobby. They need not peek out. They did not do anything. All they have to do is save their ammunition, save their positions, and with 2 men standing, they can do much better than getting eliminated at this very position.
Certainly. Just hold your ground, wait for the opposition to leave. Might just be the name of the game. Look at this. Team RSN though. Acid being caught out in the open. This is BGMI, but instantly, this is the M2490 machine gun. He has taken 3 players down, but the 4th one from Velocity Gaming. Aimbot just coming to the team's rescue, getting that final piece of the jigsaw puzzle. RSN was instantly neutralized, ruling since 80s, the last remaining player with the M249. Oh my god, he almost rained down upon every single one of the Velocity fans who wanted this team to succeed. A 1v4 clutch was on the cards, Arca, but it was neutralized by Aimbot. Look at this. As soon as he moves in, Acid, absolutely brilliant. This weapon is deadly. We all know it has so many bullets in its chamber. It does not need reload for days. And he just kept on spraying death and destruction, Arca. That was absolutely brilliant.
What a gameplay. One game at a time. We are able to see some brilliance unfolding from the undergods. I'm really looking forward to see some more such valiant efforts coming in. Even though he knew that he was going down, he played an exceptional game. Whereas it's going to be the side of Big Brother Esports trying to take down the side of Spy. And if you're running out in the open like this, making textbook mistakes, you're going to be assaulted and finished off. And Spy Esports have taken advantage of the team running out in the open. One thing I would like to say is from that, this fight is like a stalemate situation. Nobody can come out properly out of this game. As Spider is holding the 2 right corners of the building, they know from which corners Big Brothers can actually come from.
Yeah, this
I don't think so it's going to be easy for Big Brother to get that assault through. Yes, Salty, you were saying.
I mean, what I was trying to put together is that this is the speciality of the compounds in Miramar, which are extremely high but narrow, and multiple choke points arise. But look at this, Blind Esports. This is such a tricky situation. The buggy just flew, but VLT, they certainly have nowhere left to hide right now, as 2 players have been taken down by Mania, and Ronnie was absolutely brilliant over there. Blind Esports currently, they're chasing down Team VLT and Knuckle. Oh my god, look at the fear in the eyes of VLT. Blind Esports, they know as a matter of fact that every team respects them, and they're just using it to their advantage. VLT trying to reposition themselves, but how long will they be able to sustain this pressure, Arca, is going to be the question.
I would say if there is one team who's rushing with 4 different vehicles, that has to be the side of Team Blind. And I realized that all the other teams have also realized this real well. And with the angles being caught perfectly, Blind Esports will be doing an execution so well that with a blink of an eye or a snap of a finger, VLT have to say goodbye from the lobby. All they did was use those throwables. They did not have to do any kind of hard work. As I keep saying, a good nade is equivalent to a wasted mag. I mean, what a gameplay coming in from the side of Blind. They knew every single nook and corner of this church area. And what did they do? They held those angles and they threw those grenades to the very location where VLT was holding. That shows that you shouldn't be holding angles, which is so predictable by the opponents. It's just gonna be like end of the story for you.
Definitely, but it might just also be that it's Team Blind who is absolutely brilliant in these situations. Their confidence is spot on, Arca. The way they are aggressing against teams, the way they are absolutely encountering them down. This is the kind of form that every team would love to be in, and Blind Esports, they have no fear in their eyes. Look at the way they're chasing Punk. Punk being their IGL. I mean, the moment when Blind knew that they've got Punk's finish, I feel like that was brilliant. But Uzumaki, what was that? This man is a ninja himself.
I mean, I never expected Big Brothers to be thinking out of the box so well. They knew that there's a small ledge next to the windows and they can actually use those to come in from a different angle. Spy Esports have learned something new over here and they're going to be prepared for what's going to happen next. And the assault from the side of Gujarat Tigers is pretty impressive because they know the building or the warehouse in front of them do not have any kind of ceiling, so they can use those angles, those small pixels, to try to retaliate against the opponents or probably get a knock or 2. But if there are good grenades in the hands of Eggy, he could have used it to be thrown open through those open ceilings and get those knocks. But very well played by the side of GG's as well. They're trying to avoid all those openings, and they're trying to concentrate on the team which is in front of them. That is going to be Revenge Esports on the other side.
Galactic Gamers, I mean, still looking for that big performance. Not really the ideal start to the tournament, or rather the stage of the tournament for them. The first game was rather average, but they certainly have the potential to actually rack up a lot of points from games like these, because they know how to keep their 4 men alive. They know how to have that man advantage inside the final circle, ladies and gentlemen. As we transition to the stage 3, of course, a stage where the circle sort of shrinks down quite a lot, and you can see that massive cavalry of vehicles trying to enter the circle. Blind Esports using that highway. You've got Team GE Phoenix as well, trying to get themselves the central spot of the circle itself, and multiple teams in fact trying to make their way in. It's Team Spy Esports who is quite close to Team GE Phoenix, and nades are being lobbed in already. Thakur and Whitey, one of the players from GE Phoenix, gets picked off elsewhere, and now it's a 3-man team, 3-women team to be very exact.
One thing which I love about this game is how it's going to break barriers. And there is no boundaries of gender, there's no boundaries of age,
100%.
boundaries of borders across the states as well. And that's why my heart always goes out for the game of BGMI. And we have 3 players of GE Phoenix. The second girl lineup, I would say, but the only girl lineup who is very good with their assault. And you saw the way the IGL was able to evade from an unwanted fight. They knew that the high ground is much more required for them, and once they understood they have man disadvantage, the IGL said, you know what, let's run and hide and try to counter strategize in a different way. It's better to survive now and go for the placement points rather than taking that fight head on and losing our players.
You know, just to put things into perspective, GE Phoenix was also equally brilliant in terms of getting those nice little placements inside the circle, much like Team Rebel did. Team Rebel was certainly more consistent in that regard, but GE Phoenix, they were also capable of getting those big chicken dinners, and I think this is the game where they are also aiming for one of those. They have that tight central part of the circle completely controlled by them, but the fact that they are being surrounded by multiple teams, have a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen. Team Spy on the northern fringe, Redemption Crew as well as Team Metal on the left hand side. You have got I believe Team LOC coming in from the south. You've got GG coming in from the bottom left. This is just absolutely ridiculous for a team who has already lost a man early on in the game. This end circle is going to be very dangerous, and I just hope that GE Phoenix can withstand such pressure coming in from multiple directions. But elsewhere, Team Godlike, they are still on their rotation. They're still on their lovely journey, of course. It's not going to be as lovely because the blue zone damage is going to be considerable. Even though it's stage 3, I feel like it is going to eat up a lot of your resources. A lot of your bandages needs to be utilized to try and recover from the damage you are getting right now.
Big Brother Esports, trying to dish some damage against the side of Godlike, have failed to put down a player, but that could have been a very good start for them in the final circles itself. And look at how the circle has shifted away from all these teams, right? Betrayal, Dragon Esports, especially all the way from Gladrillera, expecting to come to the corners of the circle, they get taken down. It seems like I've spoken too early, as Big Brother Esports was able to dish damage against the side of Godlike, put down Neo and finish him off. Now it comes to the final player of the team to try to survive as the longest possible and get as many points as possible, as Spy will now start their assault against the side of Team Psych. As they've already got a player down, confirmed as well. Spy Esports, as soon as they came into this high ground, I knew that, you know, this was their forte. This was where they're going to start their assault from. Because once you stay in a place for a really long time, oh my goodness, before I could speak anything further, it seems that the Dragon have, you know, come into the circle at the right time. spit fire into the faces of the gods and made them extinguish into the lobby, as Godlike will be eliminated with just one finish. A lot of disappointments in the fans of Godlike.
Yeah.
But we all know who's going to be coming out of those ashes. It's going to be the gods. They know how to come back into a lobby and dominate. Hopefully that's going to be the case from their side.
Hopefully. But one team, which I'm pretty sure is actually extinguishing a lot of damage against their opposition, is going to be Dragon Esports. Now, Superboy, he did something which was very exciting right now. He destroyed the rear wheel of the vehicle which he spotted right up front. Now, that was an enemy vehicle, right? And all he wanted to do was to cut down rotation paths. Enemies use vehicles to go for the rotation. And the fact that you take down the rear vehicle, it means that the vehicle is unusable at this point. And that was a brilliant move. Speaking of brilliant moves, it's Team RVNG who has actually completely invaded the compound of Galactic Gamers, and trades have been exchanged for good news. In fact, Final Boss was the one who was about to fall, and now bodies certainly are falling left, right and center. Revenge Esports just have one player in the form of Aman who is still holding his ground. A nade goes in, but is it going to dish out any amount of damage is going to be the question. And now, with the mids, all of this fight, it's Big Brother Esports as well who is going to try and capture as many finish points as they possibly can. But before he does that, Rishi has been knocked out. It's a comedy of errors, ladies and gentlemen, that is happening between these three teams. And Uzumaki, being the only remaining survivor from Big Brother Esports, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
Now the want of the hour pushing these players to go in for those frontal battle. A 1v1 battle where Karan is almost getting taken down thanks to his level 3 vest. It made him survive for a little longer. Revenge Esports on the other side will have to thank their stars, because in case Big Brother hadn't rushed in towards them, the story could have been otherwise. As the push is still going to be inevitable. Aman on the other side is going to be nading himself, and not only himself, he's going to be erasing another person, making sure that they finish off the team of BB, if I'm not wrong, who came in over there. But ultimately, you know, these small errors can be ruthless for you, as GE on the other side are also being rushed in by another team. Grenades are going to be lofted in. MAV is going to be cleared off as well. Oh, this is going to be finished with going bonkers. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to be very, very careful as you read all these names getting taken down. RCs are pushed in against the side of GE. Is taken the control of the compound itself. But they have to be prepared for what's going to happen next, as Spy Esports and Blind are not far away. Probably they're waiting for these teams to come out in the open, as they have the control of the circle. They'll be trying to do a third party or probably gatekeep and put this player out of the equation.
Definitely the finish feed is going to go on to a frenzy, but Blind Esports, have a look at the split that they are playing with. I believe it's a 3-1 split, but I can't spot the third player in the mix of things. Ronnie is with his team, of course, but Joker on the other end of the spectrum, I believe he's the one who can actually be the X factor for the lineup, of course. But Blind Esports, they're not blindly charging onto fights. They're still taking some wise decisions, and it seems like for now, though, they just want to park their vehicles safely. Dragon Esports quite close to their territory, of course, and they have got Gujarat Tigers on the hilltop. It's going to be extremely crucial for Dragon Esports to watch out for their backs, but elsewhere, it's Redemption Crew who has actually launched the attack against Spy Esports. And Zap and Spray God, Gyro God, in fact, just trying to hold their ground. Nades being lobbed in, a little bit of a damage being dished out, but that's not going to be enough. No knocks being exchanged so far, and the initial contact has not been established, Arca, as of yet.
Now, Redemption Crew have played this really well. They were holding inside of the compound. They understood they don't have much space to play around with. Immediately what they do is slowly lure the opponents into the building, and they take the ground outside and they start their assault. But Spy Esports seems like the frontal battle power or the gun power is so strong, they're able to tackle out the side of RC at this point of time. But the last man, Toothless, you know, this man all of a sudden is going to be biting through the opponents, making them realize that he's actually not toothless, but has got a lot of bullets in his bag, and his gun power is actually strong enough to put them out of the lobby.
His gun power is definitely strong, but another team who is going extremely strong is going to be Blind Esports. 7 finishes to their name, of course, just holding down this corner ridge of the circle. They have Team Dragon Esports up front, but Dragon is certainly injured. The Dragon is wounded as another player bites the dust. Choke as well as Rocky probably the only two players who are still up there. Rocky, in fact, has been knocked down, and Choke God being the only player who can revive him back so far. But on top, look at Gujarat Tigers. AJ is going to shoot him down, and that's it. Lights out. That is it for Dragon Esports. Blind and Gujarat Tigers will have to duke it out for the tag of the King of the Hill, Arka.
I mean, the Tigers just slayed the Dragons, right? It's so different. The storyline is going so different right now. I really love the way Gujarat Tigers are able to perform over here. But at the same time, they're looking out towards the side of Blind. Ironically, Team Blind don't live up to their name, but rather want so much information inside the lobby that they make the opponents blind with their moves, with their assault, and then make sure that they, erase them out of the lobby. As of now, Revenge Esports slowly healing their way into the circle. Now realize they don't have medkits, but they're somehow made it inside the circle. All they have to do is wait out for the opponents to fight it out with one another and probably take advantage of the third party situation, put some finishes in their name. But as Blind slowly realize that there is somebody to the eastern and the western side, they're still not going to rush, as their scout is going to be leading from the front, giving all the information. But what they want to do right now is hold the circle in the minimap, as you're able to see. That's the blue color, the dark blue color are the side of Blind, trying to hold off any other team trying to make it inside the circle. But the Gujarat Tigers are slowly making their way into the circle.
They certainly are, right? The circle with the thought shift in the 6th iteration is something which the teams did not expect. Gujarat Tigers, they had a massive advantage, holding majority of the circle in its last iteration. We just saw that bird's eye view, but suddenly the tides has turned, and this now is entirely in the favor of Team Blind Esports. Baymax is still holding on to this pocket of space that he has found for himself. Puts out another smoke so that he can survive for 15 long seconds, but I don't think that that's going to be enough, especially with AJ shooting in the general direction. He's going to find Baymax and his knock itself. He is almost impossible to be revived out there. Gujarat Tigers cleaning up any player that they can find in front of them, still dishing out damage against Blind Esports. They are extremely confident, Arka.
Yep. The two big bulls are going to lock horns now. It's going to be the side of the Tigers versus the side of Blind. Both of them holding the either corners of the circle will now be looking forward to execute one of the best assaults they have done so far in this tournament. It's even Steven, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're prepared, because a lot of textbook basics are going to be questioned over here. The circle is going to be predicting the fate of either of these teams. The final circle, which is going to be forming up any second now, will show us which is the team which is going to have greater advantage. And it seems like the odds are going to favor the side of Blind. It's their game to win, whereas the Gujarat Tigers, one thing which they can do right now is make sure they put smokes in every nook and corner of the map, and Blind is just going to be left guessing from which corner they're going to be rushing in from. Prince is going to be the first person to be leading the assault, will be coming in a bit more closer, but I just love the smokes which has been lofted over here. Blind Nakul is going to be very active with his ears. Manya will be starting his assault with those grenades, and guess what? It's not going to be happening, as AJ is going to be rushing in, putting down the first person down. Joker is also getting taken down. The Tigers know how to crawl in. The Tigers are pouncing over here as they are on a prowl.
They certainly are on a prowl right now. Blind Esports, they are being picked apart. Prince, of course, is going to find the final nail in the coffin. And Gujarat Tigers, they seek revenge from the last game, of course. This one actually goes in their bag. A winner-winner chicken dinner. A massive one on the map of Miramar goes to Gujarat Tigers. And whom better to beat than Blind Esports in a Mexican standoff? It was a 4v4. 8 players, 2 teams, and the final circle. The terrain was set, the stage was set, and it was Gujarat Tigers who reigned supreme. It almost felt like Arka Blind tasted their own medicine, because you saw the push coming in from AJ, the vehicle slam, disembark, and then immediately shoot. This is Blind. This is the strategy which Blind use in their final circles, but this time they were the victims of it, Arka.
I mean, I'm really shocked that Blind was not able to do any kind of damage against the side of Gujarat Tigers. But the confidence of the Tigers, we have to give it to them. Once they started to prowl in, they knew from which corner they have to start their assault. And we'll be breaking down this furthermore. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is for us. We're going to be taking a short break, but make sure that you're loaded up with your popcorns, as we'll be seeing you seeing you guys on the other side. It's the game, man. It's getting to my brains.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
गाइस रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू।
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने।
Center slam.
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने! खत्म कर दो!
Hey man, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. The matches today are intense, but that trailer for Road to Valor Empires looks extremely enticing. Can't wait for the new Indian factions to be introduced in the game. And as Salty has been pointing out throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen, there's a contest running just for you guys. So head on to the social media profile for Crofton and RTV Road to Valor, and there you're gonna find the post related to the contest. Over there, you have to mention your IDs and to the best of your abilities, try and guess which new Indian faction is going to be added, which new Indian Guardian are you going to get to witness inside of the game. If you guys are correct, and if you are lucky enough as well, you're going to get some exciting rewards. But that is about the future, ladies and gentlemen. Necro, what about the next game? Are you ready for the action?
Of course I am, man. I was just sitting in the back looking at that previous Miramar game. I also saw Godlike getting dominated like that. They were not able to have that good of an outing for themselves. And to be honest, I had a lot of expectations from a team like Godlike, at least today, man, because we know today most of the teams, they've only played one game. So the momentum, it's not going to carry on forward whatsoever.
Exactly, especially with the way the groups are moving around. As you mentioned, it is going to be extremely difficult for these teams to carry the momentum forward to their future matches. But you have one game, and one should be enough, I think, for teams like Godlike, as you mentioned. I mean, that's a big name right there. But then you witness shenanigans like this, where S-Power just tried to carry basically an entire Jeep along with him.
And then you'd really just sit down and wonder, are these guys actually serious with what they're doing? S-Power could have actually exited his vehicle, then he could have tried to take down the man who was actually driving the opposite vehicle. But no, instead, S-Power, this man was so dedicated and just doing whatever he wanted to do inside the game. And Walt Summer downline, it actually did not work out. Ruling since 80s 2 is one of those teams that is sort of like the underdogs inside the lobby. Expectations from them, yeah, Summer downline, of course, even from them, they're quite a lot. But hey, look, man, as we all know, as I mentioned, today, majority of the groups are just playing their single game. So it's really tough to execute all those expectations in just one single game. I guess we got to give these teams a little bit more breather.
Yeah, I mean, the breathing room is definitely going to be required by a lot of these teams. And I think as we were having this discussion of the big names, some of the biggest names, in fact, of BGMI in India,
Oh my
really not
God,
living up to the
this-
hype in this particular match. We also have to be glad about the fact that this gives the opportunity for the young bloods, the upcomers, the undergods, as we like to call them, to step up and claim what is rightfully theirs, the recognition, the success that awaits them as they move forward to the BGIS. But in this match in particular, I think Gujarat Tigers was one of those names that showcased, like, all right, we are not taking everything too lightly. We are still here. And
Yeah.
Blind Esports, I mean, it is extremely difficult to stop Blind sometimes, but I'm glad to see teams figuring out the solution to that problem.
Hey, is it really the solution though? Just deactivating
I
them
mean, they made it
inside
to the
one
top
single
game.
game? I mean, they've already won the previous game, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
As we all saw, we're just sitting in the back. We're looking at that previous game as well. I mean, previous to previous game before this Miramar, they've already won that game. So you can just say that overall momentum, how they won it, it's in their way.
Yeah.
It's already in their side. All they need to do is convert it a little bit more better if they really do want to. But Blind Esports, they're doing pretty phenomenal. But I feel like over here, the center of conversation has to be set of teams like Godlike, who are not able to perform that phenomenally well. Then a couple of more teams who I had a lot of expectations from, even Revenge Esports that we saw in the previous game, right, Johnny? Speaking about
Yeah.
Revenge Esports, it's one of those teams where we saw Amantu inside the highlights. He blew himself up with that nade.
Beware of the ricochet, ladies and gentlemen. That is the lesson to learn from that clip. Utility that you're going to lob, it's going to bounce back sometimes if it connects with the wall a little too quickly. So you have to be careful with how you're planning to lob utility. But that's the conversation about the action that happened in the previous match. Let's look at the numbers, shall we? Starting off with the MVP of the previous game, which is going to be Uzumaki from Big Brothers Esports. Now, Big Brother had a pretty decent run in the previous map of Miramar, considering they were able to pick up quite a decent number of finish points for themselves, all thanks to Uzumaki, who finished off with 6 finishes. But then looking at the top players, we have AJ from Gujarat Tigers, there's Toothless from the team of RC, we have Knuckle from the side of Blind, and Prince OG also from Gujarat Tigers.
I mean, all the players, once again, from all the known teams, right? Maybe RC Toothless is one of those teams that is sort of unknown still, kind of like the undergods, you can call them. But then you've got Blind Esports and Gujarat Tigers once again. Gujarat Tigers, too, is one of the most destructive force inside the entire lobby. And speak of that, they were actually the one to also win the previous game as well, considering they all have found themselves in the first spot in the point standings, too. 15 placement points and 9 finish points. In total, that's going to give them 24 points in total. And you said teams have figured out a way to stop Blind Esports. I guess they still haven't really.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. Now I see how many finishes Blind had inside the game. 8 eliminations, 20 point is the total tally. And just a reminder for the viewers that have been watching us and following BGIS The Grind from the start till now. And this is a little bit of a backstory about Blind Esports, ladies and gentlemen, for the new viewers who are tuning in on Geo Cinema today. Blind Esports right now is one of, if not the best BGMI team in the country. A few days back, Blind Esports had a record-breaking performance in BGIS The Grind, wherein in 6 games they were able to secure 133 points, if I'm not wrong. And that level of consistency in 6 matches was unheard of before we saw them pull it off in a single day. So this is that one team that you have to watch out for, not just today, but till the end of Sunday. And I'm pretty sure they're going to entertain you in every single match that they're in. But apart from that, there are a lot of strong teams, Necro, that we are seeing on the second page. And we did discuss quite a lot about Team Godlike. But what do you have to say about Medal and Velocity?
Yeah, I mean, so uncharacteristic, right? I mean, I personally thought at least Metal Esports and Velocity Gaming too. At least Velocity Gaming they should have performed, because the recent form, this team's looking pretty good so far. They've also got things really going in well fashion for themselves. But Metal Esports, yeah, somewhere down the line, you can also say for them the flow has been sort of shaky. Only in round 1, Metal Esports was able to dominate the competition, but then after that, things have been sort of downhill for them. But Velocity Gaming, I had massive expectations from. Even Team Godlike, I had a lot of expectations from. GE Phoenix, this is one of those teams that takes their time to rile up inside the battleground. So I feel like, considering it was just the first game for GE Phoenix, still need to give them a little bit more time to calm down and settle themselves in a better fashion inside this round.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be of the utmost important to keep yourself calm and composed, because especially for a team like GE Phoenix, G Phoenix is a team that relies on placement points rather than being the aggressors inside of the game, like Blind Esports. G Phoenix is a team that will be surviving to the late game stages, make it into the top 3 with 1 or 2 eliminations to their name. And from the conversations that we have been having throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen, you might feel like that is a bad thing. It is not, but only in certain situations. In situations where you know you have a more number of matches, anything beyond 6 games or anything 6 games and plus, if you are playing inside of a tournament, consistency will be key. If you can consistently secure top 4, top 3 in your matches, and secure 4 or 5 eliminations, 4 or 5 finish points while doing so, that will put your total points tally quite high up. And that is another strategy that teams do employ. There are teams that go all out, guns blazing, relying on the eliminations number. There are teams that will just play the placement game the entire time. And there are teams that are very number centric. They will make sure one way or the other their average is going to fall between a bracket that will keep them within the top 5, top 4. And then in the last few games, we're going to see them go all out in their matches. G Phoenix being a team that is quite number centric, but as you were talking about velocity, I hope we get to feel the velocity in the last game, man.
We probably will be. Let's see, though. I mean, which teams are actually going to be duking it out, right? Considering even the groups have been shuffling in, Johnny. So, yeah, things are going to be quite interesting to see which teams will actually duke it out in the final few moments of the game. But as you mentioned, yeah, definitely the battlegrounds have now started to rile up. It's just the day one of this entire round, and we're already seeing the competition at its maximum level.
I mean, and I think one of the big reasons for this is the fact that, as you have been mentioning, teams have not gotten the opportunity to stabilize themselves. At most, you get 2 games in a row and then you're done. You wait for your turn next, and you wait for your next turn. And that is a massive point of concern for, I believe, few of the teams who are more reliant in building up their momentum, building up their pace slowly and steadily throughout the day. For a team like Blind Esports, who know how to pop off perfectly in the only few matches that they have, things will work out quite nicely. For the other teams like Velocity, Team Godlike, I think we're going to have to wait for see to when the consistency actually develops for them. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to head into the last game of the day, we have the last set of 16 teams that will be playing. And from this group, we all know X7 and CS Esports. These are the 2 teams, Necro. I am hoping these 2 teams collide against each other.
Yeah, not just that. Even FS Esports is actually going to be back inside the fray. And even Orangutan, once again, we're going to be able to see this team back inside the game as well. Now, as you mentioned, X7 officials, this team is one of those teams. It's named to be feared inside the lobby. Yeah, these are the undergods, that's for sure. But trust me, these guys are much more better than how their name sounds inside the game. These overall, how they actually manage to showcase their consistency inside the game is just incredible. They somehow managed to position themselves in a really good spot for the late game scenario.
And that is quite true in the case of X7 official, because let's not forget, they started the day off with a win, and now all we have to see is can they end the day with a win as well. On the other side, CS Esports, another big name, a team with a lot of potential in them that is quite clearly brewing still, and I think they're going to be hopeful about this last game of theirs, last game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned at the start of our day, we are going in a complete circle. We're going to end the day on Erangel again, Group 4 versus Group 5. The plane is in front of us, and the flight path, it seems like it's going to start from the northern side all the way from Severny, heading through farms towards, well, the eastern edge of the military island, towards Novorepnoy.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah, Milton Power, no Repno, somewhere down line over that. But, yeah, getting back to the conversation, Johnny, this group in general, these 2 groups that are going to be duking it out inside the final game, it seems like both the groups are actually pretty solid, too. I mean, look at the teams that we've got over here. We've also got the likes of VST, X7, OG, CS Esports. All these teams are some of the most known teams and also most feared teams inside the lobby. We've also got the likes of Usla, who actually managed to get 3 chicken dinners back-to-back. So, Yeah, I mean, teams that are here that have also made records, teams that are here that are also such known inside the lobbies from the past. In general, this entire lobby is going to be quite an interesting one to witness. And considering recently we've also had one extra map being played inside the schedule, so 7 maps in total, another opportunity or one more opportunity added for all these players and all these teams to try and make something more happen inside the battlegrounds.
Another added opportunity, as you mentioned. I mean, that is the perfect way to look at it. An extra games means you have an extra chance of securing a few extra points on the overall leaderboard. But for now, let's see if we get to see any early game drop clashes. It doesn't seem like it. There are 3 teams heading close to the center of the circle, but Gen X, they've taken the city of Rozok. TTR, they have taken school and school apartments, and I believe WSB, while they are looking to head towards Pochinki, they won't really face a challenge in taking control of that entire city for themselves. Asla on the other side, as you mentioned, a team that did have another record-breaking performance of securing 3 chicken dinners, they are landing in an open position, and that actually can be a point of concern. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, CS Esports. Now, again, story time, ladies and gentlemen. CS Esports, there used to be a team, an experienced team that used to drop along with CS Esports during the round 2 of BGIS. And CS Esports made sure they caused so much trouble for them that we unfortunately had to bid them adieu because they did not have enough points to stay in the top 8. But CS Esports are here, and this time their drop is clashing with Revenant Esports on Milta City.
I mean, considering Sensei is the IGL of Revenant, so yeah, it's expected this team will like to drop towards the Milta side. And Revenant Esports having a drop collision against CS Esports. This is not a way you want to kick things off. Because CS Esports, even this team is one of those teams that has been looking in form. And look at Drake, and he already knows one of the players from the side of Revenant. And you can see Leo Vikendi as well, just moving in from the back line slowly and steadily. Leo's position, as long as it's going to be uncompromised, things will be good for CS to at least kickstart things inside this lobby. But somewhere else on the map as well, we've got another fight brewing up. Do or die up against the players of Asla. 2 of the players stacked behind the tree. This is not a great way to start things off. And do or die, eventually they manage to extinguish both those players from that spot.
The DP is a great AR, ladies and gentlemen. While you might not be able to put on a lot of attachments on that particular rifle, the range is quite good. The damage fall-off is, well, it's not really there, and it's quite stable at longer ranges. And in this particular scenario, the extra set of ammo that you have in the initial clip of the DP did help out the individual to secure 2 knocks from the side of Asla, and this is something again, Necro, that we weren't expecting. A team like Asla in such a bad spot, starting the last day with just 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, not a way you want to kick things off, right? Inside round 2, this is one of those teams that actually got the most amount of chicken dinners, 3 chicken dinners back to back, and now look at them. Not a way you want to start things off. It's like an opposite downfall, but
yeah.
Completely okay, though. Still, it's not the end of the round 3, right? You've still got a lot more games in front of you to look forward to. So you can't always just look back on what went wrong in the previous games and always try to improvise, improve yourself in the upcoming days. VOD review is something that every single player should do.
And it is going to be important to study your own matches. Do your homework, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get better. That has been the rule of life as long as we have been alive, since we were little kids. We've been told this, and it is quite important. But let's see what the homework from CS Esports' side is going to look like, as the players of Revenant Esports are stepping in front into the line of fire of Leo YT from the side of CS Esports, and it feels like Necro, Revenant are not at all aware about this individual being here.
I told you, as long as Leo YT's position is going to be uncompromised, CS Esports, they've still got a striking advantage. And considering Revenant Esports, they've got no clue Leo is here. There's a chance one of the players might just walk out in the open like that and get knocked out. And as soon as CS, they've found the advantage, things are going to get 50% easier for them. But Leo YT's position's finally compromised. Not a way he wanted things to go down, but hey, UMP 45 in the close ranges. Leo YT's trying his best to fight back inside the scenario, but the man's got no meds to back him up. So this is a really bad stuff going on for Leo YT. No meds, only a couple of bullets in his hands too. UMP 45 to strike down the opponents. And now every single player from the side of Revenant Esports too just starting to pounce on that top of that building. They're trying to push this man all by himself. And Leo IT, eventually, he exits that building. But still the encounters happen, and it's going to be a polo from the side of Revenant Esports to put that nail in the coffin. Leo IT out of the game, CS Esports down to a 3-man squad. Disadvantage on their side.
Kudos to Revenant Esports for capitalizing on massive blunder from the side of CS, because Leo did buy his team quite a bit of time for his teammates to fall into position, but because they were able to do so, now they're going to be down a player, although the advantage from the side of Revenant Esports will be instantly neutralized as Fierce closed into the CS Esports' position a little too quickly and is going to go down on his knees, all thanks to a nade from Ranadeep from the side of CS Esports. Now what we see, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us is cross street 3v3 situation. 3 players from the side of Revenant, 3 from the side of CS Esports until Fierce is brought back, but chances of that happening
oh
are
my
minute. In fact, things take a turn for the worse as MJ, who was trying to cross the road to get to his teammate, is also going to be dropped to his knees, and now Revenant Esports are in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, well, this is why there's a reason this name is to be feared. This team is one of the most dangerous teams when it comes to the underdogs playing inside the lobby. And look at the pre-fires that coming in from their plight. Another man knocked out. 2 of the players that were knocked out initially from the side of Revenant Esports. Apollo is going for the resurrection out of those comrades. But CS Esports, they're going to try to make it quick and swift. All the players are already trying to push inside the building. They've pushed up close and personal. And Revenant Esports, the players that have just got the resurrection, just trying to patch himself up once again inside the fight, trying to bring him back in the game. But things are now boiled down to a 3v3 scenario once again. But in this scenario, Revenant Esports could have an advantage if they do manage to capitalize onto it perfectly, considering the players of CS Esports, they do not have any frag grenades left over.
Lack of utility can definitely be quite detrimental to CS Esports' position right now, and this is why, as with a nade, Revenant Esports find another opening for themselves, but as soon as they think it is their time to shine, CS Esports, they secure the knock with the DBS. Fierce is trying his level best to win this fight for his team, but he won't succeed at all, as Sarthak, with just a sliver of HP and armed with the AKM, makes sure that Fierce's fierceness is going to go back into the lobby with Revenant Esports.
Well, I guess CS Esports, they're going to stay alive to see another day inside the lobby. A great way to kick things off and also claiming the entire Milta area for yourself. So one thing is for sure, if these 2 teams are going to be colliding against each other in the similar groups once again in the future, well, I guess Milta should be settled down. CS Esports should be the one to claim the Milta. Unless, if Revenant Esports really do want to be stubborn and challenge them once again, then maybe there's a chance the outcome can be different. But in general, CS Esports, even though they started things off with a disadvantage, but then the utility utilization and perfection to give them the advantage, swinging back into life once again.
Yeah, that replay, just notice, that was the last shot that hit Fierce. And exactly at that moment, we saw the individual from the side of CS Esports come out of ADS, come out of his scope and vision, and yeah, I don't know what to say about it, because I don't want to say he got a little lucky that the shot connected, otherwise he would have been done, because he was also on a pixel of HP. And ladies and gentlemen, these are complete 50-50 moments wherein you're going to be praying to the gods of BGMI, hoping that you aren't the one getting finished off. So quite unfortunate over there for Fierce, but I have to say props to both these teams. That was an impressive team fight from both these sides. And a little bit of a lesson for Revenant Esports. You can't really underestimate the lads from the side of CS just because they are new. Kevin Esports learned that lesson the hard way.
Indeed, man. Indeed they did. But look at all the teams now starting to accumulate in the Smack Center. It's a massive splash of colors. And CS Esports towards that Milta side, still not moved out yet. Probably going to go for an extra bit of loot, that touch-up that they need, because they burned through a lot of utilities, that's for sure. So they do need a couple more frag grenades to back him up in the upcoming fights. Team Tamila's on our screens, a team that has been on the struggling phase in every single round, but they still somehow barely managed to qualify. Is that going to happen once again?
Well, let's see. Team Tamilas is another big name. the BGMI community, and people have been hoping for them to pop off, but the journey so far has been quite unstable. This particular game taking things quite slow in the early stages of the match. Hopefully we're going to see them step things up as we transition into the mid game and then the late game in just a few short moments. On the other side, the players from the side of Liquid find themselves, well, in a decent cover position, but VSD being quite close makes me wonder, is there a fight headed our way?
Probably. That's what it seems like. Because there's one team way too close for comfort in the name of LQD, Liquid. And they're probably trying to make a bit more distance between each other, but the spot that VST has, I'm not a huge fan of that spot. But this is how this fight really started to rile up inside the Battlegrounds itself. Revenant Esports, I mean, knocks were just happening back and forth initially, but then later on, CS Esports, it sort of got that grip on the game that they really needed. Sensei being knocked out right here, it was sort of like a massive win condition for the side of CS Esports. SNS Sensei was confirmed. Somewhere downline, CS Esports themselves knew that, okay, maximum amount of fight, we've already won it.
I do agree with that. I mean, Sensei was holding a pretty important position for his team in the backlines. And as soon as he was taken out on that first floor, there was no suppressing fire available, allowing CS Esports to cross the road, close the distance, and just put up a lot of pressure on the players of Revenant, who were just being brought back with those revives. And as soon as you get revived, you're not back up at 100 HP. No. You come back into the game with like 10 HP on you, and then you have to waste time. Not waste time, but utilize some extra bit of time putting on those first aid, getting that heals up, and bringing your HP back up. And while you're doing all of that, you can't really step into the action, and that means your teammates are a little bit isolated. So yeah, Sensei going down exactly when he did allowed a little bit of extra room for CS Esports in that particular fight, but all of that room is now going to fade away as the zone, as you talked about it, Necro, did take a northern shift. That means CS Esports will have to leave Milta eventually and head up north along with the rest of the lobby. X7 Wolves, I am waiting for this team to commence their shenanigans. We saw their first game of today. It was impressive. Now I want to see what they make of this one. What about you?
X7 Wolves, I mean, they've already kicked things off on a great note. And I would highly doubt that X7 Wolves need another solid game. But hey, always, it's better to have a little bit of cushion, right, I guess?
Exactly.
It's better to stay steps ahead in front of the competition. But I'm just trying to say, even if this game does not really pan out the way they want to, it's completely fine. They've already got a decent amount of points secured in the initial phase of the tournament, so they're good to go. And speak of this, an interesting spot Team Tamilas have found. So many teams around them making a rotation inside the circle. X72 spotted out over there. A lot of shots actually taken against them, but no issues.
Yeah, two players simultaneously emptying out clips on that moving vehicle, but none of them connected. So X7, they're not going to be too worried about them being damaged, although I believe that Dacia might have taken a few hits upon its body. So they're going to have to, they will be looking for options to switch up vehicles if that is actually going to be a possibility for them in the next few moments. But as we did have a look at Team Tamilas, I believe 2 or 3 minutes ago approximately, at that point there weren't a lot of other teams surrounding their position. Now all of that has changed, and that will cause a little bit of a panic for Team Tamilas. But I believe having concrete cover, you will always feel a little bit more comfortable dealing with a lot of teams at the same time. Although a situation like this where two teams are out in the open can be a little bit more tricky, as we have RVNC taking a duel against the players of CS Esports, and the only thing separating these two teams are just the massive dip that is there between them.
I mean, RVNC, if you talk about them, currently this team is on a lower ground compared to the players of CS Esports. Considering the main Potato Hill control right now is being taken over by the players of CS Esports, and even RVNC, they actually need to move inside the safe zone too. So yeah, one thing's for sure, RVNC, they are the one to be inside a little bit of more pressurous situation. And soon enough, you also see them on the minimap making a couple of moves from their side. Two of the players pushing up close, trying to gain a little bit more area control, trying to step inside the safe zone. But as the next circle, the next stage of the game is going to begin, it's actually going to shift all the way on the top north side. Now, this is quite an interesting one. VST, they find themselves in the prime spot. Acid 2, they're quite on the southern side. FS trying to make it in from the right.
Usually when we have these endgame circles, they are going to be quite close to one of the high priority locations of the game. But this one, ladies and gentlemen, it's smack in the middle of nowhere actually. Between mansion and school from the western to the eastern side. From the northern side, it is between farm and Yasnaya. And it's not even the southern Yasnaya farms, it's just a little bit more south of the Yasnaya farm. So this is a completely open position, and VST having the early control of the center, I believe does give them an added edge against the rest of the competition. But looking forward to this team, RVNC on our screens, going for a wide rotation, find themselves in a mid-rotation clash against the players of WSB. But as we switch to another fight happening over here, Acid Esports, Perry has been knocked out, but from where?
I guess he really just overpeaked an angle, and maybe that's why he actually got knocked out. But yeah, there's a reason why I'm not a huge fan of these dips, Johnny. I am not a big fan of these dips, because you can't be exposed from a certain angle, and right now, the players of Acid were actually exposed from their backlines. So there's a chance there might be heavy fire coming in from that side. Midwave Esports 2 moving around inside the lobby. WSP, once again, even this team finding themselves a little dip to play around with. The main problem is now, as we know, if a nade's going to be tossed in, automatically it's sort of like a bow. So the nade's going to be just going straight down to the center spot of that dip. And once that happens, a certain amount of damage will be dished out on the players itself. Because even Braden right now is knocked out from WSP. The resurrection will be there, so no problems.
In the resurrection, it feels like it's going to be a successful one for the players of WSB, for now at least. But they have to be extremely careful, because as you were explaining, being in a dip like this can be quite detrimental sometimes if you do not have the exact position of the team surrounding you. And right now, that is the information that I believe WSB is lacking, because while they might be aware of Asla just a little bit north of their position, look at the radar. There are two more teams from the distance that have the opportunity of collapsing upon both Asla and WSB at the same time and causing a lot of pain for both these teams. But switching again to the players of RVNC, who have collided, in fact, upon X7. This is going to be brutal for one of these two teams, and it seems like S7 are on the wrong end of the spectrum this time, as RVNC kick things off with two impressive knocks. Pain is feeling a lot of pain as he's brought down to around 30 HP, while Evil is just going to be hiding in that corner room all by himself, and RVNC are dominating this team fight.
Yeah, indeed they are. A 2-on-4 scenario from which at least one of the players was actually softened up, but that softness is not going to matter. Once WSP2, they chime inside the fight, and they get the final man or final nail in the coffin. Nicely done. RVNC claiming this entire compound for themselves, and for now, they're going to be looking good in this spot. Somewhere else on the map, though, there's so many fights going on at the same time, and also RVNC realizing the fact that they were getting third party by some other team, so they're going to start to lay down a lot of smokes, making sure that the opponents will not have any sight lines anymore. Team Tamila's pushing up against the opponents. Midwave Esports, one of the men was actually taken down as well, and the confirmation will follow up. It's actually two players who are knocked out so far. Team Tamila's having the man advantage inside this fight, also pulling out the DBS and the clotheslines. Manti, though, he tried his best to pull things back in his favor, but no. Eventually, Team Tamila's, they will be slapped right back to the lobby.
Yeah, that was way too quick for comfort for the side of Team Tamilas. And Wixki, I mean, special props to him. Just stepping out into the open like that, realizing he's the last man. It's a do-or-die moment for his entire team. And he takes the gamble, comes out on top against Maxi. Quite unfortunate for Team Tamilas to get wiped out like that. They were having such a good flow of momentum in this particular matchup, keeping everything in control, keeping themselves in calm. They thought they had a good position. The fight was going quite well as well until Wixi stepped in. But, ladies and gentlemen, we did see VST a few moments ago. Quite a decent position they had in the center of the circle, but all of a sudden the zone moves south, and VST, they find themselves in an awkward position on the northern edge.
Yeah, going from the most controlling position inside the game to having no control just in a matter of seconds. This is what BGMI really brings on the table. The anonymous aura sometimes that can kick inside the game. And look at CS Esports 2 making a straight up ramming against WSP. One of these fights that are brewing up in front of us. Striking. This man also tried his best to at least pull things back for his team, but no, WSP, even they are going to get rid of the opponents just like that within a finger snap. And now, even RVNC finding themselves in a bit of a receiving lines as one of the players was knocked out. Smokes are being utilized from every single side, but those smokes utilization isn't going to help them a lot.
Oh, but look at this. As soon as they were done with the players of CS Esports, WSP are going to be forced into another slam. And as X7 this time are trying to take their dip away from them. And WSP, they have no way out of it.
Oh my
Raiden,
God,
he has
what's
tried
going
his
on?
level best, but VST are here as well. What is going on
Oh
over
my
here?
God.
Is there a gold rush in this game right now? It's the same spot, and this is the 4th team to contest it. Raiden, he has managed to survive for so long with the DBS. He is putting up a tough fight, a tough challenge for the opposition to face, but finally he will have to fall. He will have to kneel before the immense pressure of VST and also the added pressure of the teams that came before them. But now VST are going to be forced to switch focus as RVNC would right next to this tip, and RVNC have an opportunity to finishing off this team and taking control of the zone away from them. But multitudes of team collapsing upon each other means lot of chaos is breaking out on this final few in these final few zones of the game.
Johnny, not just that, the entire bombardment that happened on top of the players of RVNC. Interesting stuff. 2 of the players are knocked out in that fray. RVNC, still these 2 players are up and alive, and they got the resurrection on those fallen players. VST, not really in a comfortable spot just yet.
VST is quite uncomfortable, but RVNC, they are lobbing their utility, a few of them inside of the smokes, and both these teams, in fact, going quite heavy on those nades. Do not realize that none of their utility is actually reaching the opposition. So this amount of commitment with the utils is kind of an overkill. You have to hold back sometimes, gain a little bit of extra information, judge the distance the opposition is in, and then make the decision. But as VST step out into the open, RVNC utilize the opportunity to secure the opening knock in that 4v4 and convert it into the first finish between the 2 teams. Over in the distance though, Liquid Esports, we saw B-Shot taking a few shots on the opposition, and Liquid actually have a pretty decent spot on the southern edge, and all the competition is up north, so they have to basically fight in a single direction.
God. Another nade tossed in towards RVNC. Things are now starting to get a little too critical. Look at Bubblue OP. Molotov was way too close to comfort, but he's still going to be surviving for another day. Things looking a little bit too spicy now inside the lobby as Liquid Esports 2 in the close of fray. At least they've got the high ground to play around with, so they've got a decent amount of information that they can rely on to try and make an entrance in the safe zone in a better spot if they really do need to. Liquid Esports, one of the men in the back lines, was knocked out as well. Sort of that separation not really working out that fine for them. And because of that, Midwave Esports, they took the maximum advantage of that spot. And now, VST2 sort of trying to make it inside the circle, but it seems a little bit too tough, and you're going to be sandwiched amongst 2 teams itself.
VST are surrounded from different directions. They are trying to deal with the players of Midwave just because that is that one team that was lacking numbers. And they have made sure that Midwave is going to be down to their last player. Aru is the man surviving, while VST is trying to bring their 3rd player back into this game. All of this is happening, and Asset Esports, look at them, the most opportunistic team in this lobby. They realize this chaos can work out pretty well for us. They take control of the zone and are now clearing out the backlines, taking on the players of Liquid. They've already gone on to secure a finish, and this nade will secure an extra knock as Glitch God is going to be put down on his knees and finished off as well. So Liquid is also down to their last player, and Asset Esports, they are having a game of their lives. 10 eliminations secured, and they are in the top 3 already with no one left in this lobby to actually be in a position to beat them down.
This is a classic Asset Esports moment. If you remember, Johnny, even inside the round 2, the exact ways, the same way Asset Esports played in that round as well. And now similar type of stuff being replicated over here as well. VST in the left lines. Aru, he does have a massive striking advantage, but he's still waiting for that right moment to strike. That's when he's going to find that right moment. VST might just be devastated, but right now, Aru can be a really detrimental aspect for the side of VST, so they need to watch out from that single foe that's lying all the way on the left lines. Acid, though, still going for the utility utilization there, hoping maybe at least one of those will find a knockout. But VST, they've done a good job separating themselves. But soon enough, even the Wall of Death now, once again, will start to close in. So VST, they will be forced and pushed out of their comfort zone. But they've got their vehicles ready. But this nade from Spray God actually finds the connection on the Gupper. The first man, the first casualty actually happens on the board.
This is not going to be good for the lads of VST. Now their numbers are down to 2 unless they bring Gubber back into the game. But what will happen? Will Acid push before they even make it happen? The answer is yes, as Krish is going to be taken down by one more nade and Beast does not really have any HP left. A brilliant move by him to dodge the moving vehicle over there. But look at this. Aru is trying to deny the point. He goes back in the blue to deny the point. But Acid Esports, they see his pixels moving at the very last seconds, and a few shots on his body will be enough to help secure that extra point of theirs. But I mean, an incredible game overall, and kudos to Acid Esports. Now this is a way to start off your, well, finals of BGIS the grind. This was an incredible game from the side of Acid Esports. I'm quite happy with this performance.
You got to give it to Acid Esports and that utility utilization. I just do not understand how precise these guys are in utilizing those grenades, man. On the mark most of the time, able to find the openings, pretty much just able to bombard down squads after squads. But then Acid Esports, one good thing about this team is that they know when to engage, when not to engage, and they know when to disengage from a fight as well. So that's a really good thing, and that's why there's the main reason why Acid Esports were actually able to stay alive for that late game of a scenario.
Exactly. Your fundamentals need to be clear. And that, just playing around those fundamentals, as you mentioned, is how Acid was able to secure this first win. But an incredible run from the players of VST as well. I mean, their adaptation abilities were pretty impressive. And we'll be discussing all of these things, ladies and gentlemen, but after we come from a very short break. So you guys just have one thing to do. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back after this very short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करें। साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू।
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने।
Center slam।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS, the grind round 3, day 1. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. And again, I mean, every single time we head on to the break, I just have the massive urge of playing Road to Valor. Just because I have a look at that trailer and it is like, yeah, I just want to grind that game. But let's not forget, the contest is still active, ladies and gentlemen. On the social media handle of Road to Valor, you can head on there, check out the post, and do make sure you're participating in the contest if you want some exciting goodies for yourself, just like the chest that Salty keeps talking about, which is worth apparently 2,500 gems, I've heard. Necro, do you and I go take a swing at it?
I mean, dude, I like free stuff, man. Why not? You know, free stuff. You don't need to spend money at all. And in this world, we know it's so tough to get free stuff anyway. So I would take that whatsoever. It's and if I'm you guys who is currently watching at the homes as well, I would give it a shot. So make sure to go ahead on the socials and give your best shot. But ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we're going to be taking a look at the highlights too of that previous game. And Johnny, look, we had a couple of expectations from the known team, especially X7. I know you were really rooting for them in that previous game. But as I said, it's completely okay even if they're not able to perform. They've already done their job in the pre-hand.
True. But I can't help but be heartbroken, man. I mean, it's not just X7, by the way. I expected VST to close out the match with how they were playing. And I am glad it is a bittersweet moment because Acid Esports, yes, they are the undergods of this lobby. A team that is relatively not that well known, but still has a lot of potential. And I'm happy for them walking away with the win the way they did as well, showcasing exactly that they have worked extremely hard to improve themselves since round 2 to round 3. But then again, I mean, PST could have done a lot better, I feel. They were in a pretty decent spot holding that ridge on the other side, opposite of Acid Esports, but still, quite unfortunate. They just got slammed on one after the other by so many teams. And in fact, they tasted the taste of their own medicine, by the way, because WSB was put in a very uncomfortable position by them a few moments ago.
I mean, the main reason why we saw so many fights just erupt off the bat, because where the circle was actually forming and where it was centering on up, that sort of an area in the map of Erangel is completely out in the open. And considering teams actually needed to position themselves out in the open in a better spot because some of the controlling spots are already taken by a couple of known teams. For example, VST, they had one of the most controlling spots inside the late game circles, but then later on, as soon as that stage moved on, the controlling spot was taken away from them, and even VST needed to move out in the open. So it's like that early openness that we saw. Just teams sort of being thrown off guard. They really needed to adapt on the fly. Some teams were able to do so. Some teams failed to do so. At the end of the day, I still feel like with how Acid Esports played that out, it was perfection. It just felt like inside the actions, Acid Esports was a little bit unknown. They were missing out. But then in the end, with all the 4 players that they managed to preserve till the end game situation, things sort of worked out, man.
Yeah, thing worked out, and even in the highlights, it was quite clearly visible about the level of communication the players of Acid Esports had within them. Because just the last few seconds of those highlights, you could notice the utility being spread out instead of all of it being dumped in exact same position. And that was being done so that the players from the side of VST do not really have a safe haven even behind that compound. But ladies and gentlemen, that was discussion of the match. Now we have a look at the numbers of the previous game itself, where we do have the MVP. It is going to be Beast from the side of VST. He went on to secure 4 finishes for his team, and he's going to be followed in the list of top players by his own teammate Krish. So these 2 players combined were able to secure 4 eliminations, and 4 is the lucky number, I guess, because all 5 players in the list of top players have 4 eliminations. Wow.
Well, I guess it was the last game too, huh, Johnny? So maybe sort of like the last game for elimination point marker as well. But WSB too, right? I feel like we really need to speak about this team as well. Now, this team is one of those teams, Johnny, that came inside the competition or came inside the entire BGIS or BGMI competitive scene and sort of shocked all of us. Now, this team is also an underdog team, but considering how good of a team this is, now this team, you can already call them as some of the known teams.
I mean, true, quite true. But looking at the match rankings in front of our screens, we do need to discuss the points these teams have gotten for themselves, where we have Acid Esports finishing the match with 29 points, 14 eliminations.
Wow.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is massive. Followed by Midwave Esports, 20 points. That is a good game from their side. VST as well, 18 points. Not too bad. Liquid Esports, 12. And I think that is the last team that I'm going to say had a decent finish. Everyone else with single digits are going to be a little bit worried about how their overall rankings are going to look like. And talking about the upsets of this match, Necro, X7 Wolves, that is the biggest upset, along with Asla, Revenant, and Team Tamilas and Orangutan in this match.
I mean, it's not that often
FS,
that you
by the
see
way.
X7 Wolf and Asla with 0 points, Johnny. And Revenant Esports, too, with only 1 point secured. This is weird, man. X7 Wolves, X7 Officials, 2 teams with similar type of name tag. And then you've also got FS Esports, Team Tamilas as well. With Team Tamilas, it's sort of like I'm used to the fact that they sort of just wake up in the final few moments of the days. And then they try to barely clutch their spot inside the upcoming round. And that's what sort of like a characteristic is for Team Tamilas. But as we do move on forward and take a look at the overall standings, Team Mayavi, they played out 2 games right next to Kemen Esports and Blind Esports, and still they're on the first half of the board.
Yeah, and I mean, on the first and the second, we do have Growing Strong and Gladiator Esports, all thanks to that extra match that they have today. But Blind Esports, too close to them, 43 points on Blind. Gladiator sitting at a total tally of 41 points. But let's talk about the teams that have been going kind of a different route against the norm, if you will, because we do have Gladiators finishing with 30 eliminations throughout the day, Blind Esports with 27, and then Midwave Esports. Now, this is something that I did not expect. Midwave being the aggressive team in the top 8, 22 eliminations. That wasn't easy, for sure.
I mean, that's what Midwave is known for. They have been dominating these underdogs lobby too, even inside the round 1 and round 2. If you remember, Johnny, Midwave, they have sort of made that mark. But then you take a look at the latter half of the board and you find Team Seoul, which only played 1 game today. And inside 1 game, they managed to secure 22 points. So I would say that's a pretty good marker from them. But you take a look at another team in the name of War Esports who played 3 games, but then they also managed to secure only 22 points in total. That's going to be a little point of concern for me. But teams like LOC in general too been able to perform decently, and still, as I said, right, considering it's just the day 1 of the finals, I would not really like to judge these teams to their maximum potential.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's just the start, and as you mentioned, there are a lot of these teams that on the first initial day, in the first initial games, do just test out the rest of the competition, how much work they've put in and what their adaptations are like, and then make countermeasures specifically tailored to take down certain teams. But as you move on to the third page of the rankings, ladies and gentlemen, we do see Hyderabad Hydras over here with 19 points to their name. Hindustan Gaming with 18. Another name that we did expect a lot of big numbers from, but unfortunately they had 3 matches today and it did not really go their way. No Rules Extreme in a similar position. Revenant Esports, this last game, they were trying their level best, but unfortunately their contestation was against the lads from CS Esports, and CS Esports are not known for letting teams pass through.
That is true. Yeah, you should not be desperate at all to try and take that Milta side for yourself. If you can't settle down, try and settle down for Milta power, because Milta is being claimed by CS Esports, and I don't know how they did manage to do that, but they have knocked out some of the most known teams from the lobby from that spot. So it's better if you're not going to be stubborn inside the lobby and let them have that Milta area. Maybe somewhere down line in the late game scenarios, you can try to challenge them and probably come out on top in better 4-on-4 fights, because at that time you will be looted up pretty well. You will also have a decent amount of meds to back him up, and you will also have utilities that can help you so much in a better way in the upcoming fights.
And this is like quite extraordinary because, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, never, I think, has a new team instilled this amount of fear, not just in the teams going up against them, but us as viewers. I mean, just looking at their team fights, they look so clean, so incredible. But CS Esports, unfortunately, they just had those few good fights in them. Their placement game did not really work out. They just have 7 points to show for their matches, 2 games today. Autobots and Break Brothers, they just had 1 game each, and even in those matches, they weren't really able to secure a lot of points. Big Brothers, I have massive expectations from Big Brothers because they are also a known name in this lobby. But moving down the rankings, all these teams with single-digit point: Necro, XNOR, Orangutan, Psych, World of Battle.
Concern, man.
Did you expect
Especially
them
OG.
to be here?
No, I did not. Orangutan, I mean, I do understand this team has been on the struggling page for a while, on the struggling phase, if you'd like to say, for a really long time. But I expected them to at least have a bit of a bounce back inside the BGIS, the finals on the day one, but maybe not the way they wanted to kick things off, not the way we personally wanted them to kick things off. But Johnny, in general, right, inside these lobbies, it's going to be so tough to make a momentum for yourself because there's so many teams that are duking it out, so many groups that are going to be shuffling every single game. So keeping that momentum going inside the lobby is going to be a little tough.
Yeah, it is going to be extremely difficult to keep the momentum going, as you mentioned, because of the shuffles and because of the match. As we mentioned, you don't really get a lot of matches every single day. A few days you're going to have a lot of games, 3 games. A few days you're going to just be playing 1 game in the entire day, just like we do see 4 Aggressive Man, Skulltz, Maverick, Do or Die. All of these teams just finishing their day with 1 match played. And as we move to the last page of the rankings, again, surprises. You call them just a bad days for the biggest names of the region: Marcos Gaming, Spider Esports, GE Phoenix, Godlike, Godsreign, Team Rebel, Hub Esports, and Signify. Names that you would not expect on the last page for sure, but here they are. And that is a testament to how tough BGIS the grind is going to be. And why not? Why not? Because you get a lot of things in return. I mean, you get to move forward in BGIS with an added advantage of straight up starting your BGIS from round 3. Even if you finish at the bottom 32 over here, you still get to move forward to round 2. So yes, it is a tough challenge for the added advantage in the BGIS, but it's all going to be worth it.
Hey, but Johnny, considering on the page that was all the way in the last, teams have only played that 1 single game so far.
Yeah.
So I guess they've still got a lot of chance in the upcoming days. An ample amount of chances. But teams that actually played all the 3 games and still they were on the second last page, that's going to be a concern. Teams that have played 2 games and still they were on the second last page, that's another concern. I'm talking about OG. This is one of those teams that I did not expect to see there.
True. And that, I think, again, is a massive surprise, a massive upset for us. But there are 2 sides of a coin, as the saying goes, right? If someone wins, someone has to lose. And with these big names being on the last page of the rankings, that means we are going to see more new faces, more new names climb up the rankings. And I think that is something that us as a community are extremely, extremely excited and looking forward to. But this was just day 1. We still have 3 more days to go.
Exactly. As you mentioned, we've still got a decent amount of days to go, and these are the finals of the grind. So as expected, the competition is going to be spiced up even more. Especially, you guys can take an example of that previous game of Erangel, where the circle formed out in the open, and teams were just forced to adapt on the fly, make something out of nothing, because when the circle is going to be out in the open, you've got no cover to play around with. Maybe a couple of big rocks if they are there.
True.
But if there are no rocks, the only cover that you can try to utilize is either the grass you can prone down, smokes, and then the vehicles. And mostly teams try to use their smokes and the vehicles. Smokes too, considering we know they can be penetrated through. Smokes can only block the visual, not the bullets. So that's why even smokes cannot be the prime reliant for you in these final few moments when the circle's going to be out in the open. But ladies and gentlemen, in general, the day 1, I mean, I was just saying that the day 1 in general was just so interesting. And day 2, I feel like it's going to get even more spicier.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, because a trend with all of these big names that we have been quite brutal upon today is the fact first day is all about analyzing. Second day is the day of action. And tomorrow, I can't wait to witness what game plans all of these big names are going to step into the battleground with. What is Godlike going to be up to? What will Revenant Esports do to bounce back into their matches? So it is going to be an exciting day tomorrow. It is going to be an exciting set of matches. But that also brings us to an end of this day today. Necro, did the expectations, did the teams deliver to all the hype that we expected from them?
Of course not, Johnny. I mean, it's never enough, right? Considering it's just the day 1, expectations were a lot, but teams still were not able to perform. Maybe that day 1 finals, jitters, you can say, that pressure that really forms on top of you. But to be honest, every single viewer that joined us from GeoCinema, be it YouTube or from whatever social media platform that you guys are watching us, thank you so much for stopping by on BGIS The Grind English stream.
And we're going to be back again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, on the same time. Until then, you guys take care. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.